Chapter 651. Slaughtering Wind Slash. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The tower on the walls was crowded with magicians. Hunters, students, battle mages, imperial magicians, and basic, intermediate, advanced, and super magicians with lightning, water, fire, wind, light, and earth elements. Vanguards, charge, yelled Han Ji. As soon as the order was given out, for super magicians simultaneously beat their wings. The brilliance of the wings was so outstanding that even when they charged into the ocean of undead, the others could still see the magical glow coming from them. They dashed forward in 4 straight lines. The black ocean was clearly being split apart under the destructive force of the 4 super magicians, like 4 red carpets being laid on top of the black ocean, extending 500 meters into the distance. It was impossible to tell how many zombies stacked on top of one another were annihilated by the 4 super magicians. Most of them were blasted into nothing instantly. Following the 4 super magicians clearing the path as vanguards, the whole place suddenly turned blazing red. Raging flames poured down from the sky like rain. Each burst of flame was the size of a fist as it fell from the sky. The raindrops evaporated instantly in the heat. The stormy clouds were set aflame. An unknown number of fire imperial magicians had cast the advanced fire spell, Sky Flame Funeral, at the same time. As the rain of flame hit the ground, it turned the land occupied by the undead into a sea of fire, spreading wildly into the surroundings. "Let's go," said Han Ji, waving his hand, signaling the imperial magicians to move into a square-shaped formation with Mage, Zhong Xiaohu, Fang Jiyu, and Su Xiaoluo in the middle. They charged forward onto the land, flames all around them. The formation consisted of advanced magicians. Each one of them was drawing a brilliant star constellation. The intertwining star patterns accumulated boundless elemental energy. The wind magicians were the first ones to finish channeling. Green gusts of wind appeared around the square-shaped formation, rapidly transforming into a fierce wave that rolled across the flames and split the fiery ocean in half. As the zombies that were burned beyond recognition stumbled into the wind blades, they were cut into flying pieces and scattered across the place. The wind formed a raft under their feet. The rolling wave dragged the group forward. Mo Fan and his crew were dragged almost 500 meters ahead by the imperial magicians. The inner walls were far behind them within the blink of an eye. The number of skeletons significantly increased around 500 meters away from the inner city. The sinister white bones looked like powerful machinery. The skeletons still had space to move their limbs, as the place was not as crowded as where the zombies had been. As soon as they saw magicians trespassing into their territory, they immediately raised their weapons and charged at their enemies. The primary attack of the skeletons was the cold weapons they had created using their bones. Gleaming bone swords, long and sharp bone sabers, fists like hammers that produced loud blasts when they slammed the ground, and long arms as sharp as spears, pikes, and lances. The skeletons were of various sizes, but one could tell their age by observing the color and luster of their bones. Mo Fan's gaze passed the wall of imperial magicians ahead of him and discovered that there were lots of skeleton generals among the skeletons, to his dismay. Their bones were hard as steel, with icy reflections across the surface. Their eyes were the scariest, glaring at anything alive in hate and murderous intent. As they opened their mouths, it looked like their lower jaws were about to fall off. Their teeth without gums looked extraordinarily eerie. A skeleton official, its bones as reflective as a piece of steel, uttered a roar, ordering the army of skeletons to charge at their enemy. Be it those that leapt into the air, those that were charging straight at them, or those that fired their bones like arrows, there were simply too many of them, leaving them with no room to dodge the attacks. Water curtain! Water curtain! Water curtain! Water curtain! The advanced water magician simultaneously cast the advanced water spell. The brilliance of the blue star constellation reached a distance of 1 kilometer. Every imperial magician was encapsulated by the sacred blue light. Water curtains that looked like thin waterfalls surrounded the formation. The front, the back, the sides, the water curtains had formed a tiny safety barrier around the square formation, with no visible gap between the curtains. Mo Fan felt like he was being protected inside a watery boundary. The layers of water curtains prevented the skeletons from attacking. The barrier remained intact even when bone weapons were hurled at the water curtains. Even the attacks of the warrior-level skeletons were nullified by the water curtains. "Kill the skeleton official," Han Ji commanded in a stern voice. Mo Fan vaguely sensed a mysterious power of the shadow element disappearing from his side like an arrow, going right into the middle of the skeletons. It was easy to locate the skeleton official due to its enormous size. Before Mo Fan could take a closer look at the super magician that was attacking at lightning speed, he heard a loud explosion from the direction of the skeleton official. The skeleton official's appearance was ugly and horrifying. Its shoulders were filled with skulls, like lumps on its skin. As the skulls fell off its body, its building-sized body exploded too. "I'll send you off once I clear the obstacles," a loud voice came from within the army of skeletons. Green wind blades appeared in all directions all of a sudden, at least 1,000 of them, slashing randomly among the skeletons. The explosions and flickers of solid air instantly killed thousands of skeletons. The bones were broken into pieces, fell to the ground, and stacked up into a thick layer of snow. When Mo Fan thought the spell had come to an end, the 1,000 blades that seemed to be scattered across the place suddenly gathered in the hand of the shadowy figure from before. 1,000 wind blades. Slaughtering wind slash. The shadow's aura grew tremendously. His hands were holding a sword made out of the wind blades that had slaughtered thousands of skeletons just a moment ago. The slashing sword swept forward, emitting a crazy light together with a fierce airflow. The ocean of skeletons ahead was suddenly split in half by a line. Both the skeletons and their skeleton generals were broken into pieces, scattering across the ground. The power of the slaughtering wind slash left the younger magicians with wide eyes and gaping mouths. The spell had completely cleared a few hundred meters of the path ahead. Chapter 652. Clearing a path with brute force. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Well done, Elder Ling Shi," yelled Han Ji in excitement. It had been a while since Han Ji had participated in a thrilling battle against demon creatures, basically ever since he was promoted to the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association. The endless demon creatures in their surroundings and the fearless comrades at his side reminded him of the battles he had once fought against the sea creatures at the shorelines of the nation. For the ancient capital. The shadowy figure turned out to be a glamorous woman. Her waist was tied with a blue silk cloth. Both her drifting hair and the silk illustrated her determination to kill. She must have been quite a talented beauty back in the days. The woman was the elder of the Hunter Union, Ling Shi. Her status was higher than a senior hunter. Even though she was on the list of authorities that were initially going to be executed, it did not stop her from having the resolve to clear a path for the sake of the ancient city. That spell was the real ultimate of the wind element. Zhong Xiaoho's primary element was wind, too. It was his first time experiencing the strength of a super wind spell. The deadly formation consisted of 1,000 wind blades, and the slaughtering wind slash had almost slashed the ground in half. Zhong Xiaohu always thought wind was more about utilizing its agility to harass his enemies, but after witnessing the attack, he could not help but have a new understanding of the wind element. A real wind magician would leave nothing alive within several hundred meters. The wind blades would simply cut apart every single enemy within their range. Zhong Xiaohu was utterly impressed by that strength. His eyes were filled with the anticipation of achieving the super level. Protection on both sides, full speed ahead. Han Ji's voice came into everyone's ears. Squads of magicians with different magical glows appeared on both sides of the Imperial magicians. Perhaps they were not strong enough to kill hundreds or thousands of undead with a single spell, but when their star orbits and star patterns combined together, the storm of spells they cast could still match the strength of a super spell as they blasted the lines of undead coming from both sides. The place ahead was covered in bones. The Imperial magicians continued to press forward. Elder Ling Shi had cleared a long path ahead, allowing the Imperial magicians to advance smoothly. The water curtains were not a static defense, either. They followed the formation as the magicians moved forward. The blue barriers flowed like waterfalls around Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Fang Jiyu, and Su Xiaoluo as they advanced, shoving the undead that managed to break through the defense away. Zombies, a large pack of zombies is coming, some commander's voice echoed in the sky above the army of magicians. Mo Fan and the others had already traveled a kilometer. The land between the inner walls and them was covered in corpses. The spectacular scene was utterly breathtaking. Obviously, clearing the path was not enough. They had just finished slaughtering the skeletons, but a large group of zombies was already heading toward them. They were initially attracted to the small gate where the volunteers were. Either the volunteers were all dead, or the undead commanders with higher intelligence had realized that their group was actually the main force, and had sent the zombies after them. The army of undead was mostly made up of zombies, so the incoming army looked like a black ocean. Whenever they attacked, they would surround their target and isolate it like an island. The path leading back to the city was already blocked off. The mountain zombie is sending the zombies over here. They are coming, prepare for battle. The commander was a psychic magician, using psychic voice to make sure that everyone could hear him. Glancing into the distance, even though the black tide of zombies was still a few hundred meters away, it felt like they were about to overrun them. The light magicians had barely cleansed the presence of death surrounding them, but a new wave was already spreading in their direction with the zombies. Poison, it's a poison storm! A poisonous storm was sweeping toward the humans before the army of zombies even arrived. The poisonous mist turned into a storm, which rapidly consumed the groups of magicians. The inner city was shaking from the movement of the zombies. The people behind the golden barrier watched the army of magicians being devoured by the poisonous storm. Black everywhere, even the magical glow surrounding the magicians had disappeared, let alone their tiny figures. It looked like an enormous poisonous beast had just swallowed the whole army of magicians into its stomach. The people felt a chill go down their spines as the place fell into dead silence. Were they wiped out, just like that? I can't see anything, apart from zombies. So it still comes down to this, leaving the barrier is only going to get us killed. The magicians left behind to guard the city, and the civilians waiting with hope, suddenly fell silent. They could not make any noise despite the strong urge to burst into tears. The small gate was covered in bodies and fresh blood, and the battle to the north had disappeared inside the poisonous storm. The whole city was dumbfounded. There's light, look, there's light, a battle mage standing on the wall suddenly yelled. There's light indeed, the storm is weakening, oh. It's disappearing, the poisonous storm is disappearing, yelled another battle mage. More people on the wall soon saw the sacred golden light bursting out from the storm. It was like 10,000 golden rays piercing through the body of an enormous poisonous beast. The poisonous storm slowly dissipated, split apart by the light. Golden rays shone upon the magicians. Dense star orbits, star patterns and star constellations had constructed the most spectacular magic formation on the battlefield, its brilliance lighting up the whole place with a formidable aura. They are fine. The light magicians managed to cleanse the poisonous storm. They are preparing for a counter-attack. The first voice erupted from the walls, before it spread further into the inner city and across every street and refugee shelter. The majority of the people were not at the walls, and thus they were unable to see the situation of the battle between the humans and the undead. However, as they listened to the roars of the people on the walls, they could feel their hearts hanging in their throats. The traditional method of spreading the information across the city using shouts made their hearts beat rapidly. Kill them all. The ocean of undead was no match for the protectors of mankind. Even though the number of undead was 10, even 100 times higher than that of the magicians, it would never extinguish the raging flames inside the magicians' hearts after their city was invaded. Hail magicians! Hail magicians! Hail magicians! Hail magicians! The magicians had become the people's hope. When the undead was massacring them and trampling their homes, only the magicians were able to butcher these demons. When the people trapped in the inner city saw the overwhelming number of corpses on the ground and the army of magicians moving into the distance, they completely vented their anger toward the humiliation from the disaster. No one was willing to be trampled on or surrender to the undead. Even when they were at a disadvantage, even after losing half their city, the magicians would surely avenge them. The people were deeply moved by the unyielding magicians and the path they had cleared, and burst into an uproar hot-bloodedly. Who cared if the path could not lead them to dawn? Chapter 653. Tremble, the Mountain Zombie. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The zombies are too many, it will be difficult to break through them, Councilman Zhumeng's voice came from above. Mo Fan looked up and saw Zhumeng and his mighty pair of stunning fiery wings flying above. In addition to that, he was also wearing the same lightning armor he had worn during the battle in Hangzhou. The purple lightning flickering on the metallic surface turned him into a sky knight of lightning and fire. As the Imperial magicians were advancing on foot, a flying phantom would fall from the sky to the ground almost every second, and that was in fact Zhu Meng's doing. He did not summon his spear equipment this time. Otherwise, the lightning spear would further enhance his image as a lightning fire flying knight. "Don't worry, I got it." "Green Eye, let's go," said a familiar voice, who turned out to be Senior Hunter Du Xiao. There was a huge roar. The people on the trembling ground quickly stepped to the side. Mo Fan turned to his side and saw a gigantic blue beast moving past him. The runes on its skin were astonishing. Its muscles were as huge as boulders, its entire body was displaying an overwhelming sense of explosiveness. Looking up again, Mo Fan saw a man standing on the head of the beast. His hair was drifting in the wind, and his black eyes flickered coldly. The overwhelming number of zombies was nowhere enough to destroy the man's determination. The beast lunged forward, smashing the smaller zombies, and rammed into a corpse general with its giant horns. The corpse general that was as strong as an ox was punctured by the horns, before it was sent flying into the distance with blood splattering in the air. Behind Du Xiao and his beast Green Eye, a bunch of summoned beasts appeared out of nowhere. Those around 4 meters tall were blood-ruined savage wolves, a white armor battle beetle, a rock seal devil, and a scorpion-tailed scaled beast. As for those over 5 meters, or even 10 meters tall, they were the Banyan Demon General, Tyrant Snow Spirit, Rampage Blood Bird. Du Xiao's Green Eye was the commander of the summoned beasts on the ground. The beasts charged forward and could instantly kill most of the zombies with a single bite or claw swipe. In comparison, the Green Eye was a lot fiercer. The impact produced from a single stomp would turn over 100 zombies into minced meat. A single swipe of its claw would knock the zombies into the fresh cracks in the ground. The zombies were poisonous and had no fear of dying. The magicians would have a hard time utilizing their magic after they were surrounded. Even when they were firing their spells continuously to blast the zombies, those that managed to escape from the net would still drag their remaining body parts toward the magicians. The summoned beasts were the perfect solution to tear the zombie walls apart. The clumsy zombies were no match for the fierce summoned beasts when it came to close combat. The thick zombie walls were soon torn open by the summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the firepower of the Rampage Blood Bird in the air was on par with Du Xiao's Green Eye. Mo Fan could not see who was riding the bird as it kept flying right above the army, but every attack it executed would kill over 100 zombies too. The Rampage Blood Bird was not the kind that attacked from range. It was a savage predator. During its flight, it would suddenly glow crimson and glide right above the zombies. Flickers of light followed, and blood-colored slashes would appear randomly across the place, each over 10 meters long. The sound of the zombies being shredded was audible, and once it came to an end, the limbs, heads, and bodies were suddenly scattered across the area. "Our path behind is cut off," said the commander with the psychic element. Some of the magicians immediately turned around and saw the zombies stacking up across the battlefield now covered in white bones. There were 1.5 kilometers from the inner city, but half a kilometer was now covered in zombies. The number of zombies was indeed hard to deal with. "Then we'll just charge forward." "Forward, we'll follow Senior Hunter Du Xiao." The resolution to break the cauldrons and sink the boats turned the army into a real battle axe, breaking through the walls of zombies with brute force. The gaps in the walls of zombies were filled with the magicians holding tightly together to one another. The summoned beasts were in the front, followed by the Imperial magicians. The battle mages were on the side, while the others were protecting the rear. Finally, Du Xiao's green eye was the first to regroup with the super magicians who were appointed as the vanguards. The 4 super magicians were bold and powerful. They had managed to clear the path of thistles and thorns for the troop behind them. "Where's Wang Kai?" Du Xiao saw the super magicians, but there were only 3 of them. He went ahead to lure a few corpse officials away, but it's likely that he was surrounded by the undead. "He should be in that direction, but his situation is grim," said Commander Yao Ting. "Should we lend him a hand?" "We're running out of time. Forward," said Han Ji. But Du Xiao was slightly hesitant. It was too irrational to give up on a super magician even from the standpoint of their army. "It's coming," said Han Ji sternly. Du Xiao was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and immediately saw a black mountain in the middle of the undead's army. The zombies were weaving through between its ankles. Du Xiao was lost in thought after witnessing the shocking scene. No wonder Han Ji said that they were running out of time. The mountain zombie was making its way toward them. The real dominator among the undead, even the super magicians would shiver after taking a single glance at the creature. So that's the creature from the same era as the black totem snake. Mo Fan looked up, yet he could only see the mountain zombie's legs, like pillars poking into the sky. The creature could easily destroy a whole street with a single stomp. It could even punch a skyscraper to the ground. When the creature caught up, the formation of their army would simply be destroyed, leading to lots of casualties among the magicians. They would have to utilize the efficiency of the formation to advance a few hundred meters more while they could still use it. They were only 2 kilometers away from the dark abyss. With a mighty stomp, a deep footprint was left on the ground. The zombies that did not escape in time were slammed to the ground. The mountain zombies' movements looked slow, but it was actually catching up to the magicians. Another stomp occurred. The impact from it spread to where the magicians were, as the ground began to crack open. My God, is that really something humans stand a chance against? The mountain zombie, it's coming. We're smaller than cockroaches in its eyes. They had yet to encounter the super creatures that could easily crush their determination. The magicians began to lose their minds when they saw the mountain zombie. The pressure it was inflicting on them had simply turned their faith and hope to nothing. Chapter 654. Space Compass, Axis of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Stop it," yelled Han Ji. If the mountain zombie caught up to the magicians, the consequences would be unbearable. Han Ji was mainly responsible for the safety of Mo Fan and his crew. He would not allow the Black Vatican do any harm to them in the midst of chaos. He believed that the Black Vatican would risk their lives to kill the people that were able to enter the Dark Abyss after learning their plan. Han Ji was unable to lend a hand. He had to protect the 4 descendants of the ancient king. It would be the end if they died. Luckily, they had quite a few super magicians in the ancient capital. The number of advanced magicians was also enough to form a large squadron. They had brought more than half of the magicians in the upper class with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clear a path through the army of undead. Zhu Meng, Ling Shi, Shisheng, Yao Ting, Lu Shu, Li Jiao, Li Yujin, take 2 squads of Imperial magicians and 1 squad of Hunter Masters with you and stop the mountain zombie at all costs. We can't let it reach the path we are heading to. Fight it to death. As the highest commander, Han Ji immediately made a decision. He had decided to send out 7 super magicians, 2 squads of Imperial magicians and a squad of Hunter Masters, each consisting of around 30 people, and 20 other advanced magicians. It was basically a troop of over 100 magicians. A troop of over 100 magicians who were all advanced level or above. It was definitely a strong force in any battle, yet it was formed just to stop a single creature. Soon, many of the figures on the ground and in the sky split from the formation and headed for the mountain zombie. The colors of elemental magic were the most common among the magicians. Every advanced magician had 3 elements, thus it went without saying that multiple magicians would possess the same elements. However, different magicians had different levels of control over the elements. Even the most common element, fire, was represented in different colors, let alone the damage output of their spells. The Skyflame Funeral was the most splendid among the spells. The rain of fire falling from the sky would instantly set a large number of zombies aflame, clearing the obstacles around the mountain zombie. Even though the troop was mainly made up of advanced magicians, it did not mean they would only cast advanced spells. The process of constructing star constellations was fairly complicated. Intermediate spells were still commonly used by the magicians. The sky was full of bursts of flames flying across like meteorites. Meanwhile, one fiery fist after another exploded on the ground, clearing the darkness and blasting the limbs and bodies of the undead away. The mountain zombie was domineering, too. It did not bring a single corpse official along with it, even though all the corpse officials were under its command. It had come alone, not paying any attention to the destructive advanced spells that were randomly blasting its mountain-sized body. The spells looked like tiny fireworks trying to scratch it, providing it some relief from an itch it had. The advanced spells were already quite powerful, but the mountain zombie's body was too sturdy. The scratches and marks left on its body were no more than nail scratches. Icebound coffin. As some advanced magician finished channeling the spell, an ice coffin slowly descended from the sky, with frost and ice crystals dancing in the surroundings. The combination of the powerful ice spell and a soul-grade ice seed could easily freeze a commander-level creature inside the coffin. However, the mountain zombie glanced at the spell coldly and raised its hand all of a sudden. It simply grabbed the enormous icebound coffin and crushed it to pieces. The enormous icebound coffin was nothing but a little ice cone in its eyes. It completely broke into pieces and fell away between the gaps of the mountain zombie's fingers. After letting the magicians attack it at will, the mountain zombie suddenly held its arms together and waved them at the space ahead. The space began to crack like a spider web before breaking into pieces. A black gap spread rapidly. The ice magician with the soul-grade ice seed had obviously become the mountain zombie's main target. As the cracks spread across his figure, the talented ice magician was immediately shattered into pieces. The cracks spread further away. The wind magicians in the air immediately fled for their lives. They had no idea how to resist the space cracks. They would simply be torn apart once they were caught in them. The mountain zombie had stunned the magicians with a single attack, killing and tearing apart the elites among them with ease. Don't panic, the space will produce ripples before the cracks appear. Use the ripples to dodge the cracks. Don't lose your ground, yelled Commander Yao Ting. As a super magician with the space element, his understanding of the principles related to the space element was better than most people's. The people who were appointed to deal with the mountain zombie were knowledgeable elites, too. They immediately calmed down and watched for the ripples when they heard Yao Ting's reminder. As Yao Ting mentioned, the unpredictable space cracks did produce ripples before they appeared. It was difficult to resist them with defensive spells, but as long as they were able to tell where the cracks would appear, they could still dodge the attack with movement spells, preventing them from being torn into pieces. "Hey you have lived long enough," shouted Commander Yao Ting coldly. The brilliance of his stars immediately appeared, surrounding him as the star patterns were joined together. The star constellations were constructed in just a few thoughts. A moment later, a star palace with mysterious energy was built. Its brilliance was quite different. It was a dark silver, with a vague, uncatchable light of the sky, gorgeous like a galaxy. The star palace only appeared for a brief moment. Suddenly, Commander Yao Ting's figure began to twist, and he disappeared in the following second. A man in blue coat appeared without a sign between the eyes of the mountain zombie. The man flung his coat open and stared into the mountain zombie's eyes. The mountain zombie did not understand why the human dared to appear right before it. Its terrifying eye suddenly emitted a black glitter before they fired 2 rays of light at the man in the blue coat. The man's figure twisted again. He instantly vanished into thin air before the rays of light could reach him. He was so quick that his afterimage was left behind like a ghost. The mountain zombie was enraged. Its senses were utterly terrifying, too. It immediately raised its palm and swung it toward its shoulder. The man in blue coat was already floating behind the creature. It all happened within an instant. He was so quick that there were now two Commander Yao Tings. Commander Yao Ting was as impressive as the mountain zombie. He did not stay more than a second behind the creature. His figure turned illusionary once again. The mountain zombie's swipe split the clouds in half, yet it did not even touch Yao Ting's clothes. He appeared once again. Yao Ting continued to appear and disappear in different locations by either floating, appearing in a flicker, or showing up in a vague form. However, it all occurred within a few seconds. Finally, Yao Ting appeared in the air right in front of the mountain zombie. He spread his arms, his pupils reflecting the dull sky as his hands were lifting some invisible force into the sky. Space Compass, Axis of Death. Chapter 655. To the Dark Abyss. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Commander Yao Ting looked up and stared at the mountain zombie. When he uttered the words, a silver light suddenly erupted at the locations he had appeared at before. The silver light merged into a silver compass hanging in the air, extending from the mountain zombie's forehead to its chest. Commander Yao Ting performed one last teleportation, but this time, the people clearly saw a black trail running through the center of the compass. The black axis was parallel to the ground. Before Commander Yao Ting's afterimage in front of the axis thoroughly disappeared, the real Yao Ting had already moved through the compass and the mountain zombie. A shocking death axis appeared on the end, and on the mountain zombie's back, too. The sound of a string snapping echoed in the air. The death axis had frozen the mountain zombie completely for a few seconds, before blood jetted out from both sides of its neck. It turned from a little string to a bursting spring. The blood poured down like a stream from the sky, dyeing the whole red. The mountain zombie uttered a raging roar, yet the death axis had punctured the section between its throat and its chest. The roar simply increased the amount of blood spraying through the air, a spectacular sight. The mountain zombie had been perfectly unharmed even after it was struck by countless advanced spells. As a result, the dispirited magicians immediately regained their morale when they saw Commander Yao Ting's attack finally inflicting damage on the enormous creature. The mountain zombie was not invincible. The experts among the humans still had a chance to kill it. As expected of the space element super spell. The rest of the super magicians began to draw star palaces when they saw Yao Ting taking the limelight. Only super spells were able to inflict real damage on the mountain zombie. However, if they were able to break down its steel-hard skin, or leave a clear wound on the mountain zombie's body, they could also focus their advanced spells on the vulnerable spot to inflict damage to the creature effectively. However, the attempts to break through its sturdy defense or leave a wound could only be done by super magicians. The space compass, Axis of Death, had sealed the mountain zombie in place for a few seconds, giving the super magicians a chance to construct their star palaces. One after another, star palaces were constructed. Their brilliance alone almost cleared the dull clouds in the sky. "I'll go first." Zhu Meng's deep voice sounded. His lightning armor was surrounded by mysterious lightning talismans and dancing runes. The lightning talismans appeared on Zhu Meng's palm in an orderly fashion, before transforming into a long spear. The talismans and runes he had summoned accumulated at the tip of the spear. Lightning Punishment Formation, Prohibition of the 9 Disciplines. Zhu Meng tightened his grip on the lightning spear. Countless ashen-grey lightning chains burst out from both sides in an exaggerated manner, scattering across the air. From afar, it looked like a man surrounded by lightning was grabbing a bunch of lightning bolts in his hand for a weapon. Zhu Meng launched the lightning spear into the air. The people could barely see its flight path. It suddenly stopped as it reached its highest point and split into 9 spears, while growing in the process. The 9 lightning spears hung in the air surrounding the mountain zombie, forming a formation with wild lightning flickering within it. The lightning formation was magnificent, comparable to the tip of a mountain. The mountain zombie was about to step forward and stomp furiously on the humans that were causing it to bleed. However, it simply had no chance to move, as the lightning runes around the spears suddenly emitted a blinding glow, summoning countless lightning strikes to land on it. Only the super lightning spell was able to entrap such a huge creature. Once the formation successfully restrained the creature, the other super magicians would follow up and inflict serious damage to it. The people felt like the mountain zombie was right in front of them, even though it was still around 2 kilometers away. Even the energy ripples from the super spells were shocking the magicians. The magicians watched the 7 super magicians executing their ultimates and attacking the mountain zombie from different directions. Ignoring the ground that was trembling from the impacts, Mo Fan was so caught up in the fight that he completely forgot the danger surrounding him. "Now is our chance, to the dark abyss," ordered Han Ji. The Imperial magicians constructed the wind tracks once again. There were so many of them that it simply built a wind raft carrying them forward rapidly. The enormous green beast was as eye-grabbing as usual ahead of them. However, Du Xiao was no longer standing on top of the beast. There was no sign of him, yet they could see a bunch of zombies falling to the ground. The mountain zombie was the biggest threat to the army, yet the 7 super magicians and the troop of advanced magicians had managed to hold it off for now. Their main goal was not to kill the mountain zombie, nor was it to fight the countless undead. They were already getting closer to the dark abyss. President, a huge number of corps generals and corps officials have appeared around 600 meters ahead. "We won't make it through." Imperial magician Su Feng came with the information in the midst of chaos. Standing beside Su Feng was Yao Nan in his usual coat. There were simply too many people participating in the operation. Mo Fan had only seen Yao Nan just now. Both of them were well-known figures among the advanced magicians. They were clearing the path ahead together with Du Xiao and 3 other super magicians. "We're almost at the dark abyss, we can't stop here," said Han Ji. "But we are having trouble." Su Feng was just about to describe how tough the situation was when he saw Han Ji's gaze sharpening. Su Feng immediately fell silent as he understood his superior's intention. In fact, he somehow was looking forward to it. "Continue forward," said Han Ji to the Imperial magicians around him. Han Ji had been controlling the formation of the Imperial magicians. When these advanced magicians whom he had fostered with utmost care were in the square formation, their combined strength even surpassed that of a super magician. As the core of the army, the formation was not only responsible for protecting the people within it, it was also required to provide assistance to their comrades in the surroundings with spells. Han Ji knew the Imperial magicians were approaching their limit. He was already constructing his star constellation while commanding the wind raft. It was a green star constellation. Mo Fan did not even detect the presence of magic until Han Ji finished channeling the advanced spell in the following second. The glow was not as stunning as the brilliance of the super spells, yet Han Ji had simply flicked the glow between his fingers forward in an indifferent manner. Mo Fan saw the seed summoned from the star constellation floating off into the distance before landing among the army of undead ahead. Around 2 seconds later, Mo Fan stared at the enormous black flower that had appeared on the battlefield all of a sudden. The flower was as huge as a small hill, its petals forming a bloody mouth. The flower was beautiful as it blossomed, but when the petals unfolded, it immediately turned into a monster tearing at the zombies. Chapter 656. Vortex of Chill Wind. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flower had eaten at least 300 undead. It had completely trapped the undead between its petals, which wriggled continuously as it digested them. The position of the giant flower was exactly the place that was crawling with zombies that Su Feng had just mentioned. It was likely that there were quite a number of warrior-level undead among the 300 that were eaten. One after another, star constellations were drawn. Han Ji did not use super spells, his speed at constructing star constellations was simply too quick. The eerily glowing green seeds continued to appear between his fingers, which he flicked at the wall of zombies ahead. Not long afterwards, another giant flower blossomed among the stacks of zombies. Every time a flower sprouted, it would eat at least a few hundred zombies straight away. Some even ate over 300 zombies with a single bite. The flowers kept the zombies inside the petals regardless of their numbers. Forward! Another giant flower blossomed as Han Ji flicked his finger. Mo Fan and the others were already in an area filled with the giant flowers. He only realized how big the flowers were when he stood close to them. Their size was comparable to the flesh-mound corpse officials. It was likely that the flower could even eat an entire flesh-mound corpse official. Once the flowers ate something, they would remain tightly closed. The flower would simply wilt away before the petals opened up again. Meanwhile, everything that they had eaten would be turned into a pile of lifeless corpses, dead just like the wilted flower. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing the advanced spell of the plant element. Even the thickest wall of zombies stood no chance when Han Ji could simply produce the flowers just by flicking his fingers. His fire rate was the same as Mo Fan tossing his basic spells around. The ocean of zombies was clearly becoming less dense than it was before. When the path was cleared, the Imperial magicians in the square formation immediately pushed forward. A chill wind as terrifying as the sharp claws of some devils swept at the magicians. The wind grew icier as they advanced forward. It felt like their souls were going to be shredded into pieces by the ghastly wind. The howls of the wind sounded like devilish cries. They could tell that they were very close to the dark abyss. Even the undead were too scared to come any closer to the area. There were actually fewer undead after they broke through the wall of zombies. The wind raft drifted forward. They could finally see the horrifying dark abyss, a great chasm that suddenly sank along the ground. It was the source of the ghostly wind that was icy enough to shred human souls. "We can't go any further. The vortex is going to drag us all into it," reported Swafong. The closer they were to the dark abyss, the stronger the wind pulled them on. Their current distance was the limit of the advanced magicians. If they were to go any further, they would need a greater force to overcome the pulling force of the vortex. Han Ji glanced at the Imperial magicians around him and discovered that the wind raft had already deviated from its course. It was clear that they could no longer maintain the formation. "You all should retreat first, I'll escort them for a little longer," said Han Ji to Swafong. Swafong nodded and immediately gave the command, asking the scattered advanced magicians to withdraw from the place. As soon as the order was given, more than half of the people left the troop. Only a few super magicians and the Imperial magicians maintaining the square formation were left. As they proceeded another 400 meters forward, the strength of the wind totally surpassed their expectations. Not only was the wind whipping their souls, it was also pulling them in with a strong might. No wonder there was no sign of undead around. Most of them were already dragged into the dark abyss by the vortex. "This is the furthest I can escort you, Ishit. I can't pull back. I'll lend you a hand." Du Stao's green eye was also having trouble moving as it wished. It quickly grabbed the super magician who was being dragged toward the dark abyss. Du Xiao was in a pinch too. He immediately backed off after securing the man. "You all should leave too," Han Ji said to the rest of the super magicians. "President, how about you?" "I'll stay a little longer." Han Ji had already put on his armor. The dark, golden scales were fully wrapped around his figure. He looked remarkably mighty now, instead of his previous hoary appearance. Han Ji looked at the group of four, who were perfectly fine, and smiled in relief. "The wind isn't doing anything to you. It seems like the entrance to hell does welcome the descendants of the ancient king. I hope that you'll be safe after jumping into the abyss." Zhong Xiaohu, Fang Jiyu, and Su Xiaoluo exchanged glances with one another. The wind that even super magicians had trouble dealing with had no effect on them at all. Fang Jiyu and Su Xiaoluo were fine because they had come from the villages. Zhong Xiaohu had once stood on the edge of the dark abyss. If the wind did not pull him into the dark abyss before, he was surely going to be fine this time, too. Meanwhile, Mo Fan could actually feel the threat the wind was posing to him. The others simply felt like a breeze was sweeping at them, but Mo Fan could actually sense the devilish wind swiping its claws at him. If he was attacked by the wind when the others were perfectly fine, it was obvious that he was not a descendant of the village, nor was he a pureblood from Bo City. When Mo Fan was deciding to withdraw from the place, he suddenly felt a layer of vague light coming out from the little loach pendant and wrapping around him. It appeared that he was the only one that could see the light. It looked like a shrunken nether river flowing around him in the same way as the basic spell water barrier. The energy nullified the force of the chill wind, guaranteeing his safety. Either way, It was all thanks to Little Loach, who had managed to use the nether river that had been refined from the underground holy spring to protect him, the unauthentic descendant. Otherwise, the wind would have torn him to pieces by now. This is the farthest I can go. Han Ji was the only left in the area. He was only willing to leave after making sure that Salon would no longer be able to do any harm to them. The fate of this half-ruined city is in your hands. Han Ji did not say anything else. They all knew the situation that the city was in. No further words were needed to clarify. The group nodded heavily. Han Ji looked at Mo Fan for the last time and said with utmost sincerity, "Mo Fan, I've heard lots of stories about you. I'm only hoping that you can bring us more miracles. That's all I'm asking for." "Well, how should I put it? It all depends on fate," replied Mo Fan in a helpless yet unconventional manner. Chapter 657. Jumping into the Dark Abyss. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's answer left Han Ji speechless. Shouldn't he be swearing a vow to bring back the good news? However, Han Ji simply let it go after a second thought. No one knew exactly what kind of danger would be awaiting them inside the Dark Abyss. They were even uncertain if a super magician like Lu Huan was still alive inside. It was impossible to tell if they would manage to even find the ancient king. Han Ji turned around and left. His magnificent dark golden armor could not conceal how hoary and worn out he was from worrying about the city's safety. Mo Fan could not tell if his response had hurt him. Anyway, the Dark Abyss was just in front of him. The path ahead was full of unknowns. From the outside, it was simply a path leading to death. Besides, he was a fake descendant of the ancient king. He would have been torn into pieces if it weren't for the underground holy spring. "Let's go, we don't have much time," said Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan nodded. He was about to respond when he caught a glimpse of a skinny figure in the wind. The figure seemed to be trapped inside the chill wind, swaying like a stalk of grass that was going to be snapped in half in any second. Mo Fan took a closer look and was dumbfounded. "It's Liu Yu." It seems like she could no longer hold on against the wind. "That idiot," cursed Mo Fan. His voice was still drifting in the wind when he already headed toward the girl's direction in the form of a rapid shadow. Luckily, Liu Yu was not too far away. Otherwise, the wind would have dragged her into the Dark Abyss. There was simply no way Mo Fan could save her from the Vortex once she was dragged away, regardless of how capable he was. Mo Fan grabbed Liu Yu. He clearly sensed a strong force pulling Liu Yu toward the Dark Abyss. Mo Fan was sliding across the ground with her because of the force. Fang Jiyu, Su Xiaoluo, Zhong Xiaohu immediately went forward and lent a hand. The four of them grabbed Liu Yu simultaneously, yet they too were being dragged toward the Dark Abyss. "Little Loach, some light please." Mo Fan simply hugged Liu Yu tighter just so the energy from the underground holy spring could encapsulate her figure too. Fortunately, Liu Yu was fairly skinny. The glow emitted by Little Loach was meant to only protect a single person. It barely surrounded Liu Yu and placed her under its protection too. The absorbing force finally disappeared. The group of four let out a relieved sigh. "Miss, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Mo Fan glared at the woman. I was just going to see you off. I didn't expect to get dragged away by the wind." Liu Yu blushed. Apart from the reason that she was telling a lie, it was also because Mo Fan was hugging her too tightly. She could barely breathe. "It's lucky that I'm not a descendant of the ancient king either. I'm also relying on the underground holy spring. Otherwise, the wind would have torn you apart." "President, will you be crap, where did he go?" Mo Fan was about to ask Han Ji to bring Liu Yu back when he realized that the man was already gone. It's impossible to send her back now. "Let's go down together. If your underground holy spring can protect her from the wind, I believe she won't have any problem jumping into the Dark Abyss," said Fang Jiyu. Let's go," said Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan was left with no choice, although he was quite touched by Liu Yu's intention. However, their first priority now was to survive this messy situation before he had time to think about other stuff. As they ventured deeper, the chill wind was now an enormous tornado, shrouding the place in chaos. There was no sign of undead nearby, as if they had entered a different world. The dark abyss would shift again before dawn, thus they had less than a night's time to resolve the danger. They did not dare to waste any more time. They initially thought they would not blink twice, as they were carrying a great burden on their shoulders. However, when they actually arrived at the edge of the dark abyss and glanced down into it, it felt like their hearts were about to jump out from their bodies. They were feeling extremely unpleasant, as if their organs were twisted together, their whole bodies twitching. Anyone with trypophobia would most likely faint when they saw the scene in the abyss. It was absolutely perfect to describe it as the furnace of hell. The ghastliest demons, devils, and monsters were stacked in piles, just like a landfill. Millions of cries, groans and shrieks mixed together. The sound penetrated their souls, their bodies were crawling with pain. Su Xiaoluo and Fang Jiyu were from the villages, but even they had extremely pale faces despite being used to seeing undead every day. If the imperial tomb of their ancestors was actually located under the dark abyss, what kind of sins did he commit to be able to produce such a ghastly abyss? Fang Jiyu, you're the eldest here, you go, said Mo Fan. I'm going to be honest. I would rather snap my neck in half than jump in there. I'm pretty sure the souls of anyone who dies here will be trapped here forever. The hatred accumulated here over thousands of years is torturing souls who have already died a horrible death. I wonder how scary and twisted the demons are down there, said Fang Jiyu. Jumping down with your eyes closed simply would not work. Their souls were under a strong urge to escape their flesh and flee for their lives. I'll go, Zhong Xiaohu volunteered when he saw both Fang Jiyu and Mo Fan being hesitant. After all, it was not his first time witnessing the scene in the dark abyss. Zhong Xiaohu felt a lot better when he stood on the edge of the furnace of hell for the second time. That being said, it was only better compared to how he felt last time. The truth was, Zhong Xiaohu could feel the monsters and zombies below him scratching his scalp. If there were a few 100,000 fewer civilians in the city, Zhong Xiaohu would even consider calling it a day and go home. He even wished that he was the civilians that were used as bait. The way they died was like enjoying a vacation in a hot spring compared to this. How about we jump together? All right. Mo Fan was still hugging Liu Yu rightly. Even after taking a deep breath and jumping from the edge, he did not dare loosen his grip. Liu Yu was not a descendant of the ancient king, either. She had to rely on the protection of the faint light of the underground holy spring. As Zhong Xiaohu, Fang Jiyu, and Su Xiaoluo dove into the dark abyss, he had no choice but to jump down, carrying Liu Yu in his arms. Mo Fan did not have time to have any lewd thoughts. It did not matter how closely he was hugging her. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was so scared that she had pretty much fainted. Countless demons were flying around in the dark abyss. They were the source of the wind surrounding the place. Each demon was unleashing a gust of wind as strong as a storm, so when the winds unleashed by over 10,000 demons combined together, one could easily imagine the fate awaiting any living creature that was caught in it. Mo Fan could no longer see anything around him. Even his thoughts had come to a pause. The chill wind was unable to tear little Lotus-like barrier apart, yet the hatred it contained simply penetrated everything, bursting into his thoughts and memories. Chapter 658. White Palace Tomb. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's mind was inundated with hatred. It felt like thousands of ghosts were whispering, crying and murmuring into his ears gently, asking if he was interested in listening to their stories. When you heard it the first time, you might feel pitiful toward the girl who had fallen into the dark abyss. The second time, you might feel she did not deserve to bear the pain, but after hearing it for the third, fourth and fifth times, she never stopped talking. She would even forcibly insert the sorrowful memory into your mind, just so you could experience the pain and torture, too. However, if you showed any hint of impatience, the ghost would instantly turn into a roaring black figure, completely destroying its previous appearance of a pitiful woman. Feel my pain. Come and feel my pain. I've spent a long time here. I have many things to say. Are you willing to hear them? Oh, no, you're not willing. You're not willing. How dare you? Do you have any idea how torturing it is? Mo Fan felt like he had entered a messy dream as he was falling into the dark abyss. He continuously experienced the past of these ghosts, each so torturing that he simply had the urge to bite his tongue and end his life. It was a very lengthy process. More than 10,000 ghosts were surrounding him. Each was expressing their pain to him, and even placing him into their nightmares. Endless repetitions of being hung and dying, drowning, beaten to death, or buried alive in their coffins. Mo Fan felt like he was no longer himself. His past was being overwritten by the ghosts. His memories were being devoured by them, as if he was involved in an endless repetition of some scenes from various horror movies. Even though there were different kinds of experience, he somehow felt each of them to be quite familiar. The light had protected him from the chill wind, yet his mind was on the verge of crumbling. The faint glow emitted by the focus necklace was completely useless. The hatred from the ghosts was strong enough to overwhelm everything. The dark abyss was not deep, but its hatred was. It simply felt like a bottomless hole of pain. After endless times of going through the process, going through thousands of years, Mo Fan had no idea how much of his own experience and memory over the past 20 years were left. The moment his eyes sprang open, he doubted it was real. Gradually, the things that belonged to him slowly came back. However, he simply sat there for a very long time, as he was extremely worn out from the situation before. A dream. A lengthy dream. To his relief, the things that did not belong to his memory slowly dissipated. Mo Fan asked a gentle voice beside him. Mo Fan slowly recovered. He glanced at Liu Yu, whose clothes were in disarray. Her attractive face was worried, like a weeping beauty, except there were no tears. Liu Yu, you look fine. Mo Fan was confused when he saw the clear look in Liu Yu's eyes. You were hugging me all along. It has only been seconds since we landed, but you acted strangely just now. You didn't even react when I called you a few times, said Liu Yu. A few seconds. Mo Fan smiled wryly. The others were feeling dizzy too, but we actually made it to the bottom safely. I thought we were going to be torn into pieces by those creatures and devoured by the zombies. It turns out that there's a pit at the bottom of the abyss. The zombies did not attack us, so we ended up rolling into the pit and wound up here, Liu Yu told him in relief. Mo Fan finally started checking his surroundings. He could now tell that the dark abyss actually consisted of different layers. The first layer was the dark abyss full of phantoms and mountains of zombies. Most of the time, any living creatures that fell into it would be torn into pieces and turned into one of them. It was a terrifying abyss that even the Nether Bone Ruler and Lu Huan had no chance of surviving. Meanwhile, below the dark abyss, there was another space. This place was fairly spacious, to the extent that it felt like they had arrived in another world. Mo Fan was quite confused as he studied his surroundings, but after he calmed down, the place somehow resembled the summoned beast plane, which he entered in the past after casting dimensional summoning. That being said, the space he was in was not as vast as the summoned beast plane. The grey land under his feet looked like a flat hilltop. Glancing into the distance, he saw the whole place was surrounded by a dim sky. There's a white imperial palace there, it must be the imperial tomb we're looking for, said Liu Yu as she pointed at something not far away. Mo Fan immediately looked in that direction. The white palace was rather eye-catching. It was completely made of white jade stones. Its surface was so smooth that they could see the reflection of the sky on it. Although the white of the palace should make it feel noble and sacred, it looked more like the white decorating a place for the deceased, resulting in an eerie atmosphere. The smooth structure was covered in the strong smell of death. Where am I? Asked Zhong Xiaohu. Mo Fan's attention was so attracted by the White Palace tomb that he did not even notice Zhong Xiaohu recovering from the same nightmare he'd had. Mo Fan could easily tell that Zhong Xiaohu had also gone through the same painful experience when he saw the empty look in his eyes. As a matter of fact, if the memories they shared during the torturing repetition of deaths did not go away, the overwhelming hatred and memories would simply replace their own experience and beliefs, and they would most likely suffer from schizophrenia. The Ancient King is remarkably talented with the space element. I learned that a small place can actually conceal an enormous space inside it when I first visited the 3-step tower. That's only achievable by compressing the space, yet to create a world like this in an abyss that continuously drifts to different places, this is nothing that the world has ever seen before. While being utterly relieved to be alive, Mo Fan could not help but exclaim his astonishment at discovering the Ancient King's incredible capabilities at utilizing the space element. The intelligence and capabilities that the Ancient King possessed to place his tomb here somehow made the magic civilization 2,000 years later seem petty. Zhong Xiaohu gasped when he too saw the White Palace tomb. The tomb of the Ancient King. The Imperial tomb really was under the dark abyss. And the person that was buried inside was regarded as the most ambitious emperor of the past 5,000 years. Chapter 659. Wicked Eye Copper Mirror. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A grey-white outfit, and hair drenched from the raindrops falling from above. The mysterious man stood on the walls. His eyes watched the magicians retreating to the city in the distance. He was well aware that it was actually easier to charge out of the city than come back. There were too few that would make it back safely. Even the super magicians would fall in the ocean of zombies. Against the black ocean, the light produced by magic was extremely faint. It would simply be devoured by the thick mist rising from the undead. He could already see troops of battle mages being overrun in the ocean of undead. The brilliance of their spells grew dimmer. The lights that suddenly went dark basically implied that the whole troop was wiped out. On the other side of the battlefield where the magicians were fighting the mountain zombie, he could barely see the clear silhouette of the enormous creature when bright lights shone in the sky. However, even under the dim sky, the mysterious man witnessed the mountain zombie killing a super magician. He was unable to tell who the person was. The mountain zombie's strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. They had no hope of retreating, even if they wanted to. More than half of the troop was dead. Should we go and provide support? Asked a magician who was appointed to defend the city. The mysterious man shook his head. If they sent more men out there, it was unlikely that the city would stand until dawn. The sky was completely dark. The brilliance produced by the spells were gradually growing weaker. They had totally lost contact with the army out there. They could only look into the darkness and count the time left until death arrived. "I think it's a phone," someone yelled. The mysterious man looked down the walls and saw 2 advanced magicians trapped among the skeletons. They were extremely close to the barrier of the inner walls. Zuofeng was accompanied by another man in a coat. They freed themselves from the skeletons and quickly leapt into the inner city. "How's the situation?" asked the mysterious man at once. "We've successfully escorted them to the dark abyss. We can't go any further, as the wind is too strong, but I believe they have already jumped into the dark abyss," said Zuofeng. "So that means you have no idea if they are still alive or not," the mysterious man frowned. Zuofeng nodded. The lack of information was the biggest reason to feel worried. "Senior, someone who referred to himself as the chief of one of the villages is asking to see you. He mentioned something about seeing the Imperial tomb." An Imperial magician came up in a hurry and reported. "The Imperial tomb? What does that mean? Where is he?" "In the clock tower." The mysterious man glanced at Zuofeng and Yao Nan. The 3 were about to make their way to the clock tower when they saw a super magician making his way back to the inner city. Yao Nan was overjoyed when he saw the man. He immediately went up to him. "Boss, where's the big guy?" Yao Nan glanced at the pale-faced Du Xiao and asked in confusion. Du Xiao did not respond. He was wearing a grim expression. Yao Nan knew the answer from observing Du Xiao's expression. His words simply stuck in his throat. The enormous green beast was dead. It was the summoned beast that had kept Du Xiao company for many years. "How are your injuries?" Yao Nan switched the topic. "Not too bad, it's just that my soul is greatly affected," responded senior hunter Du Xiao. A contracted beast soul was linked to their summoner's soul. The death of a contracted beast was the same as slashing the summoner's soul with a sword. It explained why Du Xiao had an extremely pale face. "Senior hunter, come with us to the clock tower. The chief of Hua village, Xie Sang, seems to have learned something about the imperial tomb. He's waiting for us there," said the mysterious man. "I'll wait here for the president and others, you all should go ahead," said Du Xiao. "All right." Initially, Mo Fan thought the things above his head were grey clouds, as it basically looked like a layer of clouds. However, when he discovered something wriggling above him, he was dismayed to discover that those things were not clouds at all. They were the heads and bodies of the ghastly zombies and phantoms. "The monsters and demons in the furnace of hell are right above us," Fang Jiyu stated for everyone. Perhaps it had something to do with how the space was constructed, but the clouds in the space they were currently in consisted of the phantoms and zombies in the dark abyss. Similarly, the sky beyond the clouds was actually the entrance of the furnace. More shockingly, a huge chunk of the clouds above would fall from the sky at times, pouring down like rain. That was the true definition of raining zombies. "The palace tomb is just ahead. Shall we?" asked Liu Yu. The ground ahead was rising slightly, forming a path similar to one leading to a villa located in the mountains. As the group walked further ahead, they discovered huge white stairs. The stairs were extremely wide, about 200 meters across. It was clear that the stairs were constructed for humans, yet they still required some time just to make their way to the top where the palace tomb was. The stairs lead a long way to the top, like a cliff rising into the sky as they looked up. The group of 5 started to climb the stairs. They were relieved when they realized that the zombies pouring down like rain did not land anywhere close to the white palace tomb. The white of the palace tomb did not fit well into the nasty world of foul rot, deathly stench, and skeletons. If the group didn't know about the scarier things awaiting them inside, the structure simply looked like a sacred hall built to cleanse the surrounding atmosphere. The group of 5 were like ants lost on a white sheet as they continued climbing the stairs. Figures made of stone gradually appeared on both sides as they advanced further. Their appearance somehow reminded Mo Fan of some creatures he had seen before. 2 stone figures were placed on both sides every 10 stairs, like guards defending the entrance of the palace, adding a hint of nobility to the lifeless atmosphere. "Say, do you think they can move?" asked Liu Yu cautiously. "I think so. I believe they are not just decorations," said Mo Fan honestly. Those who had not eaten pork could still identify a running pig. Whenever statues that were lifelike were found in some eerie palaces or mysterious tombs, they would come alive in the end. Mo Fan was definitely not fooling around. TL note, a common saying taken from the classic The Dream of Red Mansions. It means that even though someone has not experienced something firsthand, they still have some knowledge of it. "Brother Fan, don't you think they look similar to the white sand demons?" asked Zhong Xiaohu. "You think so too?" "It seems like the history of the drifting sand river dates back to that time 2,000 years ago," said Mo Fan. "They do look scary." Fang Jiyu led the way at a faster pace, "but I do want to see this old ancestor that has asked us to protect the Kuan wells for generations." "Let's hope that your old ancestor is a friendly person," said Mo Fan. Too many people had died in this calamity that they had already become numb toward death. The numbness was quite disheartening, too. Mo Fan only hoped it would come to an end as soon as possible. "Why is there a copper mirror here?" Zhong Xiaohu raised his head and saw a huge, eerie copper mirror standing apart from the entrance of the palatial tomb. Chapter 660. The Spiritual Art Corridor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group continued to ascend the stairs. To their surprise, they managed to reach the entrance before the stone figures came alive. The unexpected outcome simply gave Mo Fan a loud slap to the face. The man could not help but explain himself. It's most likely that the bloodline of the villages has stopped them from coming alive. I'm guessing that some monster is going to jump out from the mirror, said Mo Fan. The mirror that Mo Fan was referring to was hanging right on the entrance of the palace tomb. The doors were tightly shut. The architecture consisted of perfect squares and rectangles, with some white cauldrons on the sides. I was given a fright as soon as I reached the top of the stairs. I thought the mirror was watching us, as if it were the palace's eye, Su Xiaoluo blurted out. Mo Fan took a closer look and immediately sensed the feeling of being watched as Su Xiaoluo had mentioned, goosebumps rising all over him. It does feel like an eye. By the way, Su Xiaoluo, do you think the stairs look familiar to the drawings in the well when we are looking down from here? Fang Jiyu asked Su Xiaoluo grimly as a thought crossed his mind. The drawing in the well. Su Xiaoluo was stunned. She immediately turned around and glanced down at the long stairs. Her confused look was gradually replaced with astonishment. You're right, it's the drawing in the well. No wonder I was feeling the stairs were familiar. Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, and Liu Ayu had no clue what the drawing in the well that Fang Jiyu and Su Xiaoluo were discussing meant. Did that mean the villages were already in possession of the drawings of the imperial tomb? The Kuan well in our village is rather special. During a specific time every night, if you look into the well, you'll see a lifelike drawing at its bottom. No, it feels more like the bottom is connected to somewhere else. It's like seeing a different world through the well. I can only remember seeing white jade stones in the shape of stairs. Aren't they the stairs we just climbed? Said Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan fell speechless for a while. Didn't that mean the Kuan wells that the villages had protected for generations were the White Palace tomb entrances? The strange drawing they saw at the bottom of the well was the imperial tomb. It's that wicked eye copper mirror. I believe the image it's reflecting is actually what we saw at the bottom of the well. You mentioned that it felt like an eye. It is an eye. Fang Jiyu pointing at the mirror. Su Xiaoluo came to a realization too, and her eyes glittered. That means the drawing we saw at the bottom of the well is real. It's the scene of our old ancestors' tomb. Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu exchanged glances with one another as the other two in their group learned the meaning behind the teachings of their ancestors. They could see the disbelief in one another's eyes. A long-distance surveillance camera from 2,000 years ago. The villagers were entrusted to protect the ancient king's tomb. It was likely that the emperor had spent more time and effort on constructing his tomb than he had invested in conquering the Six Nations. Otherwise, how did he manage to construct such a remarkable kingdom of death in the old times, one that had not been disturbed for over 2,000 years? I don't know if this works, but let's try, Fang Jiyu murmured to himself as he took out an old copper mirror out of nowhere. The copper mirror was only around the size of a palm. Its shape was similar to the wicked eye copper mirror hanging on the entrance. Fang Jiyu raised the mirror in his hand and directed it at the wicked eye copper mirror. The wicked eye copper mirror blinked like a huge eye. Its gaze locked onto Fang Jiyu, Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Ayu, and Su Xiaolu. The white doors started opening slowly all of a sudden, like something was pulling the heavy doors apart. The moment the entrance opened, a strong gust of wind burst out with a howl, almost sending the group flying down the stairs. It was obvious that the entrance had never been opened since it was shut. The difference in air pressure on both sides was immense. Let's go, the stone figures we saw are moving, said Fang Jiyu. After learning the truth of the drawing in the well, Fang Jiyu seemed to recall more information about the place. Mo Fan reflexively turned around as he heard noises coming from the stairs. He glanced back and down, and saw the stone figures coming to life. It was hard to tell how many years they had been asleep for, as they even forgot how to walk properly, and were staggering around like infants. However, it was not a funny scene at all. Mo Fan could sense the overwhelming auras from the stone figures that were now moving. Each was stronger than the white sand giants they had encountered at the drifting sand river. They are very strong. If we couldn't open the door, it's likely that we'd all die to them, said Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan nodded. He could at most handle 2 or 3 of the stone figures, but there was a whole bunch of them coming toward the group. They were as many as a pack of zombies. The group of 5 did not dare waste any more time. They quickly entered the White Palace tomb. The group followed as Fang Jiyu led the way. He would come to a stop, trying to recall information about the place now and then. It was obvious that the information that their ancestors had passed down was related to the White Palace tomb. With the clues, it would be easier for them to locate the ancient king. They found themselves in a long corridor filled with art. The carvings hanging on the walls on both sides seemed to be the ancient king's personal collection. Remember, try not to look at the art. They might be traps set up with the psychic element. If you somehow trigger the traps, you will fall into an illusion, a dream, and find yourself trapped within it, Fang Jiyu reminded the others, as if he had been here before. Liu Yu was from the blood tribe, thus she was familiar with bewitchment and illusions, yet even her soul was almost hooked away by the carvings. She broke out in cold sweat when she heard Fang Gu's warning. Such a strong bewitching power, and the whole corridor is full of this art. Even a super magician would be lost in the art if they aren't careful enough, trapping them forever in illusions, said Liu Yu in lingering fear. She clearly realized how terrifying the power was, as she was familiar with bewitchment and illusions herself. It was a trap set up by the Qin Emperor Yingveng to stop outsiders from disturbing his tomb. He had fallen into a deep sleep for over 2,000 years. Apart from the stone figures at the entrance that had existed until today, no other life forms were able to protect his tomb. As such, his tomb would surely be filled with all kinds of traps. The trespassers who were caught in them would lose their way and die eventually. By the way, why aren't we at the end yet? We've been walking for quite a while now, Zhong Xiaohu raised a question that prompted everyone to realize that something did not feel right. Chapter 661. The Eternal Wicked Lotus. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chief, could this be the endless corridor? Said Su Xiaoluo. Fang Jiyu nodded. He glanced to the back and said, Look, we aren't far from the entrance, either. Everyone turned around. As Fang Jiyu had mentioned, the distance from the entrance was nowhere close to the distance they could cover after walking for over 10 minutes. If the teachings are accurate, the key to overcoming this place is hidden inside these carvings. If I remember it correctly, it should be this one here. Su Xiaoluo suddenly walked up to a carving and focused her gaze on a pattern resembling a woman from the ancient era. She reached out her hand and touched the marks and the woman on the carving softly. Slowly, Su Xiaoluo's eyes began to show different kinds of emotion, as if her soul was hooked into the artwork. Did she go into the illusion? Mo Fan glanced at Su Xiaoluo in surprise. Su Xiaoluo's expression changed continuously. She would look furious or sad at times. Even though it was changing rapidly, every expression seemed to be real. She is interpreting the illusion. This corridor must be a combination of the psychic and space elements. If we can't find the key to the illusions inside the artworks, we will be trapped here forever, explained Fang Jiyu. Su Xiaoluo stood in her spot. The pace of her expression changing increased. Sometime later, a wisp of light appeared ahead of the corridor. They could now see the end of the corridor, just less than 100 meters ahead. Su Xiaoluo's eyes returned to normal, although her thoughts were still lost as she was recovering from the illusions. Are you all right? Asked Zhong Xiaohu. Su Xiaoluo shook her head and replied, It turns out that the people from the villages are the only ones allowed to enter. Anyone else would easily be trapped in the illusions, leading to their deaths. The group found themselves in a spacious hall after reaching the end of the corridor. The place was constructed with white jade. The ground was so smooth that they could see their reflections. Pillars stood firmly around the place, each one so thick that it would need 4 or 5 people to surround it. Their surfaces were full of runes that Mo Fan could not understand. The hall seemed rather empty. The only sound was the footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. The group proceeded forward. Mo Fan suddenly felt the little loach pendant vibrating on his neck. He was surprised. Since the little loach pendant had eaten the underground holy spring, it had never shown any interest in other sources of energy. Mo Fan almost forgot that the pendant was the kind of magic tool that was able to evolve further. Little Loach had finally burst out crying in excitement after so many years. It was trying to tell Mo Fan through its intense vibration that it had found some delicacy nearby. Mo Fan looked in the direction that the Little Loach pendant was urging to go and discovered a stone table at the center of the hall, with a crystal-like lotus on it. He sniffed an alluring scent as he approached the table. "Over here, do you remember seeing this in the drawing at the bottom of the well?" Mo Fan called the others over. The hall was completely sealed off. There was no other path further into the tomb. Apart from the rather suspicious runes on the pillars, the strange lotus on the table was the only thing that stood out. "I guess so," said Su Xiaoluo with a lack of confidence. Meanwhile, Fang Jiyu was staring right at the lotus. He finally spoke when he saw the others looking at him. "I'm afraid we won't be able to go any deeper. I think this lotus is called the Eternal Lotus. The teachings mentioned that the bridge to the altar will only appear after the Eternal Lotus dies." "Eternal Lotus, does something like that exist in this world?" "When the lotus dies, wouldn't it die if I tear it into pieces?" said Zhong Xiaohu. "You can try," said Fang Jiyu. Zhong Xiaohu was relatively straightforward. He simply tore the strange lotus that had a mix of pink and green into pieces in just a few seconds. The petals scattered messily across the ground. Zhong Xiaohu even stepped on the petals a few times just to make sure it was dead. "See, mission accomplish." Before Zhong Xiaohu could finish his sentence, the broken pieces slowly floated up and flew back to the table. The pieces attached to one another on their own. Even the dust on the petals after Zhong Xiaohu stepped on them was shaken off in the process. In just a few seconds, the strange lotus reclaimed its old appearance. Not a single crack could be found on the petals. It looked exactly the same as before. This, Zhong Xiaohu was stunned. He immediately repeated his action. He was even rougher this time, shredding the flower into tiny pieces. He almost chucked the petals into his mouth and chewed them. However, as everyone expected, the strange lotus restored itself once again. "Back off, wind disc, sky snare." Zhong Xiaohu proceeded to cast the wind spell. The strong gust shredded the lotus into dust. However, even as the wind dissipated, the dust gathered back on the table and combined into the same innocent-looking lotus, leaving Zhong Xiaohu bewildered. "What shall we do now? We don't have much time to waste here." Su Xiaoluo started to panic. Millions of people were waiting to be saved. If they did not reach the Ancient King in time, it would be all over when the Dark Abyss shifted to its next location. They had easily overcome the troubles along the journey, yet they had stumbled into the Eternal Lotus that they could not kill, burn or eat. "It's no use, it will still recover even if you blast it with a super spell," said Fang Jiyu. "We've already come so far, is this going to be the end?" Zhong Xiaohu was not satisfied with the outcome. He went up to tear and trample the lotus again. At the clock tower, a copper mirror with the size of a palm was placed on an old table. A group of people surrounded the table, staring into the image inside the copper mirror. "It's really them." Han Ji looked worn out, yet it did not stop him from being overjoyed. They initially thought there was nothing they could do apart from waiting after Mo Fan and his crew jumped into the Dark Abyss. To their surprise, the chief of Hua village, Xie Sang, came and offered them the copper mirror. It was showing them the scene of Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Su Xiaoluo, Fang Jiyu and Liu Ayu surrounding the strange lotus with troubled expressions. "What plant is that exactly? Why can't they destroy it?" blurted out Yao Nan. "It's most likely the Eternal Lotus that has been extinct for thousands of years. It was described as a sacred object that even super spells are unable to destroy. There were forbidden magicians that managed to destroy it in the past, but it took them a great effort." The knowledgeable Han Ji identified the flower before Xie Sang had the chance to speak. "Forbidden magicians? None of them has even reached the advanced level. How could they possibly unleash a power of that level?" Chapter 662. Breaking through the barricade of the advanced level. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The hall inside the palace tomb. The strange lotus stood in the same spot in silence. It was impossible to tell how long it had lasted, as it seemed like neither time nor the vicissitudes of life had done anything to it. It simply stood there emitting its fragrance for eternity. However, as long as it was still alive, the people of the entire inner city would face destruction. The hearts of the people observing the situation were burning with anxiety. "Let me have a try," Mo Fan said to Zhong Xiaohu. "It's not going to work. There's no way our strength is enough to destroy this thing." Fang Jiyu shook his head dishearteningly. "How do you know if you don't try?" Mo Fan grabbed the lotus with a single hand. He held the eternal lotus firmly in his hand. Since the little loach pendant was rather unique, he did not want to show it to anyone. After a slight hesitation, he simply walked toward a blind corner in the hall. Liu Yu, Fang Jiyu, Su Xiaoluo, and Zhong Xiaohu looked after Mo Fan in confusion. They had no idea where Mo Fan was bringing the lotus to. Similarly, Han Ji, Yao Nan, Zafeng, Du Xiao, Ling Shi and the others were confused when they saw Mo Fan walking out of the visible range of the copper mirror. Did the kid think he could break a puzzle that had existed over 2,000 years by simply throwing the lotus away? Mo Fan slowly took out the little loach pendant as he reached the corner. The little loach pendant was humming as actively as a vibrator. It was a little monster that was about to lunge out from the layer of rust. Take it, you better digest the lotus." Mo Fan placed the lotus in front of Little Loach impatiently. Little Loach had the ability to absorb stuff. As soon as the lotus was put in front of it, it immediately turned into a ray of light, which was gradually absorbed into the Little Loach pendant. Little Loach finally stopped vibrating after eating the lotus. However, the pendant began to emit an unbelievable glow. The glow almost lit up the entire hall. The place turned a lot brighter all of a sudden. Mo Fan stared at the Little Loach pendant in surprise, then quickly went in to observe the world inside the Little Loach pendant after a few seconds. The nether river formed with the underground holy spring was flowing as quietly as usual. Lots of soul remnants were floating on it, but now the strange lotus was among them. It was emitting rings of glowing ripples across the surface of the river. What the heck is going on? Mo Fan's thoughts were full of question marks. He could not understand why the Little Loach pendant had placed the eternal lotus in the nether river. However, a few moments later, Mo Fan discovered that one of the petals on the eternal lotus had begun to wilt. The flower was wilting, the tender leaves first turned yellow, before gradually turning black as it fully wilted. The second petal started to wilt, following the first. The process was quite time-consuming, but Mo Fan stared at the wilting petals with his full attention. He was worried that the petals would grow back again. Mo Fan did try to burn the flower with fire when he was walking, but the flower soon recovered, and looked even livelier than before. After observing the flower for a while, the fourth petal on the flower had wilted, but there was no sign of the wilted petals coming back to life. The flower was dying. Nice job! Mo Fan was overjoyed. It turned out that the nether river was the lotus nemesis. Speaking of which, how poisonous exactly was the water in the nether river, that even the unkillable lotus could not withstand it? As the Little Loach crazily drank in the energy of the lotus, Mo Fan shockingly discovered that the space in the pendant suddenly grew a lot more spacious. Even the nether river was wider, with rolling tides. It looked significantly livelier than before. A level up. Mo Fan glanced around the space inside the Little Loach pendant in disbelief. Ever since Little Loach drank the underground holy spring, it had no longer showed any interest in servant class or the warrior level soul essences, giving them all to Mo Fan to strengthen his stars. The pendant, which would initially take in any source of energy to improve itself, now had a high standard. It would only choose the sources that suited its tastes. Little Loach finally found a food that suited its standards when it discovered the lotus. It had been trembling in excitement ever since it had detected the presence of the lotus. Mo Fan did not really have high expectations when he gave the lotus to the Little Loach pendant. After all, the pendant had stopped growing after evolving into a top-tier magic tool, so Mo Fan's cultivation speed had remained the same for quite some time. It was not as efficient as it used to be since he now had 4 elements. His cultivation would only improve rapidly when he used the 3-step tower. For a long time, Mo Fan was hoping that the Little Loach pendant could evolve further, but it lacked appetite even when he fed it a warrior-level soul essence worth over 20 million RMB. What else could Mo Fan feed it? The Little Loach pendant finally found a food that it was interested in. It simply gulped down the strange Lotus with a single bite. On top of that, it finally leveled up, as he hoped. Damn it, how many years had it been since its last level up? Mo Fan almost burst into tears when he saw the glowing pendant, as it felt like his effort in nurturing Little Loach over the years had finally paid off. The feedback from the Little Loach pendant was another reason he was overwhelmed with excitement. He remembered the previous time when the Little Loach pendant had released an overwhelming energy. It had helped him break through the threshold of the basic level after it consumed the underground holy spring, helping him to achieve the intermediate level. Yao Nan had also mentioned recently that Mo Fan's fire element had already reached its limit. What he needed was a strong energy, pushing him into the advanced level. In terms of energy, nothing was as perfect as the energy provided by Little Loach. Mo Fan was overjoyed because he could already sense waves of formidable energy being transferred to him from the world inside the pendant. The small Lotus seemed to contain an endless supply of mysterious power. As Little Loach was digesting it, a burst of energy rushed into Mo Fan's spiritual world. Mo Fan was no amateur. He quickly took hold of the once-in-a-blue moon opportunity and directed the energy provided by Little Loach into his fire nebula. His fire nebula had the highest chance of leveling up now. Mo Fan placed his full attention on the process as he proceeded to try and break through the fortress surrounding the nebula and further expand the fire nebula. More, it's not enough, mumbled Mo Fan. The barrier surrounding the nebula was way too thick and tall. He needed to excite the 49 stars a little more so they could ram the walls down in one go, allowing them to roam in the bigger world out there. He needed more energy. Because he had 4 elements, his soul was able to withstand multiple times the pressure that other magicians could endure. It was unlikely that the opportunity would return once it was lost. The gap between the intermediate level and advanced level was a huge chasm. As the saying went, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he had not risked his life and jumped into the dark abyss searching for the Qin Emperor's tomb, he would not have obtained the rare eternal Lotus. Chapter 663. Advanced Fire Magician. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The reason why his fire element could not improve further was the barricade surrounding the fire nebula. No matter how much effort he put into meditation, the energy would not increase at all. Mo Fan had sensed the presence of the barricade not long ago. If he did not have 3 other elements to focus on too, his cultivation would not have been stuck at the same level for a long time. He could already cast the 3rd-tier Fiery Fist at Jilin City. The truth was, he had been stuck at the same level for over a year. Now, Mo Fan had finally obtained enough energy to break through the barricade. It could only be done in one go. It turned out that the energy provided by the level 4 stars was stronger than ordinary stars, too. The formidable energy from the strengthened 49 stars suddenly became restless, trying to ram its way out of the nebula. It was like even the stars were tired of being restricted within such a confined space. They were demanding more room. The 49 stars suddenly became Mo Fan's vanguards in breaking down the barricade. Cracks were appearing on the thick walls. Once there were cracks, it was a lot easier to focus on the weak spots and break down the barricade. Mo Fan held his breath and prepared himself to break down the barricade fiercely when Little Loach provided him the next wave of energy. The petals of the lotus on the nether river fully wilted, implying that Little Loach had sucked away all its life force. The green ripples spread further in the newly spacious world. At the same time, surges of green energy were directed into Mo Fan's spiritual world. It's coming, here it comes. Mo Fan was standing on his toes. He immediately directed the energy into his fire nebula. As soon as the energy arrived, the 49 stars propelled themselves forward wildly, landing consecutive glows on the barricade surrounding the nebula. It had already started to expand. The stars were so vigorous that they were on the verge of exploding. This little nebula could not satisfy their ambitions. The cracks on the barricade grew larger. Mo Fan held his breath as he gathered all his focus, directing the energy to pour into his nebula like a waterfall. He was determined to destroy the barricade. Each time he broke through, he would experience overwhelming pain. The feeling of his head exploding was unbearable, yet even under the pain, he could not afford to lose his attention. He continued to direct the destructive energy into his nebula, adding to the pressure. Ah! Mo Fan uttered a deep scream from the depths of his soul due to the pain. His voice echoed in the palace. Liu Yu was terrified when she heard Mo Fan's sudden cry. She quickly went up to him, yet Zhong Xiaohu immediately grabbed her from behind. "He's breaking through, don't go," said Zhong Xiaohu sternly. As a magician, he would never forget the process of a breakthrough. Even though he had no idea why Mo Fan would suddenly attempt to destroy the barricade of his cultivation, it was obvious that he was in the middle of the process. Zhong Xiaohu could even feel the restless energy leaking out from his nebula. He seems to be using the energy of the Lotus to rank up to the advanced level. Such a bold move, he exclaimed Fang Jiyu, studying Mo Fan, whose body was now covered in green veins. Will it work?" said Su Xiaoluo in worry. "Who knows?" The group watched Mo Fan anxiously. He was still standing in the corner as flames burst out from him from his energy going out of control. A person's mind and thoughts were linked to their soul. Their soul needed to grow stronger to strengthen the mind and heart, which was the reason why the process of breaking through was incredibly torturous for magicians. The growth of their soul was never an easy process. "It looks like he can't hold it any longer." Liu Yu was extremely worried. A breakthrough isn't something that will happen on the first attempt. Those who first experience the pain will immediately give up. The trick is to continue putting your will and your mind through the mill, and once you're fully prepared, you will then break through to the advanced level. "Mo Fan might be rushing it," said Fang Jiyu. "I believe Brother Fang can do it. He didn't frown when he jumped into the dark abyss with us. I believe he can easily overcome the spiritual impulse." Zhong Xiaohu was extremely confident in Mo Fan. Mo Fan was now at the most important part of the process. The barricade surrounding the nebula was half destroyed. The truth was, Mo Fan had already felt the urge to give up several times during the process. It felt like his soul was going to break into pieces if he decided to hold on even a second more. However, when he thought about the situation he was in, when he recalled how minuscule the humans were in the calamity of Undead, when he remembered how vicious the Black Vatican was, when he realized that he would have to wait a very long time until he stumbled into another opportunity to try again, not to mention that he would have to suffer the same pain all over again, he immediately clenched his teeth and made up his mind to settle it once and for all. Advanced level. Once he leveled up to the advanced level, he would be able to cast the advanced spells. Advanced fire, lightning, summoning and shadow spells. Once he mastered these powerful spells, he would no longer be afraid of commander-level creatures. Most importantly, the fact that he could awaken more elements. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to awaken 2 other elements once he achieved the advanced level, which meant he would have 6 elements in total. 6 elements. Even forbidden magicians only had 5 elements, but he had 1 more than them. If he managed to train all the elements up at the same time, how formidable would he be? As Yao Nan had mentioned, double innate elements only granted him a slight advantage in the basic level. However, with 6 elements, each giving him access to 3 spells in the advanced level, it meant he would have all kinds of defensive, movement, controlling, and destructive spells. How many people left would stand a chance against him? Advanced level. Mo Fan's advanced level was a totally different concept than other people's advanced level. Having 6 elements would allow him to challenge those with a higher cultivation, something that any other innate talents could not possibly achieve. Yao Nan was right about Mo Fan's potential. The double innate elements would only make Mo Fan stronger the higher his cultivation was. He had to achieve the advanced level. Just bear with it a little longer. Even though an advanced magician was too insignificant in the huge calamity to make any difference, the stronger he was in the current situation would bring a greater hope to the millions of people in the city. The Black Vatican was preying on them with a covetous look. How could he possibly send them all to hell without a more formidable strength? Break! 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 Just break, you goddamn barricade! Chapter 664. 9 Bridges to Death, and 1 to Life, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan felt like his blood was about to burst from his arteries. His body was flushed red on top of the flames burning fiercely around him. He felt like he was standing right at the edge of an erupting volcano. Ah! With a raging roar, the blazing red flame sprang into the air in the form of a fiery phoenix. It struck the ceiling of the hall and produced an astonishing mushroom cloud. Was it a success? Liu Yu yelled in joy when she sensed Mo-Fan's rising aura. Fangu's eyes and mouth were agape. He did not expect to see the rising fiery phoenix. It was the sign that Mo-Fan's fire element had improved from the intermediate level to the advanced level. The nebula has grown into a galaxy, 343 stars, mumbled Mo-Fan in excitement. The fire galaxy floated in Mo-Fan's spiritual world. It was so much more vast and majestic than the previous compact nebula. The stars were lining up in rows as they flowed elegantly in the spiritual world. The 343 stars were densely accumulated in the galaxy, flying around like the rest of the stars. 49 of the stars among them were brighter and more vivid than the rest of the 294 stars. They were the 49 stars that Mo-Fan had already strengthened. The other 294 stars were still in their early stages with a faint glow. As Mo-Fan opened his eyes, he could see the vague silhouette of a star constellation revolving around him. It was constructed with 343 connected stars. In other words, once Mo-Fan connected his stars by following the star orbits and star patterns, it would merge into a star constellation, which would then transform into the wide-area destructive advanced spell, Skyflame Funeral. However, the silhouette of the star constellation soon dissipated. There was no way Mo-Fan could remember it, as he had only caught a glimpse of it. That being said, it was only a matter of time until he figured it out. At the clock tower, a group of worn-out experts who had returned from the battlefield stood around a copper mirror. They had already given their best. The only thing they could do now was to pray that the journey Mo-Fan and his crew embarked on was a smooth one. Luckily, Chief Xiesang had brought them the magical copper mirror, allowing them to watch the group's progress. Otherwise, they might lose their minds if they had to wait aimlessly. "How are they doing?" asked Lu Shu, his face pale. He did not even bother treating his injuries. The distance that the copper mirror covers is limited. Mo-Fan took the Lotus to some corner. "We don't know what he's doing." "We did see flames rising, it looks like a fiery phoenix," said Zlafong. Zlafong was a fire magician, too. He clearly remembered the fiery phoenix that burst out from him when he broke through to the advanced level. They clearly saw the silhouette of the fiery phoenix in the reflection on the smooth ground. Mo-Fan came back, his back, "Weird, where's the Lotus?" "Yeah, where did the Lotus go?" "By the way, do you feel something different about Mo-Fan?" The people expressed their thoughts simultaneously. As they were mostly injured and their clothes were damaged, they did not look like a group of powerful people who controlled the fate of the city, but a bunch of beggars surrounding a piece of treasure they found. "They left, did they find a way out?" said Zlafong. "It must be too bad we can't see them in the mirror. The question is, how did Mo-Fan kill the Lotus that can only be destroyed by the force of a forbidden spell?" "Yeah, that's unbelievable." Frankly speaking, none of the experts here could destroy the Eternal Lotus if they were in Mo-Fan's shoes, which meant that if they were the ones in the palace tomb, they would also be trapped in the hall. However, Mo-Fan had made the Lotus disappear with some unknown trick. The people were overjoyed, even if they were still confused. They watched the group successfully make their way deeper into the tomb. According to Xiesang, they would soon arrive at the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life. After that, they would find the Emperor sitting on the ancient altar. They were getting closer to the ancient king. Anything was possible once they reached the ancient king. The city could remain standing, and the people could survive. The army of undead might even retreat from the battle. I thought they wouldn't make it past the front hall. The eternal Lotus is too magical, but the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life, hopefully they can cross the bridges safely, sighed Xie Sang with a slight hint of conscience. Xie Sang had thought it through after Hong Jun's death. He had decided to atone for his sins, which was why he handed the copper mirror over, just so the Magic Association could see the situation inside the tomb. As a matter of fact, Xie Sang had only realized that the copper mirror was not just reflecting a simple drawing when he saw Mo Fan and the others climbing up the stairs. "What are the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life?" asked the mysterious man. "One can only reach the Blood Emperor throne by crossing the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life. It is likely the eeriest place in the tomb. Even though the ancient king allows his descendants to enter the tomb, it feels like he's not too keen to receive people that are useless or untalented. Apart from the dark abyss that stops outsiders from entering the tomb, there are also different tests prepared for his descendants. The eternal Lotus is there to filter out the weak ones, and the bridges are there to pick the worthy candidate," said Xie Sang. The teachings were passed down through generations in the village. The people never knew what they were protecting, but everything was as clear as day as soon as they unraveled the secret of the dark abyss and the things that Mo Fan and his crew had gone through. That being said, learning the truth and reaching the Blood Emperor throne were 2 different things. The atmosphere intensified following Xie Sang's speech. The group in the tomb was not particularly outstanding. They had most likely destroyed the eternal Lotus by luck. If the tests awaiting them at the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life were a lot tougher, wouldn't they all die a horrible death in there? It was definitely something the group was not hoping to witness. They had bled and sacrificed for the battle, they were not willing to accommodate to the Black Vatican's burial festival. However, the situation seemed grim when they realized that the burden was on a group consisting of young magicians and a murderer. It was now the second half of the night. The roars of the undead were even fiercer and louder. The golden barrier never stopped shaking. The enormous mountain zombie had already rammed into the barrier more than once. Half of the troop that had engaged the mountain zombie was dead. It seemed like the city swaying in the rain would no longer see the next dawn. "The good news is, Mo Fan has broken through to the advanced level," said the mysterious man in the silent clock tower suddenly. "Advanced level, that's far from enough, right?" questioned Lu Shu. "Anyone's advanced level won't be enough, but his advanced level is a different story," mumbled the mysterious man. Everyone assumed that the guy was only comforting himself. They did not think it was a good omen. What difference could it possibly make, apart from granting him a greater supply of energy? He couldn't even draw a star constellation, not to mention that he had yet to awaken his new element. "Strange, did anyone notice something flickering past the mirror?" said Du Xiao, who was staring at the copper mirror. "What thing?" "I wasn't paying attention." "I didn't see it." Du Xiao frowned. His face suddenly a lot grimmer. Chapter 665. 9 Bridges to Death, 1 to Life, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Palace Tomb. Statues. The place was filled with vivid and lifelike statues made of white jade, looking extremely similar to a pale woman's soft, tender skin. Most importantly, the statues were all women with glamorous and slim figures, each with a different posture, lowering their heads, bowing, kneeling on the ground, or with a smile on their faces. The group felt like they were being welcomed by the Emperor's harem as they walked past them. Also, none of them were wearing clothes when the sculptures were carved, further implying that they were the pampered women of the Emperor. Their alluring expressions and their naked bodies, it was too difficult to just treat them as mere statues. Even Liu Aryu and Su Xiaoluo blushed when they saw the spectacular sight. Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, and Fang Jiyu felt slightly awkward. Their only comment was that the Qin Emperor had a strong interest in all kinds of collections, including women. They did not find a single statue that was repeated, each of them had a unique taste and charm. Mo Fan nudged Zhong Xiaohu with his elbow and whispered, "Hosey, which one do you like?" "Brother Fan, I'm not in the mood for this. All I think is trying to meet the ancient king as soon as possible, many people are still waiting for us, said Zhong Xiaohu sternly. So, which one do you like? Mo Fan was enjoying it despite the suffering of the city. No matter how grim the situation was, it could not stop the men from pursuing their natural desires. Well, Zhong Xiaohu blushed before he whispered, I like this one that's alive. Mo Fan looked at Su Xiaoluo beside them and chuckled. Even the most beautiful statue with the perfect body and peerless beauty was merely a lifeless object. It was nothing compared to a lively girl whose single smile or wink could pluck the strings in a man's heart. Is there no end to this place, just like the corridor? Su Xiaoluo finally asked. There were too many jade statues on both sides, yet every one of them was unique in their own way. It felt the same as the endless corridor. I think there are just too many of them, Mo Fan pointed ahead, telling her that there were no more statues ahead. As Mo Fan mentioned, the statues had come to an end. Mo Fan was in a different mood than Zhong Xiaohu. He basically inspected all the statues along the way. Liu Aryu, who was following him, rolled her eyes a couple of times, yet Mo Fan did not feel ashamed of his action. It was his passion for art. Humans should never stop pursuing beautiful things in their lives. Otherwise, what difference was there between them and salted fish? Why is it completely dark ahead? Zhong Xiaohu asked suddenly, further ahead than the others. Did the path end? Fang Jiyu was stunned. As they continued forward, the path gradually narrowed as it led them to a jade platform surrounded by darkness, as if they had walked up to the edge of a cliff. A strong wind was blowing, circling the platform on both sides, as if it would sweep them into the abyss if they took the wrong step. Zhong Xiaohu was a wind magician. He probed the area ahead with his will, but quickly withdrew it in panic and blurted out in shock, "It's a very high-quality type of wind, I can't even transmit my will through it. It can easily tear a ruler-level creature to pieces." The strong black wind looked like countless black sickles swiping wildly beside and above them. If it was as scary as Zhong Xiaohu described, the whole space apart from the platform they were standing on was a death zone. "There is nothing bridges," exclaimed Liu Aryu, whose vision was the best of them in the dark. The path had ended, and they were surrounded by the death wind. They would be at a loss if the bridges did not appear. Luckily, the arching bridges were connected to the edge of the platform. For some reason, they could not see the white bridges when they first arrived at the platform. The arching bridges were not the kind that was built on small rivers, but similar to the massive flyover bridges. The white bridges extended deeper into the darkness, like flying dragons. There were 10 dragon bridges in total. They could not see the ends when they stared into the distance. However, it seemed like the bridges were not affected by the death wind dancing around like sickles. In other words, the bridges were the only way to advance forward. Come, the bridges are not swept by the black wind. We should be able to reach the Blood Emperor throne safely, said Zhong Xiaohu. Wait! Su Xiaoluo immediately pulled Zhong Xiaohu back with a nervous look. Fang Jiyu had an anxious look, too. He said with a deep voice, "These are most likely the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life." 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life. A chill went down Liu Aryu's spine as she heard the name. 9 to death, 1 to life. There were 10 bridges here, which meant that only one of the bridges would bring them to the Blood Emperor throne. The other 9 would lead them to death. Zhong Xiaohu fell speechless in shock. He was actually hoping that Fang Jiyu and Su Xiaoluo would show him the bridge that would lead them to the Blood Emperor throne. 9 bridges of death, and 1 bridge of life. Our ancient teachings did mention it, but it did not tell us which one is the right one, said Fang Jiyu firmly. What do we do now? 1 out of 10, aren't the odds a bit too low, said Liu Aryu nervously. It's not necessarily 1 out of 10. There are 5 of us here. If each of us chooses a bridge, the odds are 2 to 1, said Mo Fan rationally. Fang Jiyu nodded and said, "He's right, if each of us chooses a different bridge, it will dramatically increase the odds, but do you really want to do that?" Fang Jiyu did not care much about the approach. He had come to atone for his sins. He would no longer die with regrets after finding the tomb of their old ancestor. However, Mo Fan, Liu Yu, Zhong Xiaohu, and Su Xiaoluo were different. The pairs of Liu Yu and Mo Fan, and Zhong Xiaohu and Su Xiaoluo, were surely inclined to stay together, let alone Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu, who were extremely close to one another. How were they going to cross the bridges? By crossing the bridge together, they would share the same fate, but the odds of the millions of people in the city seeing the next dawn were 1 in 10. If they split up, it meant they would be separated forever, although the odds of resolving the calamity were 2 to 1. The 9 bridges of death and 1 of life, the candidates were forced to make an extremely hard decision, yet the thing was, even if they split up, the odds were still 50%. You guys make the call. Fang Jiyu sat on the ground. He was well aware of how tough it was to make the decision. Chapter 666. The Bridges of Death. The Bridges of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group of fell silent. As they were struggling on how to make the decision, they were unaware of the copper mirror on a boulder behind them. As long as there was a wicked-eye copper mirror in the area, the people from the villages could observe it through the mirror. As a result, the people in the clock tower were aware of the situation they were in, too. The truth was, the problem that Mo Fan and his crew had encountered had left the authorities in silence, too. They were extremely worried on their behalf, yet their hearts were burning with anxiety for the city. What is there to think about? Just take a bridge each, the odds of 50% are good enough. Chu Jio, an elder of the Hunter Union, broke the silence. How he wished that he could transmit his voice into the group's ears. That's easy for you to say. They have made a huge sacrifice just by being willing to jump into the dark abyss, and now, they have to choose if they are going to die alone or together, said Du Xiao, who was relatively more sentimental. But don't they know the burden they are carrying on their shoulders, said Chu Jio. That's because of how useless we are, that we have to place this huge burden on the shoulders of these young magicians. No matter what they choose, we should respect them. I believe neither determination nor their urge to save the world was the reason that brought them so far. In fact, it's the never-changing friendship between them, facing anything fearlessly as long as they are together. It's difficult to move forward when you're all by yourself, said Du Xiao in a deep voice. Nobody would be more familiar with the feeling than him. He was all by himself the moment he became a senior hunter. The glory, the determination, and the ambition suddenly became meaningless. Du Xiao could understand the feelings that the group was experiencing. He hoped that the authorities would not try to judge them with their skewed sense of morality and righteousness. They had already sacrificed themselves when they jumped into the dark abyss. Either staying together or splitting up, nobody else had the right to condemn them. Mo Fan has come to the ancient capital because of Zhong Xiaohu. I heard that he was in the middle of the nomination battles, said Yao Nan. Su Xiaoluo saved Zhong Xiaohu's life. I think that girl jumped into the dark abyss because of Mo Fan. Man, I would have a mental breakdown if I was in their shoes. Yeah, the burden is too heavy, it's suffocating. The bridges of death. The bridge of life. The 10 bridges extended into the darkness swayed slightly as they were blown by the black wind. It felt like any of the bridges would lead them to death, or endless darkness. Regardless of the final decision, their hearts were in pain, as if a knife was twisting in them. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Mo Fan. He could not decide at all. He was willing to sacrifice himself, yet if he was told to pick a bridge and watch Mo Fan and Su Xiaoluo pick the other bridges that would separate them eternally, it was no different than killing him right on the spot. He had only jumped into here because he did not want to lose the 2 most important people in his life. He had already experienced the sense of losing someone. He was not willing to experience it again. Brother Fan. I'll follow your decision, said Zhong Xiaohu after taking a deep breath. Zhong Xiaohu could not make the decision. His only urge was to choose Mo Fan, choosing to believe him completely. Mo Fan was silent for a long time. He was staring at the 10 bridges, as if he was trying to detect any clue from them. However, the bridges were exactly the same, as if they would all lead them to the same destination. Fang Jiyu, is the death from picking the wrong bridge inevitable? Asked Mo Fan sternly. Mo Fan was unable to remain optimistic in the current situation. The impact of his decision was too bizarre. There was no way he could make the decision easily, when it would either decide the fate of the city or separate him from his friends forever. Maybe it's only deadly to us? I believe that the Dark Abyss, even if it can murder a ruler-level creature, isn't necessarily a death zone, either. I believe a forbidden magician could enter and leave as they wished, too. As for the Bridge of Life, it won't necessarily guarantee our safety, either. Who knows, the old ancestor on the Blood Emperor throne might actually be scarier than anything else, said Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan's eyes glittered when he heard Fang Gu's words. It seemed like he had made up his mind. Mo Fan looked at Liu Yu, who avoided his eyes. She spoke before Mo Fan could ask, "I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say." Mo Fan nodded and pointed at one of the bridges. "We'll take this bridge, together." Fang Jiyu was slightly confused when he heard Mo Fan's decision. He could not understand why Mo Fan would make such a decision. It was obvious that splitting up and taking 5 bridges would significantly increase the odds. Was Mo Fan really that cold to the millions of lives in the city? "Are you sure? I just don't understand why we must obey the rules. No matter how astonishing the capabilities of the man who died more than 2,000 years ago are, there would still be times when he was buried or defeated. Picking the wrong bridge doesn't mean we are going to die," replied Mo Fan. Fang Jiyu was stunned when he heard those words. He said with a wry smile, "I agree with you, but whether you are strong enough to overcome the situation is a totally different story." Mo Fan shrugged. "It doesn't matter, I just don't feel like following a dead man's rules. We will face it together, we'll either live or die together." Mo Fan was already making his move. It was better to proceed forward than to waste their time further here. It would give them more time to resolve the danger, even if they chose the wrong bridge. "That's fine, but I won't be taking the same bridge." "Good luck," said Fang Jiyu. The authorities had grim looks on their faces. They did not want Mo Fan and his crew to take the same bridge. It would give them the lowest odds. They were relieved when Fang Jiyu decided to take a bridge himself, increasing the odds from 10 to 1 to 5 to 1. A fifth, there was still hope. They could only pray that heaven would bless the ancient capital. The group of 4 slowly ventured into the darkness as they proceeded forward on the White Arch Bridge. As they turned around and glanced backward, the platform had already disappeared. The path ahead was in pitch-black darkness, while the howls of the black wind came from behind. It felt like they were walking on a bridge hanging in the air. They would fall into the abyss at any second. "Why is there nothing here?" Su Xiaoluo began to panic. She was from the villages, thus she did know about the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life. She did not have Mo Fan's courage to challenge the rules. She only felt like they were surely going to die if they had chosen the bridge of death. "Will it work if we turn back here?" Liu Yu asked softly. "Most likely not, the ancient king is the master of the space element. I think there was no return the moment we stepped on the bridge," said Zhong Xiaohu. "I've already tried it." "It's useless," said Mo Fan. "Brother Fan, I thought you were walking forward quite confidently," said Zhong Xiaohu. "Confident my ass, we still haven't reached the altar yet. I'm afraid this is most likely the bridge of death. Buckle up, we have to stay calm no matter what happens. I don't believe any of the rules the dead man has set. I believe that unity is strength," said Mo Fan. Chapter 667. Reigning Undead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The bridge was shrouded in darkness. The group felt more nervous as they proceeded forward. The worst thing was, Mo Fan and his crew had no idea if they had chosen the bridge of life or the bridge of death. It felt like there was no end to the bridge. Mo Fan had enough of how the Qin Emperor had designed his tomb. Why did the dead man make everything feel like an endless loop? They had spent quite some time on the bridge, yet not a single sound was to be heard. If it was the bridge of death, hurry up and send the demons and monsters over. What's the point of making the bridge so long? Mo Fan cursed continuously in his heart. The funny thing was, something silver did appear ahead, as if the ancient king was able to hear Mo Fan's grumbling. Mo Fan gradually approached and they could make out a silver mirror. The mirror looked extremely weird. It was somehow standing on the bridge, with silver ripples on its surface. It simply looked like a portal connected to another world. "Brother Fan, look behind you," said Zhong Xiaohu suddenly. Mo Fan was still inspecting the strange silver mirror. He only turned around when he heard Zhong Xiaohu's words. He was nearly scared to death at the turn, as the arch bridge they were walking on before had suddenly disappeared. The disappearance of the bridge was not their main concern. The problem was, the black wind sickles were moving toward them at an increasing speed. "Holy shit, what the heck," cursed Mo Fan. The wind was getting closer. It did not give Mo Fan and the others any time to inspect the mirror further. They immediately grabbed one another's hands and rushed into the mirror after taking a deep breath. As they thought, the mirror was a space tunnel. The group of four were blown away by the turbulent flow of space as they drifted to somewhere unknown. Mo Fan felt extremely heavy-headed. He could only see himself surrounded by the void. If he really had to describe the feeling, it was as if he was sliding down a smooth tunnel at a rapid pace. The motion kept spinning him around. For cries of fear came from a silver vortex that suddenly appeared high up in the air, before 2 men and 2 women were ejected from it and fell to the ground. The silver vortex was a certain distance away from the ground. They did not realize it in the first place, but as soon as they saw the ground was made of sturdy rocks, Zhong Xiaohu and Mo Fan immediately cast some spells. The group had a rough landing. The ground below their feet was sturdy, as hard as stone. The ground was grey. It was so dry that not a single plant could be spotted. The whole surface was filled with cracks. I don't think I can see the altar here." Su Xiaoluo's face turned pale as she scanned their surroundings. If they were not brought to the altar, it meant that they had taken the bridge of death. Another unique space. How many unique spaces did that guy actually put inside his own tomb? Mo Fan observed their surroundings and discovered that it was only a small, standalone space. The place was not spacious at all. They could see the curve of the sky when they raised their heads. They could also see the ends of the grey land. "Is this some kind of cage designed for us to rot in here?" Zhong Xiaohu had also discovered that there was nothing here apart from the land and the sky. No plants, no animals. They barely believed they were still alive somewhere when they saw the lightning flickering across the sky at times. "What shall we do now?" asked Liu Yu. It was obvious that they had taken the bridge of death that led them to this weird space. "I read some books about the space element not long ago. A unique space like this must have an exit if it has an entrance. Therefore, there must be an exit somewhere if this place is a standalone space. A space with only an entrance but no exit is dead space. It's void, which simply means it doesn't exist," said Mo Fan. Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Yu, and Su Xiaoluo failed to understand him well. Mo Fan added when he saw the confused looks on their faces, "Anyway, a unique space like this must have an entrance and an exit." "Don't worry." The group believed in Mo Fan. They picked a direction and proceeded that way. However, even though the grey land was still extending further ahead, they were unable to move forward, as if there was an invisible wall of space in front of them. Mo Fan tried to use magic. The fire burst was able to fly further into the distance, yet he still could not walk past it. He tried using fleeing shadow, but the outcome turned out the same. "Let's choose a different direction." They went into a different direction and soon discovered something emitting a silver glow in the air. A silver realm, that must be the exit. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Every space had its rules. Mo Fan was confident that there was an exit, yet he did not expect to find it so quickly. The thing was not too far away, it was around 5 kilometers away. They just needed to go straight. "There's something in the sky. Why is there a silver vortex?" Liu Yu's sight was sharper than the rest. She immediately discovered something strange in the sky. Mo Fan raised his head and saw a silver vortex above them. It was floating with the clouds and seemed to be spinning slowly. Mo Fan had no clue what it was either, but they only had to make their way toward the exit since they had found it. "Look, something is falling," yelled Liu Yu, pointing at the silver vortex. "They are black. What are they?" "They are falling like rain," said Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan was quicker in his thinking. When he saw the things falling from the silver vortex like tiny black raindrops, his expression immediately turned grim. The things seemed like tiny raindrops from their current distance, but once they were standing under the silver vortex, their size would no longer be the same as raindrops. "They are undead," shouted Liu Yu when she finally got a closer look at the things falling from the silver vortex. "Undead! Heavens, so many of them!" Su Xiaoluo's eyes were full of disbelief. She glanced at the land ahead. The things that landed on the ground soon rose to their feet and started walking around awkwardly. Undead, they were all undead. The rain falling from the silver vortex was actually raining undead. The zombies, skeletons, and phantoms were clustered together like raindrops. Similar to Mo Fan's group, it seemed like they had just been dragged into this unique space. Their hatred-filled eyes still looked confused. Chapter 668. The Space of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "What did you say?" "A silver vortex has dragged away a large number of undead," said the mysterious man at the Clock Tower Magic Association in confusion. Why would there be a silver vortex all of a sudden? The group of people was dumbfounded. The outside of the barrier was either drenched from the rain or covered by an ocean of undead. What was this silver vortex? "It's a turbulent flow of space, a space tunnel that can drag living forms into it and teleport them to somewhere else," said Hanji slowly. Everyone climbed up to the observation tower. There was indeed a silver vortex spinning in the darkness on the outside of the barrier. The silver vortex continued to drag the undead nearby into it. The undead that fell into it simply went missing. When the silver vortex disappeared, a huge clear space was left behind. "Where did the undead go?" said Elder Chu Jio of the Hunter Union. The silver vortex had only lasted for a short period. However, it had easily sucked around 2,000 undead away. Although the number was nothing compared to the size of the undead army, it was still a strange phenomenon. "So, can we still see how they're doing?" Du Xiao was more concerned about Mo Fan and the others. They had proceeded onto the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life. There were no copper mirrors on the bridges, thus they had no clue what the youngsters were up to. "I think so. The wicked-eye copper mirrors in the tomb are possessed by souls. They will follow intruders around. The copper mirror before has already flown toward the bridge that Mo Fan and his crew picked. I believe we can, it's showing something, look," blurted out Xie Sang. Xie Sang's copper mirror was showing a slightly curved land. As they were observing the place from high above, it felt like they could see the whole land. "Look, what's that?" A silver vortex." The people were stunned. The same silver vortex that had appeared outside of the city had also appeared in the space. Most shockingly, the undead that it had dragged away were now pouring down like raindrops, landing on the curved land. What the hell is going on? Everyone was trying to make sense of this. They soon discovered Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Yu, and Su Xiaoluo on the ground, looking fairly tiny from their viewpoint. Initially, they were the only ones on the spacious land, but as the undead poured down like raindrops, the place was suddenly filled with a sinister atmosphere. I'm afraid they have picked the Bridge of Death. They are now in the space of death," Xie Sang stated glumly. If they had chosen the right bridge, it would have led them straight to the altar. However, they had fallen into a unique space, implying that they had chosen the wrong bridge. Space of death. The people who entered it had no chance of surviving. "Does that mean they are trapped in there?" asked Yao Nan. "A unique space must have an entrance and an exit, otherwise it would just be a dead space that's impossible to enter. The space isn't huge, roughly the size of the inner city, and there's nothing else in there. It won't be hard to find the exit, but the silver vortex has suddenly brought around 2,000 undead into the space, which are going to kill them, said Han Ji. I could easily kill 2,000 undead if I was there. Humph, I already said that they should have split up and picked a bridge each. Look what happened, they have ended up in the space of death. How can these little kids handle 2,000 undead, harumphed Chu Jio in exasperation. I think they can handle around 2,000 undead still, said Yao Nan. I agree, Mo Fan's strength isn't comparable to that of an ordinary intermediate magician, said Zhuo Feng. How can an intermediate magician face 2,000 undead at once? Do you think I'm stupid? Chu Jian no longer had any hope. He seemed to be fretting. The mysterious man and Han Ji both had stern looks on their faces. They felt hopeless after learning that the group had arrived in the space of death, not to mention the undead were about to end their lives. Chief Xie, does this mean the bridges of death aren't really that terrifying? If they have an advanced magician among them, wouldn't they be able to handle the undead easily? Asked Elder Ling Shi. She too felt that it was unreliable to place the fate of the city in the hands of a few young magicians. The situation would be totally different if a super or advanced magician was with them. No, that isn't the case. Describing something to be weak or strong is actually subjective. The dangerous places that the people are referring to will never pose a threat to strong magicians. However, in the case of the ancient king's tomb, even a forbidden magician can't be sure that he could enter the place safely. The reason is, according to the rules that the ancient king set, the difficulty of the situation is adjusted based on the capabilities of the candidates. Although you're only seeing a few thousand undead in the space of death now, it is only because their strength isn't high. However, if you were the ones inside the space of death, the levels and the number of the undead will increase significantly, said Xie Sang. Most people in the tower were super magicians. They were more knowledgeable than Xie Sang, hence they immediately understood the situation when they heard Xie Sang's explanation. It seems like the ancient king isn't only the founder of the undead element and an expert of the space element, he's also an expert of the chaos element. I can't even imagine how many resources he spent constructing the tomb. But I have to say that I'm impressed by his intelligence, even though the tomb was built more than 2,000 years ago, an aged scholar spoke up. Only the chaos element could achieve the things that Xie Sang had mentioned. Among the dimensional magic elements, the space element was the strongest. The summoning element was the most diverse, the music element was primarily used for supporting and harassing, and the chaos element was the eeriest and the most unpredictable. These dimensional magic elements were difficult to understand, let alone the complicated chaos element. However, they were confident that the ancient king was an expert with the chaos element, too. Around 2,000 undead, hopefully they can make it, said Han Ji. I feel like these undead are only just the beginning, even though the group's strength isn't outstanding, they are still in the space of death. There's simply no chance for them to survive, added Xie Sang. Everyone fell silent upon hearing Xie Sang's words. Han Ji subconsciously glanced at the inner city beset by the calamity. His eyes were losing hope. Chapter 669. The living path is cleared by killing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain had lasted for a few days straight. The people in the clock tower were already silent, overwhelmed by the sorrow of finding the group in the space of death, and now yet another devastating news had come. Half of the army is dead, only a few from the 3 hunter squads are alive, the Imperial magicians are trapped by the mountain zombie there, an Imperial magician came reporting. Sigh, so many are dead, but we still picked the bridge of death, Lingxi shook her head when she heard the news. We should have just fought with all we had, maybe we can still survive until the morning arrived. We still don't know if the Dark Abyss is going to shift into the inner city. Maybe the Black Vatican is just trying to trick us. Now that we've lost so many people, we won't have a chance to defend the inner city, said Chu Jio. Don't you think it's meaningless to say something like that now? We're only in this situation because we've underestimated the Black Vatican. You should say that if the Magic Association, Hunter Union, and all renowned clans had worked together to eliminate the Black Vatican, a disaster like this wouldn't even happen. I don't think the Black Vatican is fooling us, the Dark Abyss is going to drift into the city. We already know that the Imperial Tomb is under the Dark Abyss. It's the fortunate among all unfortunates. I can already feel death closing in, responded Du Xiao, who seemed to have a grudge against Chu Jiao. Chu Jiao did not feel pleasant upon hearing the words. As he was about to respond, Du Xiao was already not in the mood to quarrel with him further. He walked to the edge and summoned a pair of wings. The wings had an obvious tear on them. It was obvious that he had been injured before. "What are you doing?" asked Chu Jiao immediately. "I'm well rested. I'll go and save more people." Du Xiao beat his wings and leapt into the air. He was extremely quick. The rain nearby was swept away as the wings beat. Not long after, Du Xiao had already vanished into the distance. The space of death. The silver vortex finally disappeared. No more undead were falling from the sky. However, the broad area was now crowded with lots of ugly creatures. Su Xiaoluo and Liu Ayu both had extremely pale faces. They had witnessed the enormous undead army up close, and even cleared a spectacular path to reach the Dark Abyss. However, they were escorted by an army of powerful magicians, and now, there were only 4 of them in the space. 4, just 4. Zhong Xiaohu was an intermediate magician. Mo Fan had just leveled up to the advanced level, but he still could not cast advanced spells as he had yet to learn how to construct a star constellation. The breakthrough had only granted him a greater supply of energy. There was no way they could handle so many undead. Brother Fan, Zhong Xiaohu's forehead was covered in sweat. The number of undead had exceeded his imagination. It was a lot more than the number of undead he had encountered at Xiangkai. The 2,000 undead could easily combine into a great tide and devour the 4 of them. "Swift Star Wolf, Little Flame Belle, come out here." Mo Fan immediately drew the star orbits and star pattern of the summoning element. Him summoning the 2 creatures instantly implied that he was in a grim situation. He had to try his very best. The Swift Star Wolf soon appeared beside Mo Fan. His hair was drifting in the wind from the phantom gusts and undead breath. White fangs poked out from the wolf's lips, almost reaching his lower jaw. "Protect them," Mo Fan told the Swift Star Wolf. Liu Ayu was fine on her own. Her close combat strength was a lot higher than the Swift Star Wolf, but Su Xiaoluo desperately needed protection. She was a poison magician, and her cultivation was not too high, either. She had spent most of her time on herbs and refining potions. When Zhong Xiaohu saw that Mo Fan was not talking nonsense anymore, he knew his friend was being utterly serious. The number of undead was too overwhelming. If anything, the only fortune they had was the fact that Mo Fan had just progressed into an advanced fire magician. "Little Flame Belle, stay close to Zhong Xiaohu," said Mo Fan to the Little Flame Belle floating beside him. "Brother Fan, I?" "Do as I say," said Mo Fan in a deep voice. Zhong Xiaohu opened his mouth, but he did not say a word. "They are here." Liu Ayu lowered her voice too. The space was not huge. The undead soon caught the smell of living humans. They let out ghastly starving cries and their stiff movements suddenly turned into sprinting, like refugees running toward food. The zombies were the greediest, running at the front of the pack. The sturdy ground began to crack under their heavy steps. Mo Fan took a deep breath. His right fist was already burning with a blazing red flame. The fang-shaped flame swayed slightly in the wind. He stood there waiting for the zombies to enter the range of his fiery fist. "This is the space of death. Are we going to die here?" Su Xiaoluo almost bit her lips. She blurted out cowardly. Space of death, they were in the space of death. There were so many undead, and only the 4 of them. They were going to die. The people in the city were going to die, too. They still could not escape their fate. Everyone would die before dawn, their blood splashed across the ground would be that maniac Salon's red carpet. The living path isn't cleared by walking on it, but killing. Mo Fan did not turn his head, directing the words at Su Xiaoluo, who had the urge to give up. "Fiery fist!" The light of the fire flickered. Mo Fan launched the flame on his fist with a blast. 9 fiery dragons flew across the grey land and rammed into the pack of zombies running at the front while wriggling their fiery bodies. Around 60 zombies were running at the front of the pack, the fastest among the zombies. The zombies agilely leapt aside when the fiery dragons lunged at them, dodging Mofan's fiery fist. However, the fiery dragons were not just dumbly flying forward. The flames emitted from their bodies were extremely hot. The little sparks alone were enough to set the zombies aflame once they made contact with their bodies. The strength of the fiery fist, 9 dragons, was overwhelming, not to mention its wide coverage. The 60 agile zombies were completely devoured by the flames with no chance of escaping, burned into black ash and blown into the air. Mofan stepped forward and drew the next star pattern. The army of magicians had cleared a path to the dark abyss in the ocean of undead. This time, it was his turn to clear a living path in this space of death. Chapter 670. Advanced Level Transformation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The black ash blown into the air slowly dissipated. Mofan subconsciously took a deep breath. The number of undead that was eliminated by a single cast of Fiery Fist was nowhere enough compared to the total number of undead, but that did not mean Mofan would stand there waiting for his death. Perfect timing, time to kill at will. It took him great effort just to reach the advanced level. Mofan charged at the undead at full speed. The number of undead was too deadly for the people behind him. Mofan did not want them to get any closer to his crew. As such, he had no choice but to step forward to stop the tide of undead. Zhong Xiaohu was shocked when he saw Mofan charging into the undead. Mofan's speed was extremely quick even without the aid of any spell. He was as fast as someone under the effect of the basic spell Wind Track. Upon leveling up to the advanced level, not only did it strengthen his mind, his physical attributes improved dramatically too. It was also the reason why advanced magicians did not only fight commander-level creatures distantly. They were not at a disadvantage when fighting close combat too. Mofan had clearly sensed the difference. The physical buffs provided by his nebula was almost negligible. He had to rely on spells most of the time. Without magic, he was only an ordinary human that was slightly more agile. However, the advanced level was a different story. The physical attributes of an advanced magician were entirely different than the intermediate level. Their jumping, sprinting, dodging, and reaction times were comparable to lower-level demon creatures. Even when jumping right into a pack of demon creatures, it did not necessarily mean that the magician would have trouble surviving. Mofan had already felt it in the hall. The fire nebula had further strengthened his flesh. Therefore, he had decided to kill the undead as sacrifices for his recent level up. Flipping his hands simultaneously, 2 bright flames burst alive on his palms. Mofan basically finished the 2 fire bursts in an instant. In terms of speed and reflexes, Mofan was faster than the servant class undead. He quickly weaved past 2 poisonous zombies like a sparrow gliding through the woods and slammed the fire bursts on his hands on their bodies. Leaving the flames behind, Mofan had already moved a few meters away. With a thought, the 2 fire bursts on the zombies exploded instantly. It was too easy to kill 2 servant-class zombies instantly with the 4th-tier fire burst. As a matter of fact, if 2 undead were standing closely together, a single fire burst would be enough to send them both to hell. Oh, wait, they were already there. The 2 fire bursts exploded behind Mofan, staggering the skeletons that were following him. Mofan did not bother wasting his time on the skeletons. His gaze was fixed on a strong presence that he had sensed. It was a skeleton general. It was only as tall as a 10-year-old kid, thus it was easy to disregard its presence. Mofan would have had a hard time noticing the skeleton before, but he was now an advanced magician. His strong will was able to detect the presence of stronger creatures among the undead almost instantly. Giant Shadow Spike! Mofan straightaway charged toward the skeleton general with black energy circling around his finger. As Mofan shot the black energy forward, it turned into a flickering cold spike, punching into the skeleton general which thought it had concealed its presence well. The skeleton general was only a small warrior-level creature, its strength was nowhere close to the Hatchet Corpse general. The giant shadow spike completely sealed off its movements as it nailed the creature to the spot. It could not even move its fingers, let alone try to break free from it. As soon as Mo Fan had the skeleton general under control, 8 skeletons with white bone sabers appeared on both sides. Their hands had turned into the bone sabers to cut anything blocking in their path. The sabers were aimed at different parts of Mo Fan's body. 2 were swung at Mo Fan's head, while 3 were slashing at his chest. The rest were aiming at his limbs. Mo Fan was planning to eliminate the little skeleton general in one go. His eyes flickered coldly when he discovered the guards trying to protect their general. His pupils glowed purple. The energy of lightning. His arms were wrapped in arcs of lightning as electrical discharges surrounded him while producing crackling noises. Lightning strike. The lightning arcs spread out and quickly filled the area within 20 meters of Mo Fan like eels, turning the place into an electric field. The 8 skeletons had already raised their bone sabers, yet their speed was no match for the lightning. The paralyzing effect immediately nullified their attacks. The lightning element was indeed overwhelming. Most of the time, Mo Fan subconsciously used the lightning strike as a control spell to secure a safe space around him. After all, nothing could compare to its paralyzing effect. On top of that, its damage was fairly outstanding, too. 4 of the 8 skeletons were killed instantly. Among the basic spells, only the lightning element possessed such strength. The wind started blowing. It grew from a breeze to a green slashing tornado right behind Mo Fan. The wind dragged the skeletons and the undead following behind Mo Fan into the air and tore them into pieces. Blood and pieces of bones were scattered across the place. Mo Fan knew it was Zhong Xiaoho's attack without needing to turn his head around. The enemies behind him were eliminated, allowing him to focus on killing the impaired skeleton general. The warrior-level creatures posed the biggest threat to the group, after all. They would hide among the other undead and ambush them. Those without outstanding defensive equipment would be killed by a single blow. Die! Mo Fan walked up to the skeleton general and threw a fist at its shiny, smooth skull. The fist burst into flames as he launched it. When it landed on the skeleton general's face, flames like lava burst forward. The impaired skeleton general was knocked 50 meters away. His path had other skeletons along it, too. They were also devoured by the flames of the fiery fist. It was obvious that the tiny skeleton general was not very strong at all. The explosion produced by the fiery fist, exploding heaven right in its face, was enough to kill it. However, at the place where the skeleton general's bones landed in pieces, a two-faced phantom 10 meters tall uttered an enraged roar. 10 meters, it was the height of a 3-story building. Its presence and aura were a lot stronger than the skeleton general. Even their faces were hurting from the wind that was produced by the roar. Chapter 671. Endless Battle, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The phantom did not lunge at Mo Fan straight away, but commanded the lower-ranked undead nearby to attack him. The undead immediately charged toward the group, either leaping, tearing, sprinting, or breathing out poison. Mo Fan did not panic when he saw the undead approaching him. Rose Flame, Fiery Fist, 9 halls. The ground began to tremble as Mo Fan slammed his fist into it. Before the 9 astonishing fire pillars even burst out from the ground, something blazing red was already boiling in the cracks. The pillars rocketed out of the ground one by one, each as thick as the trunk of a huge tree. The pillars were full of blazing lava, ignited sparks across the place as they splattered in the air. Flames burned the area between the fire pillars. The undead who were caught in the fire had only been buried underground for a few years, and their bodies were not refined enough to endure the incredible heat. Not a single undead that was caught in the range of the fiery fist, 9 hall survived. The skeletons turned into ashes while the zombies turned into burned charcoal. The phantom simply vanished into smoke and dispersed. For someone like Mo Fan, who was equipped with all kinds of destructive spells, he was afraid of neither close combat nor being surrounded, especially when he could easily eliminate a huge group of servant-class creatures instantly. The fiery fist annihilated the group of 30 undead that the Two-Face Phantom General sent out. They all turned into soul remnants floating into the little loach pendant. It seemed like one among them was a soul essence. Mo Fan did not take a close look at it, as another group of zombies breathing out poisonous gas were approaching him on the scorched land. Mo Fan hated poison the most. Although the poison unleashed by these zombies was not too effective against an advanced magician, it would still inflict serious damage to his body after a prolonged period. Poison was extremely deadly in his situation since he still had to fight an overwhelming number of undead. Poisonous zombies, poisonous liquid, poisonous claws. Mo Fan avoided contact with anything poisonous. When he was sprayed with the poisonous liquid, he immediately weaved through the zombies in the form of a shadow and arrived at a relatively spacious area. "Leave the poison to me." Su Xiaoluo's voice came from not far away. Mo Fan raised his head and soon discovered the green poison mist was being pulled away by something. It was floating toward where Su Xiaoluo was standing. Su Xiaoluo opened her palm. A wind vortex appeared on her palm, absorbing all the poison of the zombies nearby, including the poisonous liquid that was being sprayed in the air. Mo Fan had rarely seen a poison magician. His grim face barely showed any emotion when he saw Su Xiaoluo getting rid of the troublesome poison with ease. Without the threat of the poison, Mo Fan was able to focus on killing the undead. Claws slashed fiercely in Mo Fan's direction. He could now dodge the attacks with his improved agility. Even when 5 poisonous zombies were trying to tear him to pieces, he still dodged the attacks with ease without relying on the fleeing shadow or the blood tabi. Leaping backwards, Mo Fan created some distance from the 5 poisonous zombies. The clumsy creatures lunged at him, but they ended up knocking into one another. Mo Fan took hold of the chance and shoved his arm forward. Several lightning strikes struck forward and danced between the 5 poisonous zombies like eels. He flipped his right hand. The flame he ignited shone upon his icy face. He tossed the fire burst right in the middle of the 5 poisonous zombies. When the brilliant fireworks of the explosion went off, the 5 immobilized poisonous zombies were blasted to pieces. Mo Fan glanced at the remains of the zombies scattered across the ground. He had eliminated the 5 poisonous zombies with ease. He could clearly feel the difference in his power after achieving the advanced level. Instead of the need to focus when casting basic spells, he could now cast them by waving his hands. Together with his improved movement and quick reactions, the servant class no longer posed any threat to him. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, the fight would simply be a one-sided massacre. The Two-Face Phantom General was furious. It finally ran out of patience and charged forward when it saw its guards were completely beaten up by a human. When the 10-meter-tall creature sprinted forward, the human-sized undead immediately stepped aside, or the creature would simply crush them. The Two-Face Phantom General abused the advantage of its size and rammed forward, stomping a few careless skeletons into pieces. Mo Fan did not assume that he could withstand the impact after he became an advanced magician. He immediately kicked the ground and leapt a few dozen meters away when he saw the phantom targeting him. The Two-Face Phantom General had thick arms, and clenched its hands into claws. When it saw Mo Fan jumping away, it skidded to try and turn, and slashed at Mo Fan with its claws. The Two-Face Phantom General could easily grab a human, its claws could poke right through a person's body. Due to the momentum from its charge, the creature slid across the ground while swinging its claws, leaving Mo Fan with no chance of escaping. Mo Fan felt a sudden icy gust from his right, which turned out to be the Phantom General's claws. He quickly leapt backward, barely dodging the attack. The Phantom General pulled back its claws, but they ended up cutting only air. When it came to a stop and turned back around, Mo Fan was already around 40 meters away. The distance was enough to guarantee Mo Fan's safety. He slammed his hand on the ground, lightning strike went off, and hundreds of lightning arcs flickered wildly and turned the place into an electric field. Now that the zombies could no longer get close to him, he had eliminated the threat of being flanked from the rear. His pupils flickered as a mysterious purple star pattern and stars connected deep inside them. His casting speed was extremely fast. The ability to draw star orbits with a single thought and the upgrade to his will had further improved his mind, allowing him to finish a star pattern in no time. A restless stormy cloud appeared in the direction he pointed his finger. A piercing screech rose as the Phantom General realized the destructive force accumulating above it. The lightning descended from the cloud, tearing through the sky in the form of a purple-black bolt. The truth was, when they saw the blinding lightning flash, the energy of the bolt had already landed on the ground, shaking the entire space. Chapter 672. Endless Battle, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Thunder boomed and rolled, the explosive penetrative power of the lightning left a hole on the two-faced Phantom General's face. The Phantom General had two faces and one mouth. One of the faces was similar to a human's, while the other one was festered and full of scars. However, when the former was struck by lightning, both of the faces were now festered, fresh blood falling from them. It was likely that the face would be full of scars, just like the other face, once the bleeding stopped. Obviously, the Phantom General did not like its faces matching that way. Its festered and slightly blown-up head rotated, revealing an eyeball almost falling out from its socket, giving it an eerie appearance. The Phantom General screamed and stomped forward. Mo Fan dodged aside, but the enormous Phantom General stomped its foot again before he could stand firmly. The stomp was so powerful that it left a huge pit in the sturdy ground. Mo Fan did not dodge aside this time. His body sank with the Phantom General's foot and turned into a puff of shadow. It split into two and fled from the creature's stomp. In the Phantom General's eyes, the two shadows that Mo Fan turned into were like two cockroaches escaping from its stomp. However, it was confused about why there were two of them when there was only one that it stomped on. When the Phantom General was still figuring out which shadow was its real target, Mo Fan already moved 50 meters away. He pointed his finger at the sky once again, summoning the rest of the lightning that he had not yet unleashed to strike the two-faced Phantom General's head. The two-faced Phantom General's head was almost blasted in half by the lightning. Brain liquid leaked out from the hole in its head, while one half of its skull dangled in the air, similar to the dangling eyeball from before. After all, the creature was an undead. Other demon creatures would be close to death if their heads were blasted open like that. The two-faced Phantom General was trembling from the hit. The lightning was quite powerful. Even though the creature's body was able to withstand the damage, its bones were shaking hard from the shock. As the creature was enormous, it relied heavily on the support of its skeleton, thus further increasing the effect of Qianju and space trembling effect. Another gorgeous lightning strike descended. The Phantom General almost lost its balance. It suddenly dropped to the ground on its knees. More lightning strikes descended wildly in succession. Mo Fan wanted the Phantom General dead as soon as possible. More than 1,000 undead would be here soon. He had to eliminate those that posed a great threat to him in the quickest possible time. The two-faced Phantom General was blasted by the lightning beyond recognition. Its whole body was festering, scorched, with blood splattering everywhere. However, the creature had no sense of pain or acknowledgement that it was suffering from serious injuries. As soon as its bones were no longer under the space trembling effect, it lunged at Mo Fan and attacked with its claws. "So that's where your undead crystal is." Mo Fan stood his ground with no intention to dodge the incoming attack. The lightning had blasted a hole in the two-faced Phantom General's belly. The scorched hole gaped open, and inside it was a glittering crystal. It was the undead's weakness. Not many warrior-level creatures managed to survive consecutive blasts of Mo Fan's thunderbolt, wild strikes. It seemed like it would take more than a few lightning strikes to kill the two-faced Phantom General. Luckily, the enraged creature was totally unaware that its weakness was exposed. Fiery fist, exploding heaven. Mo Fan's fist erupted in flames as he attacked the 10 meters tall creature. The blazing red flames burst forward and formed a fiery ring, with Mo Fan in the middle. The raging flames combined into a fiery fist, aimed at the hole on the two-faced Phantom General's belly. The two-faced Phantom General's torso was huge enough to contain the entire fiery fist. Not only did the fiery fist smash the undead crystal into pieces, it even penetrated the back of its chest. Once the undead crystal was broken, the creature was just a lump of rotten flesh and bones. The blazing red flames of the fiery fist simply set the remains on fire. Within just a second, the 10 meters tall creature was burned into a huge pile of ash and blown away by the wind, barely sweeping Mo Fan's clothes and hair. "This Mo Fan, how strong is he?" exclaimed the mysterious man in surprise. Watching from the wicked eye copper mirror, the people saw around 200 corpses scattered around Mo Fan. Among them were 2 warrior-level undead. He had eliminated all these troublesome creatures on his own, well beyond the capabilities of an ordinary intermediate magician. "He still hasn't shown all his strength," said Zafong. Zafong had witnessed Mo Fan's shocking punch, which had blasted a commander-level flesh-mound corpse official flying. If he was using the improved version of the 4th-tier fiery fist, it would eliminate a huge pack of undead instantly. As such, even though around 2,000 undead had been sucked into the silver vortex, Zafong still believed in the group of young magicians. "By the way, did you notice something?" said Ling Shi. "Notice what?" "I think he has 4 elements," said Ling Shi. "Now that you've mentioned it. Fiery fist, lightning strike, fleeing shadow, and the 2 summoned beasts at the start." "My god, he really has 4 elements," yelled Zafong in astonishment. "4 elements? Lightning, fire, summoning, and shadow." Everyone was aware of Mo Fan's double innate elements, yet they all assumed that Mo Fan would only have 3 elements in the intermediate level, yet it turned out that he had 4 in total. "Doesn't that mean he can awaken 2 elements every time he breaks though?" "He just reached to the advanced level, that means Lushu was stunned too." Previously, they were immersed in great despair after learning the group ended up in the space of death. They assumed the 4 magicians had no chance of surviving against 2,000 undead. Even when Mo Fan was fighting, they did not pay any attention, and did not realize this fact until Ling Shi suddenly mentioned it. 4 elements, he really has 4 elements. No wonder he's able to start a bloodbath among the undead. The number of elements he has is the same as a super magician. I agree that we could just give up if it was someone else, but when it's Mo Fan, these undead might not be able to stop him, declared Yao Nan. It was also Han Ji's time witnessing Mo Fan's full strength. His eyes flickered with a hint of admiration. No wonder Zhu Meng was so fond of this young intermediate magician. He had 4 elements, just like the super magician standing around him. Chapter 673. The War Machine Among the Magicians. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Little Flame Belle, possess! Yingtilda Little Flame Belle cried out like a little demoness, blowing her flute joyfully. Little Flame Belle slammed into Mo Fan's chest and immediately set his skin on fire. Even his hair was standing up in energy from the flames. The calamity fire formed into a graceful armor plate, turning Mo Fan into a flame devil. Even his pupils were burning with fire. Meteorite Fist, 9 dragons. With a magnificent aura and raging flames, Mo Fan's punch launched 9 savage fiery dragons forward. The dragons were quick and blazing hot, turning the servant class undead they crossed into nothing. When the 9 fiery dragons landed on a corpse general simultaneously, the warrior-level undead with hundreds of zombies under its command was burned into ashes and disappeared too. Its enormous figure only left a pile of dust that was blown away by the blast produced from the impact, scattering in the air above the rocky land. The Meteorite Fist, 9 dragons swept the place. Apart from killing the corpse general instantly, it even annihilated 100 more undead. The super magicians watching the fight through the wicked eye copper mirror stared at the ash and dust scattering across the place in disbelief. Was that really an intermediate spell? They never knew the fiery fist could possess such remarkable strength. Killing a corpse general instantly and burning 100 undead to death. That was clearly the power of an advanced spell. Zhuofeng subconsciously grinned when he saw the punch. He was astounded just like these power figures when he first saw the super fiery fist. This Mo Fan was indeed no ordinary person. Only around 1,000 undead left, it won't be a problem if the four magicians work together, observed Yao Nan. Yao Nan was the most familiar with Mo Fan's strength, although the power of the fiery fist did shock him greatly. It was likely that the punch would inflict serious damage to a commander-level creature. As expected of this violent magician, no ordinary magicians could cultivate the fire element to his level. His contracted beast is very special, it's a rare elemental life form with the ability to possess someone. The Flame Belle is able to grant her master her fire and her ability to control fire. As such, it significantly strengthens the fire spells of a fire magician, said Han Ji, who was knowledgeable about the summoning element. Flame Belle. The others might be unaware, but Han knew the unique creature only existed in the North Burning Valley. Han Ji did not expect that Mo Fan's contracted beast was a Flame Belle, which even super magicians desired. The unique elemental life form brought huge benefits to a fire magician. Han Ji could not help but admit that Mo Fan, who everyone had only assumed to be an intermediate magician, had greatly surpassed their expectations. Yeah, he even improved his fiery fist to the 4th tier. It seems like all his basic spells were in the 4th tier too. I don't understand how the kid got his hands on so many soul essences, the strengthened spells and the fact that he has 4 elements. I'm afraid he's as strong as an advanced magician, said Lu Shu. Who would have thought? It seems like we still have hope. There's still hope, said a leader of the Imperial Magicians. Our sacrifices were worth it. Glancing down through the wicked eye copper mirror, they clearly saw Mo Fan weaving through the pack of undead. His strength was comparable to an elite squad of intermediate magicians. He managed to clear a path despite the overwhelming numbers of undead. The surprise did not stop at Mo Fan's outstanding strength. As Zhong Xiaohu and Liu Aryu joined the fight, the former's outstanding control of wind and earth elements left the undead with no chance of attacking them. He was able to corral a huge number of undead on his own. The delegation of tasks was extremely important. For a pure brute force magician like Mo Fan, if he was given the opportunity to use his magic at will, he could eliminate hundreds, or even thousands of undead. What Zhong Xiaohu did simply gave Mo Fan the chance to do so. Initially, they thought Liu Aryu was also an ordinary magician from Bo City, yet they were overjoyed when they saw the incredible strength of the Blood Tribe. The strength and speed that the slender girl displayed were comparable to those of a corpse general, and together with the unique abilities of the Blood Tribe, she could easily massacre the undead even when she was surrounded by hundreds of them. Mo Fan was simply a violent cannon. Each of his spells would kill a bunch of undead. Zhong Xiaohu focused on crowd controlling the undead and luring the warrior-level creatures away. His occasional attack using Wind Disc and the defense provided by Rock Barrier were extremely effective. Liu Aryu had been in close combat all along. Her strength was equivalent to a warrior-level creature in the advancing period. She would rip the heads off the lesser undead off with every swipe of her claws. The bodies of undead scattered across the place. The ground was covered in broken pieces of undead crystals. They initially thought the 2,000 undead were more than enough to shred the group, but the situation was hugely in their favor instead. The number of undead was decreasing rapidly, from 1,000 to 800, and further down to 500. Thunderbolt, wild strikes. Mo Fan pointed at the sky, summoning purple-black wild lightning bolts to descend rapidly. The lightning strike split into forks halfway in the air and landed on the ground consecutively, producing lightning flashes across the land. Countless undead were disintegrated instantly by the lightning, others were merely blasted to death. The lightning strikes left many holes around. The number of undead suddenly seemed a lot fewer. The swaying zombies scattered across the place no longer posed any threat to the group. Swift Star Wolf realized that it was his turn to shine. The handsome wolf revealed his fangs as the glowing runes on his body produced giant fangs, tearing at the zombies as the Swift Star Wolf snapped his jaws everywhere. The zombies were instantly torn into pieces, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Little Flame Belle puffed her cheeks and breathed out fiercely. In addition to the blazing flames she exhaled, she even produced a huge tornado sweeping forward. As the flames and tornado combined, the damage they caused was no weaker than Mo Fan's fiery fist, 9 halls. The wind basically dragged the undead into the center of the tornado, where they were burned by the calamity fire. Only a few undead were left. The authorities watching from afar definitely did not expect this to be the outcome. Since the space of death was under the effect of chaos element, Mo Fan might actually make it out from the space of death with his outstanding strength and find the altar. Chapter 674. Losing Hope, Skeleton Pack. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I thought we're dead for sure. Who knew your friend is so strong? He basically killed over 1,000 undead on his own. Su Xiaoluo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. Normally, even the strongest intermediate magicians could only kill between 200 to 300 undead. A magician like Mo Fan could easily face the advanced magicians that had only leveled up recently. Of course, you forgot whose big brother he is. Zhong Xiaohu rubbed his nose with his thumb, as he was feeling quite proud. Su Xiaoluo rolled her eyes and said, considering it's now the second half of the night, we should quickly find the exit and get out of here. It will be too late for us to reach the altar after the Dark Abyss's next shift. Let's hurry, don't tell me, that thing is here again. Zhong Xiaohu had just shown a relieved smile on his face before it froze as he glanced at the sky ahead. Mo Fan had just started trying to catch his breath when he discovered the energy ripples in the sky, the kind that brought a headache to him. The ripples were produced by another silver vortex appearing in the sky above them. The silver vortex was stronger than the one before. The ripples it was producing were detectable more than a few kilometers away. Another one. Mo Fan raised his head and stared at the silver vortex, which was even larger than the previous one. As they watched, black dots gradually appeared from the vortex which looked like a silver compass. The black dots fell from the sky. It was no longer a drizzle. In just a few moments, the black dots had covered a huge area on the rocky land. Packs of undead were falling into the space of death, each pack consisting of a few hundred undead. Mo Fan thought the silver vortex would disappear after teleporting around 2,000 undead into the space, yet it was still spinning, spitting out more undead from the turbulent flow of space. Mo Fan and his crew had no idea where the undead came from, but the authorities guarding the inner city were well aware of the source. The undead were pulled into the vortex from the middle of the ocean of undead outside the city. The silver vortex had appeared out of nowhere. The first one only had a diameter of a few hundred meters. It had drawn in around 2,000 undead from outside of the city. However, its scale was a lot scarier this time. The silver vortex's diameter was almost a kilometer. A vortex of this scale would rarely appear in the ocean, let alone on the land, and somewhere close to a city. The silver vortex was a turbulent flow of space. It was impossible for the creatures that were drawn into it to escape. The turbulent flow of space would teleport them to some space in a different dimension. Obviously, the other end of the silver vortex was the space of death Mo Fan and his crew were in. Could this be a blessing from God, summoning these silver vortexes to help us eliminate the army of undead? Half of the skeleton army that was intercepting the Imperial Magician's retreat is gone, said a commander on the walls happily. The ocean of undead was magnificent, yet it was not boundless. The first silver vortex had taken around 2,000 undead away, while the second time was even more shocking. It had taken away at least 8,000 skeletons in just a few minutes. If these silver vortexes appeared a few more times, it would significantly reduce the number of undead close to the barrier. It might even change the fate of the city. My God, exclaimed Lafong and Yao Nan at the same time. They were at the observation post above the clock tower. They clearly saw the skeletons being drawn into the silver vortex. The two elite advanced magicians were completely stunned by the astonishing sight. It only lasted a short moment, but it had already devoured a whole pack of skeletons. After the two collected their thoughts, they quickly made their way into the clock tower. They were still hoping that it was just a coincidence, hoping that not all the skeletons were brought into the space. However, they immediately realized the truth when they saw the grim expressions on everyone's face. They looked at the wicked eye copper mirror and saw its whole area of sight covered by white skeletons. Even from this height, the whole place within a few dozen square meters was fully occupied by the skeletons. They were so densely packed together that the two advanced magicians felt a chill flowing down their spines. There were just too many of them. It turned out that a whole pack of skeletons were drawn in by the Vortex. An army of almost 10,000 of them. The silver Vortex simply destroyed their hope. Even the slightest hope they had was crushed. There were only 4 of those kids, only 4. They had to face an entire pack of almost 10,000 skeletons. When the skeletons spread across the land, they simply looked like a white carpet when viewed from a certain height. The area they covered had no visible end at first glance. Their roars almost shattered the magicians' hearts into pieces. The space of death, it turned out that this was the real definition of the place's name. It was designed to give the intruders a cruel test that they had no chance of passing even if they were a few times, or even 10 times stronger. Death was the only way out. I told you, everything is only the beginning. The ancient king won't spare the lives of the people in the space of death so easily. He doesn't allow the weak to arrive at his altar either, said Xie Sang slowly. It's not even about being weak or strong. That's a skeleton army with the scale of a horde. Even the advanced magicians, imperial magicians, and the older magicians among us have no chance of wiping them out, let alone a few young magicians. I don't want to say this, but we have to admit it, they are surely going to die. Commander Lushu's voice was trembling. They thought the first silver vortex would bring an end to the space of death. After all, killing 2,000 skeletons was already over their limit. The second silver vortex simply gave them no chance of surviving. We can now put the wicked eye copper mirror away. Time to prepare for our final retreat, and Ji turned around and went up the stairs to the observation post. He was completely worn out both physically and mentally. This was the outcome, even though they had struggled at the edge between hope and despair. He felt an urge to shed tears for the sake of the innocent people, yet his eyes were completely dry. It was the Black Vatican's great victory, considering the situation they were in. His only hope was to hold the last line of defense, to protect the inner city of the 1,000-year-old ancient capital, but even his final hope was crushed. President, called the mysterious man. Everyone was feeling extremely unpleasant when they saw Han Ji's decrepit back. Everyone was concerned about the city's fate, yet none of them cared about the city more than Han Ji did. With Han Ji's strength, he had a chance to escape from the surrounding undead, but the old magician was willing to live and die together with the city. Chapter 675. The Disaster in the Space of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The plan is to escape with the minority, but can we actually make it? Go north, and there's still a chance, even though a lot will die, and those who survived are basically lingering on with their last breath of life. The city is gone, the people are dead, is there really any meaning to live still? Commander Lushu sighed. The people who went out are not back yet. Not sure how Du Xiao is doing, Zhu Meng, Yao Ting, Shi Jing, they are still out there. They don't want to leave on their own. They are trying to bring more people back to the inner city. The rest of us that stayed are completely worn out, injured, ran out of energy, or in charge of giving orders, said Fei Jiao. Hopefully he can do it, said the mysterious man all of a sudden. Are you referring to Fang Ji Yu? The mysterious man shook his head, but he did not respond. A smaller space was usually less stable. When strong sonic waves, stomps, and energy ripples traveled across the place, the whole space would shake hard and begin to collapse like a structure that could not bear its weight. Mo Fan had no clue what the pillars supporting the space were, but he clearly sensed that the space was about to be destroyed by the overwhelming numbers of the skeleton army. White skeletons, red eyes. The skeletons joined together into a huge forest of bones. Their red eyes were flickering coldly, like stars in the sky. Mo Fan's heart beat heavily. He had never trembled like he was now even when he was involved in lots of dangerous situations in the past. His blood was close to freezing from the terrifying chill. Every inch of his cells was shrinking in fear. Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Aryu, and Su Xiaoluo stood behind Mo Fan. Their hearts were jumping out of their chests. Their breathing had stopped when he saw the astonishing sight before them. Normally, they would subconsciously figure out a way to handle the situation in front of them to guarantee their survival. However, they had lost the ability to think after seeing the skeleton army. Their minds had gone blank. Run, run, run to the back. Mo Fan's voice awakened the three people who were lost in a daze. Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Aryu, and Su Xiaoluo did not hesitate. They immediately turned around and ran. The undead army was in front. There was still room behind them, at least it would give them more time before they were devoured by the army skeleton. The swift star wolf carried Su Xiaoluo and Liu Aryu. Zhong Xiaohu was using his wind track and earth wave. They quickly ran over a few hundred meters away. However, Zhong Xiaohu soon discovered something out of place. He turned around and saw Mo Fan still standing in the same place. Brother Fan! Mo Fan! Liu Aryu and Zhong Xiaohu yelled out simultaneously. I don't know how long I can last, but you try your best to find the exit. Don't say anything, if you're quick enough, I might be able to survive. Mo Fan did not turn his head around. He told them his decision over the loud roars of the undead. The truth was, Mo Fan knew he was only deceiving himself and the others. They had already checked the direction they came from. There was no exit there, and there was not a lot of space, either. They would hit a wall in a few kilometers. Even though the place outside the wall looked the same, if they tried to break through it with brute force, what lay ahead would be a storm of reality that could tear super creatures into pieces. There was no escape. Mo Fan was well aware of that. However, Mo Fan was reluctant to sit on the ground and wait for his death. No way! If God wanted him dead, he would simply throw his fist at him, let alone these undead. The army of skeletons was huge. They could trample a mountain range into flat land. More than 20,000 glowing eyes were densely clustered together. It was Mo Fan's first time being looked at by almost 10,000 pairs of eyes. Their murderous aura was strong enough to freeze space. Those with weak spirits would even be torn into pieces on the spot. Brother Fan, you've said it, we'll live and die together. Zhong Xiaohu would never leave Mo Fan behind. He wanted to turn back and fight together with Mo Fan. He would kill as much as he could. He would not allow these skeletons to trample their dignity as magicians so easily. Nightmare! Zhong Xiaohu had just turned around when he looked into Liu Aryu's colorful pupils. He immediately felt heavy-headed, as his soul could not resist her power. Zhong Xiaohu forced himself to stay awake, but the drowsiness grew stronger. He saw Mo Fan walking toward him in his blurred vision. He had decided to run away together with them. Zhong Xiaohu was relieved, and lowered his guard. His body dropped to the ground as he no longer resisted Liu Aryu's hypnosis. Liu Aryu tossed Zhong Xiaohu onto the swift star wolf. Her beautiful face had an unwilling look. Mo Fan was Liu Aryu Sr., hence when he gave the command, she had no choice but to obey. Liu Aryu wanted to fight beside Mo Fan too, but he did not allow her to. Mo Fan knew that they had no chance of surviving the skeleton army. Since they still had some room behind, he wanted the others to live longer while he would earn some time for them. Ling Tilda? The little flame Belle stood on Mo Fan's shoulder. The fearless demoness finally knew how torturous the feeling of being unable to do anything to stop something from happening was. Why would I blame you? You're so young, there are too many of them. It's just that I'm feeling sorry for your mum. I promised her to bring you to the Burning Valley and protect the Starry Tree after the next fire calamity, even though Xinsha mentioned that it's impossible for the fire calamity to happen again. Mo Fan fondled Little Flame Belle's head. Little Flame Belle was crying. Pieces of fire crystals were falling down. She was blaming herself for not practicing more diligently. She was not strong enough to resolve the danger for Mo Fan by annihilating the ocean of skeletons ahead. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was feeling regretful that he did not take better care of the little creature. An overwhelming sense of guilt spread across his body when he recalled the scene of Jiang Feng sacrificing herself to protect the Little Flame Belle. Ling Tilda? Ling! Little Flame Belle was crying with all her might, trying to excite the spirit of fire within her. She was forcing herself to evolve. She believed that if she could grow into the mature phase, she could eliminate more enemies. The creature that was as little as a baby had never felt a stronger desire to have more power. Mo Fan looked at little Flame Belle and chuckled. It was impossible, she needed more time and more resources to evolve. It was useless trying to force herself like that. Chapter 676. Thousand-Piercing Fire Feathers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Don't cry, they must be enjoying the pleasure of seeing us scared, but we'll let them know that they should be the one feeling scared. Mo Fan looked at the little Flame Belle floating in front of him and fondled her chubby, boiling cheeks. Little Flame Belle reached out her hands and rubbed her eyes, yet the blazing red crystal tears were still falling down. She could not stop crying. She did not know what would happen next. Her mind was linked with Mo Fan's. Ever since she was born, she could clearly sense Mo Fan's emotions, including now. Mo Fan was scared, and the Flame Belle was even more scared. No one would feel relaxed when death approached. The little Flame Belle was withholding her tears as she understood that even when Mo Fan was scared, he had never given up. Even against 10,000 skeletons, a whole army of skeletons, even when he was scared, he would still fight until the end instead of sitting there waiting for his death. Tilda little Flame Belle stopped rubbing the unstoppable crystal tears. She understood Mo Fan's heart. She turned around and unleashed a wave of flames. The blazing wave was 20 meters high. Little Flame Belle stood on top of the wave that was rolling toward the ocean of skeletons. Both Little Flame Belle's tiny figure and the 20-meter-high fire wave was minuscule compared to the enormous skeleton army. The red dot in the middle of white would continue to burn as long as it was still alive. Little Flame Belle wanted to be Mo Fan's vanguard. She knew both Mo Fan and she were going to die, but she would construct the greatest tomb for themselves with the skeletons before her death. Little Flame Belle. Mo Fan could not stop Little Flame Belle. He felt like his heart was stabbed by a knife when he saw her charging into the middle of the ocean of skeletons. Mo Fan tried to catch up to Little Flame Belle with fleeing shadow, yet the Little Flame Belle was too quick. She had already disappeared into the ocean of skeletons in the blink of an eye. Mo Fan could barely see the flames sprouting into the sky in the chaos. The calamity fire soared through the air in the shape of a fiery bird with fully extended wings. As Little Flame Belle pointed her short finger, the fiery bird glided along 1 meter above the ground. Its burning wings knocked row after row of skeletons to the ground, and the brown-red calamity fire set them aflame, burning the white skeletons into black ash. A long, burning carpet spread across the ground. The gorgeous fiery bird finally shrunk in size after flying 50 meters. Every time it set a skeleton on fire, a portion of the flame it was made of would spread to the skeleton. The number of skeletons was just too overwhelming. Even the majestic fiery bird was stopped by the walls of skeletons after covering a short distance. The skeleton army was enraged after being challenged by the Little Flame Belle. The skeletons began to produce bone spikes from their bodies, which they hurled at the Little Flame Belle's location like a rain of bones. Each bone spike and bone spear was incredibly sharp. They even pierced the rocky ground and stuck upright. The Little Flame Belle weaved through the bones while unleashing high-temperature flames to burn the bones into ash. Initially, the bone spikes and spears could not touch Little Flame Belle, but the rate of them pouring down was too high. They could easily extinguish the Little Flame Belle's flames. It was impossible to tell how many skeletons were attacking Little Flame Belle simultaneously. The fire ring circling Little Flame Belle fell dim after lasting for only a few seconds. Many bone spikes were flying past her. Little Flame Belle was made of flames. When she received damage, the flames at her injured parts would disappear. Her body already had several dark spots after only a breath or 3. If the dark spots appeared at some of the relatively important parts, she would dissipate. Little Flame Belle screeched. It was impractical for an elemental creature in her youth phase to fight such an overwhelming number of skeletons. Little Flame Belle was injured from the endless attacks. Her fierce calamity fire was suppressed by the rain of bones the skeletons were producing. Her calamity fire was not strong enough. If her calamity fire was as strong as the fiery sorceress calamity fire, she could easily burn the ocean of skeletons into ash in an instant. Little Flame Belle initially had the urge to cry for help, yet she clenched her teeth and forcibly excited the fire source inside her body. She was a fire spirit, a blessed entity nurtured by nature. The heavenly flames would surely annihilate these filthy dead creatures. Stronger, fiercer, she would surely burn them all into ash. Little Flame Belle let out a scream. It felt like something detonated inside her tiny body. The brown calamity fire turned into fiery feathers and formed a giant pair of fiery wings on her. One of the fiery wings was flung toward the left, swiping a long fiery line in that direction. It burst into enormous fire tongues as it landed on the ground, spreading to the sides. The fiery slash covered a distance of 30 meters. The flames that spread out were around 70 meters wide. The legs of the skeletons there caught on fire and fell to the ground in large groups. Their bones scattered across the place and burned in the flames. The other fiery wings swiped in the other direction. The slash ignited a line of flames which blossomed into a virtual forest of flames. The skeletons who were caught in the area fell to the ground in groups. Lots of skeletons were falling to the ground, but even more skeletons were appearing. In just a few seconds, the fiery woods were extinguished after being trampled continuously. Hundreds of white skeletons with bone swords appeared around the Flame Belle, swinging their sword-shaped arms at Little Flame Belle, raining stacks of swords and sabers upon her. Little Flame Belle did not give up. She uttered a cry and extended the wings made of fiery feathers. Thousands of pieces of fiery feathers circled Little Flame Belle. As she spun around once, she launched the fiery crystals in all directions. Each of the fiery feathers was explosive. When they made contact with something, they exploded instantly. It felt like thousands of firecrackers were ignited at the same time. Every fiery feather landed on a skeleton, and the area within 200 meters from Little Flame Belle was covered in little explosions. The simultaneous explosions on the skeletons combined into a huge explosive sphere, resulting in a spectacular, blazing sight. Chapter 677. Chest burning with anger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. TL note, somehow the author skipped the chapter count 677. Little Flame Belle. A path was cleared through the wall of skeletons. Mo Fan sprinted through the gap, which was soon filled by more skeletons with arms like bone swords. They completely sealed off the path. Luckily, Mo Fan finally found Little Flame Belle after making his way through the woods of skeletons. He was extremely shocked when he saw Little Flame Belle surrounded by white bones. Little Flame Belle had unleashed all her strength, and even more than that, the power was something she had never possessed before. The spectacular thousand-piercing fire feathers had eliminated hundreds of skeletons in the area. Their bones were burned down to tiny bits, like a layer of sawdust on the ground. Ying, Tilda. Regardless of how determined Little Flame Belle was, she was completely worn out when she saw Mo Fan. She quickly flew to him, seeking some spiritual comfort. However, when she was less than 20 meters away from Mo Fan, something covered in bone sabers suddenly jumped out from the piles of bones on the ground. Its spinning sabers sliced through Little Flame Belle's body. Little Flame Belle had depleted her energy after executing the thousand-piercing flying feathers. She never thought a skeleton general would be hiding among the skeletons. It was too late when Mo Fan saw the skeleton general jumping out from the piles of bones. He watched Little Flame Belle slamming into the ground less than 20 meters away after the bone sabers sliced through her. It looked like her tiny body almost burst open from the impact. Mo Fan's eyes became bloodshot after witnessing the scene. Anger erupted in his chest like a volcano, turning into the enraged roar of a beast after reaching his throat. Die! Mo Fan leapt into the air. His fist erupted into vigorous flames as it scorched through the air, like a tiny meteorite flying right above the ground. The fist landed accurately on the skeleton general. The flames bursting out from the fist were exactly the same as the ones that burst out from a volcano. Its wild momentum alone knocked the skeleton general flying 100 meters away. The flames covered the entire skeleton general. Its head exploded into pieces and landed in pieces in front of Mo Fan. The disparate parts of its body fell to the ground in many places. If the flames were able to burn the skeleton general's undead crystal to ash, Mo Fan's explosive fist would have killed the skeleton general almost instantly. Mo Fan did not care if the skeleton general was still alive. He lifted Little Flame Belle from the ground. Little Flame Belle's back had a long cut. She was almost sliced in half. Mo Fan's chest pulsated heavily when he saw the severely injured Little Flame Belle. It was about to explode at any second. The undead did not have any hint of mercy. No matter how much Mo Fan cared about Little Flame Belle, they still came endlessly. The 1,000 piercing fiery feathers had annihilated quite a large number of the skeletons, yet it was still an insignificant number compared to the whole army of skeletons. The sound produced from the skeletons' moving joints was rather noisy. Mo Fan knew there were at least 100 of them within 50 meters from his position without raising his head. The skeletons could instantly chop him into minced meat. "Die, all of you," roared Mo Fan. Purple-black lightning burst out from his body and danced wildly in the area. Mo Fan did not move from his position. 3 astonishing lightning bolts came down consecutively. One of them landed right on the head of a skeleton in its advancing period and instantly disintegrated it into white dust. More lightning danced in the air and descended in forks, leaving the silhouettes of dragons in the air as they continued to bring destruction down upon the place. The burning smell lingered in the air as white ash of bones drifted to the wind. The place was covered in continuous lightning strikes, covering the field in electricity. Mo Fan stood right in the middle of the display. The wild lightning shone on his pale face, yet his grim black pupils did not show any hint or thought of giving up. Like machines, more undead appeared before the ash had completely dissipated. It felt like a tide was coming to devour the place. No matter how hard you tried to kick the tide away, it would still return at a higher level. 29. Mo Fan took a deep breath and uttered the strange number. The skeletons were swarming toward Mo Fan from the front, the back, the sides, and the air. The skeletons on the ground mostly consisted of fur circles, but more skeletons were leaping into the air, falling onto him like a white net. Ground break! Mo Fan slammed his fist onto the ground right beside his feet, inserting Rose Flame into the ground. The surface could no longer withhold the rumbling energy underneath it, and a gorgeous ground break in the shape of a flower blossomed under Mo Fan's feet. The fiery flower burst out from the ground, knocking the skeletons that were trying to kill him away helplessly. Some were knocked back, some were tossed into the air, some were knocked flying. Most of them were set on fire. 30. Mo Fan uttered another number. It felt like he was keeping count. A piercing screech came from not far away. Mo Fan followed the screech and saw the skeleton general whose head was blasted open by him standing there. He had no idea how the creature was making the sound, but it was still commanding its subordinates to attack him. It was obvious that the skeleton general was greatly humiliated by its defeat. It immediately summoned all its reliable comrades to challenge Mo Fan. "Take a rest, don't force yourself," Mo Fan softly patted Little Flame Belle's back and said gently. Yingtilda Little Flame Belle hugged Mo Fan's arm tightly and rested her head on Mo Fan's back in a peaceful manner. She was no longer afraid, regardless of the number of skeletons surrounding them. Mo Fan fixed his gaze on the skeleton general that was waving its arms around. "Fleeing shadow, shuttle." Mo Fan stepped forward. His figure suddenly turned blurry and vanished among the shadows of the white skeletons. A shadow swept past like a black raven. The clumsy skeletons were somehow aware that Mo Fan was hiding in the lump of shadow. They immediately slashed at the shadow with their arms. The bone sabers left marks on the ground, but they failed to land on the raven's shadow that Mo Fan had turned into. Mo Fan silently wove through hundreds of skeletons and appeared right in front of the skeleton general that had lost its brain. Mo Fan would never forgive anything that dared to harm his Little Flame Belle. Chapter 678. Bone Spike Skeleton Formation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan appeared right in front of the skeleton general. It was unclear how the creature was able to discover Mo-Fan's whereabouts. It immediately thrust the sharp swords forward. Its reach was over 2 meters. There were at least 22-meter-long bone spikes. If Mo-Fan did not pay attention, he would be stuck on the spikes after they pierced through his body. Mo-Fan jumped backward and escaped the range of the bone spikes. He pointed his finger at the sky as he landed, summoned a purple-black star pattern followed by a lightning dragon descending on the skeleton general. Its skull was already missing. This time, the lightning blasted its chest into pieces. One of its ribs fell to the ground beside Mo-Fan's feet. The skeleton general was still swaying. It was not dead yet, even after losing its chest. Mo-Fan was too lazy to search for its undead crystal. He drew another lightning star pattern and immediately disintegrated the rest of the skeleton's body. 35, said Mo-Fan coldly while crushing the remains of the skeleton general by stomping on them. Ling-Tilda Little Flame Belle cried, not because Mo-Fan had just avenged him, but she was trying to warn Mo-Fan about something in the sky. Before Mo-Fan could raise his head, a bone spear landed half a centimeter away from his feet. A third of the spear had stuck into the ground. The long spear was still trembling from its enormous momentum. The sound of sharp weapons slicing through the air was heard as several bone spears around a meter long were launched at Mo-Fan from different angles. Mo-Fan quickly dodged aside. For bone spikes stuck into the ground where he was standing just a moment ago in a row. They were also quivering from their overwhelming momentum after they stuck in the ground. Mo-Fan scanned his surroundings and discovered white bone spikes pouring down at him like arrows. Before, Mo-Fan had barely dodged the attacks by utilizing the slight differences between the landing time of the bone spears. However, the rain of bones was pouring down simultaneously, making it impossible to find a place to hide from the onslaught of bone javelins. Fleeing shadow was no longer an option in this situation. Even if he turned into a shadow, the dense bone spikes would simply nail him to death inside the shadow. Seeing that the situation was not favorable, Mo-Fan immediately pulled Little Flame Belle from his back into his chest and bowed forward in a half-kneeling posture, preventing the spikes from landing on her. Black Snake Armor. Underneath the rain of bones, Mo-Fan summoned his luxurious armor. The blue-black scales almost instantly covered Mo-Fan's body, from his head to his toes. The black snake scales were not an extremely rigid material. Even though it looked like Mo-Fan was wearing some metal armor, it did not hinder his movement at all. The bone spikes landed right on Mo-Fan. He kept on using his back to take the hits. After all, he was wearing the black snake armor, but Little Flame Belle was not. Ling-Tilda? Little Flame Belle, who was under Mo-Fan's protection, cried out. She could hear the piercing sound of the bones surrounding her. Even the ground was being shattered into pieces from the impact, yet she was perfectly safe. Mo-Fan's arms were tightly hugging her tiny body. I'm fine, these bone spikes can't hurt me. Mo-Fan's back continued to produce a sound similar to sharp metal clanking. The black snake armor had provided Mo-Fan a truly sturdy defense. Even the giant corpse general was hopeless when trying to penetrate his defense. There was no way the bone spikes of the servant-class skeletons could break his armor. The rain of bones lasted for a long time. Waves after waves of the bone spikes poured onto the ground. Even an elite troop of intermediate magicians would have suffered heavy casualties from the attack. The black snake armor's defense totally exceeded Mo-Fan's expectations. Mo-Fan only felt a little soreness on his back after the bone spikes stopped hitting him. The bone spikes left lots of tiny holes on the black snake armor, but they did not penetrate it. Time to get rid of these bone spike skeletons. Mo-Fan glanced around coldly and saw a few groups of bone spike skeletons. It was obvious that there were warrior-level creatures commanding the bone spike skeletons. They were standing in some kind of square formation. When they started tossing their bone spikes, it resulted in the attack that Mo-Fan had just received. Except for the place where Mo-Fan was standing, the whole area was pierced through by the bone spikes, forming a layer of broken bones. The threat that these bone spike skeletons posed was greater than a warrior-level creature due to their overwhelming numbers. After all, they had the ability to attack from range. It simply meant that apart from the hundreds of skeletons surrounding Mo Fan, he still had to handle the other hundreds of skeletons attacking him from the distance. The black snake armor had a breaking point too. A few more volleys of the same attack and every inch of his skin would be pierced through by the bone javelins. Ying Tilda Little Flame Belle nodded after reading Mo Fan's thoughts. "Possess! We'll kill them all at once," said Mo Fan murderously. Little Flame Belle was well rested. Since she was already in Mo Fan's hug, she no longer needed to fly into Mo Fan's body. The porcelain doll covered in fire simply dissolved into Mo Fan's chest. The black snake armor was fairly responsive. It did not stop the source of flame that Little Flame Belle had turned into from entering Mo Fan. As Little Flame Belle completely possessed Mo Fan, his blue-scaled body was engulfed in the brown calamity fire. The black snake armor turned crimson red as it heated up. Rose Flame, Calamity Fire, Meteorite Fist, 9 Dragons. Mo Fan was now covered in an eerie mix of blue and red flames, and threw a powerful punch right at the formation of the bone spike skeletons. The fiery dragons danced wildly, bringing terrifying destruction to everything they flew across, turning the army of white skeletons into dust drifting into the air. The Meteorite Fist, 9 Dragons was comparable to an advanced spell. Its strength could easily turn warrior-level undead into a pile of dust, let alone the weak servant-class skeletons. Mo Fan was determined to eliminate the bone spike skeletons. The Meteorite Fist, 9 Dragons totally annihilated them. The square formation of the bone spike skeletons completely vanished after the 9 fiery dragons dissipated. 39. Faint green light dots like fireflies floated toward Mo Fan, and the pendant on his chest absorbed them all into it. Somehow, Mo Fan had already strengthened 39 stars of the lightning element. He had collected those soul essences just from the undead he had killed. Chapter 679. Blazing Fire Sword. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A sprout of flame swept through the air with a combination of brown and blazing red colors, clearly contrasting between the two kinds of flames. Mo Fan's fist was trembling. He had lost count how many times he had launched the flames. The energy of his fire element would have depleted long ago if he was still an intermediate magician. Little Flame Belle did not leave Mo Fan's body, allowing him to utilize some of her power. Even after killing so many skeletons, the army of skeletons showed no sign of decreasing. Mo Fan raised his head and helplessly discovered that the Meteorite Fist, 9 Dragons that was comparable to an advanced spell slowly felled him among the skeletons. This time, more than 10 formations of skeletons were marching toward him. Each formation consisted of about 60 iron ball skeletons. He had no idea how the skeletons ended up in their current appearance. An extremely heavy bone shaped like a ball had grown on their spine. The bone was the size of an adult's head. The skeletons were able to remove the ball-shaped bone from their spines and joined it with a long bone on their shoulders. Their attack was simply removing the bone from their shoulder and flinging it around like a flail. 1 or 2 skeletons of this kind were not scary, but when around 600 of them were waving their flails wildly under the command of some creatures with higher lineage, the situation suddenly became gruesome. Mo Fan and Little Flame Belle had already eliminated almost 1,000 undead. Their next opponent was the army of iron ball skeletons. Their white, heavy ball-shaped bones were swinging in the air noisily. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan charged toward the formations of skeletons once again. When possessed by Little Flame Belle, Mo Fan too could ride the wave of flames like her. As he dashed forward, a tide of flames over 20 meters tall rolled forward. Mo Fan nimbly leapt onto the tide, letting the heat drag him forward. As Mo Fan approached the first formation of iron ball skeletons, he leapt into the air. He had turned a little red just a moment ago, and suddenly unleashed more than 10 lumps of fire. These lumps completely encapsulated him, forming a giant meteorite burning fiercely in the air. The meteorite that Mo Fan had transformed into slammed into the ground, leaving a brilliant trail of fire along its path. The burning meteorite collided with the formation of skeletons, resulting in a brief, deafening blast. The sound was produced when the ground cracked from the enormous impact. The next second, pieces of rocks from the shattered ground were propelled in all directions. A terrifying shockwave spread through the surroundings with Mo Fan as the center, knocking the iron ball skeletons flying and spinning into the air. They were either shattered by the shrapnel or knocked flying by the shockwave. It was only the prelude as the meteorite landed on the ground. The real threat was the fire that had instantly covered an area with the size of a lake. With the aid of the shockwave, the flames expanded over 100 meters outward in concentric rings. The rows of servant-class skeletons shattered simultaneously as soon as the flames touched them. Mo Fan had rarely fought together with Little Flame Belle. He knew that it would result in adverse side effects to the growth of Little Flame Belle, since she was still in the youth phase. She had yet to reach the fiery sorceress level, thus she had yet to master the ability to possess someone. The longer Mo Fan used her ability, the more damage it would cause her. However, he did not have a choice in the current situation. Not only was Little Flame Belle using all her energy to fight the skeletons, Mo Fan was also bearing a greater burden than his body could afford in the fight. Several formations of iron ball skeletons had surrounded Mo Fan when the first formation was wiped out. They lifted their bone flails and slammed the ground frantically. White bones went flying everywhere around the place. Mo Fan weaved through the flying bones, but still suffered powerful impacts from the heavy ball-shaped bones. The black snake armor managed to block most of the damage, but the pain still lingered. Most importantly, Mo Fan totally lost his balance under the continuous attacks. Shadow Clone. Mo Fan was tired of being knocked around by the heavy blows. He quickly hid in a shadow which split into a fake decoy, moving away rapidly. The skeletons still had some intelligence. When they saw something moving after losing their target, they immediately chased after the shadow and continued to hurl their ball-shaped bones at it. Mo Fan remained stationary in his position. When the shadow clone left the area, Mo Fan saw the iron ball skeletons moving toward it. Their bodies were stacked on top of one another into half a mountain. The scene was rather exaggerated. An ordinary magician would have no chance of surviving. "I'll wipe them out in one blow." Little Flame Belle was synchronized with him while possessing him. She accumulated the flames and gave Mo Fan the ability to control their form. With a thought, Mo Fan discovered that both the Rose Flame and Calamity Fire were completely under his control. Magicians had to rely on the energy of the stars to unleash the power of fire element, but a unique elemental creature like Little Flame Belle was able to control fire with her thoughts. Little Flame Belle's supply of energy was limited, but Mo Fan's fresh new fire element galaxy had granted Mo Fan an abundant supply of energy, allowing him to utilize Little Flame Belle's control over the flames with ease. Flame Sword. Mo Fan focused his thoughts. Even though he was still getting used to it, the energy of the fire element gathered in front of him rapidly. It grew from a little fire sprout to a huge flame. However, the flame did not burn uncontrollably. It simply accumulated in front of Mo Fan and took the shape of a long object. Like a weapon being forged in a furnace, the flame turned into a 10-meter-long burning sword. The sword was made of fire. It had the same blood-red color as the rose flame, making it quite bright. It also had fiery lines along it that were brown-red in color, carved onto the sword with the Calamity Fire, which modified had the rose flame into the shape of a sword. "Time to kill 'em all," Mo Fan yelled. The 10-meter-long fiery sword shot forward, heading straight for the iron ball skeletons that were chasing after the shadow. The power of the sword was overwhelming. Its presence was pure destruction to the skeletons. When the fiery sword slashed at the mountain stacked up by the skeletons, a huge flame immediately devoured them, following a strong flare of light. Raging flames spread widely throughout the area. In the middle of the fire, a long ravine created from the slash was visible. Inside the ravine was scorched ground, with skeletons that lost their undead crystals stacked high. The clustered iron ball skeletons were caught in trouble, too. They were caught on fire, one of which was inextinguishable, which burned them to death in just a few minutes. Chapter 680. Death Sentence. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Such power, this young man is truly impressive. In the room outside the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror, Elder Ling Shi broke the silence. The escape plan was in motion. Most people had left to make preparations. Only a few who placed their hope in the group of young magicians stayed. However, Elder Ling Shi was severely injured, and she desperately needed a rest. She had no choice but to stay inside the clock tower and observe the situation in the space of death. I've heard that some elemental contracted beasts are able to strengthen the power of the respective element of their master. However, I've never seen an elemental creature that can directly attach itself to a magician. His contracted beast isn't something ordinary. The fact that he's able to kill so many skeletons by himself, even an advanced magician, isn't as impressive as he is. This is unbelievable, mused Zuofeng. Zuofeng had finally witnessed Mo Fan's true strength. It was utterly ridiculous, to an extent that it simply did not belong to his level. Only a few young magicians in the whole world would possess such strength at his age. If he wasn't involved in this calamity, his performance at the World College Tournament would definitely shock the world. What a pity, what a pity. Mo Fan was still alive after all this time. As more skeletons appeared and surrounded him, the strength he displayed had completely surpassed his limit. The number of skeletons he killed was almost over 2,000, yet the size of the army of skeletons had only shrunk by just a bit. He was really giving his best. The 2,000 undead he killed before were supposed to be the limit of an intermediate magician, and now he had survived for so long in the middle of the skeletons. His strength was remarkable. Elder Ling Shi, it's your turn to receive the healing. Your wounds are worsening, said a messenger. President Han Ji had slightly recovered his energy. He was mending the wounds of the authorities. It was almost impossible for the people who had jumped into the tomb to come out alive. Even though the escape plan was heartbreaking, it was necessary to proceed with it. Before the execution of the plan, he had to ensure the well-being of the authority figures. I'll take over, Elder, you should go treat your wounds, said Zuofeng to Ling Shi. Ling Shi nodded. She slowly walked down the stairs. Prior to her departure, she looked back at Zuofeng, as if she had something to say, but had no idea how to say it. Zuofeng stared at the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror. He was unaware of Ling Shi's gaze. When he slowly turned his head and saw Ling Shi's back, she was already heading down the stairs. The slightly curly hair reaching her shoulders was swaying with her movements. She took a glance at you, Yao Nan informed Zuofeng. Oh. And you looked at her, added Yao Nan. Still holding back at this time, said Yao Nan impatiently. Yeah, it no longer matters in a situation like this, said Zuofeng in a dull tone. That kid is better than you, he never backs off no matter what he's facing, said Yao Nan furiously, stabbing a finger at the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror. But he's still going to die, Zuofeng looked down at the space of death. He was still able to see the vast ocean of skeletons waiting for Mo Fan, who was like a lonely raft in the middle of a black storm. No matter how hard he struggled, how hard he tried, the storm on the ocean was still going to devour him. At least he's not dead yet. Yao Nan did not like Zuofeng's attitude. Explode! A larger-scale version of thousand-piercing fire feathers was fired in all directions. The consecutive explosions combined into a huge, fiery beehive blasting the iron ball skeletons into pieces. Skulls, arms, and necks flew across the air and scattered, landing on the ground that was now covered in scars. As a matter of fact, the ground was already covered in a layer of bones of all shapes and sizes, stacked on top of one another after landing on the ground. It looked as if the ground was covered in a layer of blood from afar. Mo Fan was walking on the rug of bones. When the bones fell from the sky like snowflakes after the thousand-piercing fiery feathers, they almost covered Mo Fan's ankles. Mo Fan could no longer move from his position. The waves of skeletons came one after another, completely surrounding him. The forest of skeletons was the same regardless of the direction he was looking. He could not tell where the path ahead was, nor could he tell the direction Zhong Xiaohu and the others had retreated to. However, it did not matter. Since he could not move, he would kill them all here. Spiraling flames circled Mo Fan's arms, one on each hand. Mo Fan stood on the pile of skeletons. His black eyes remained energetic as he stared at the new waves of scissors hand skeletons rushing toward him. He was not in a rush to unleash the spiraling flames on his arms. Mo Fan was all by himself, hence the skeletons naturally piled up when they were trying to attack him. It was the exact thing that Mo Fan was waiting for. The spiraling flames swept forward and combined together into a fiery gust. The strength of the fiery winds continued to grow, turning into a fiery tornado in the end. Its diameter was a shocking 10 meters, with a height of 100 meters. The fiery tornado immediately dragged the scissors hand skeletons into it. They were either torn into pieces by the strong wind, or burned into ash by the heat. It completely depended on the skeleton's preference. 47. 48. The soul remnants floated into the Nether River continuously. Little Loach was intelligent enough to know that its master was currently in a pinch, thus it worked even harder to transform the soul remnants into soul essences so Mo Fan could strengthen his stars. It even put the strange Lotus that it just absorbed aside and placed all its attention on the soul remnants. One more, just one more. Mo Fan yelled in his heart while clenching his teeth. The number of skeletons that the fiery tornado eliminated was far from enough. Large groups of them were still moving toward Mo Fan from another direction. Either Mo Fan and Little Flame Belle were running short on energy. Even though the energy was gone, it was still a great burden to keep using it. Mo Fan needed a second source of power, and lightning was the most reliable apart from fire. The number of dead undead had increased from 2,000 to enough to lay a carpet of bones on the ground. He had killed almost 4,000 skeletons, which was almost enough for him to strengthen all the stars of his lightning element. Only one left. Little Loach shuddered as if it was trying to tell Mo Fan that it had run out of soul remnants. Kill, kill, kill. Mo Fan did not know when he would be fully exhausted. His only thought was to kill. If the undead were able to bleed, the place would be flowing with blood. His extreme focus left the iciest possible expression on his face. The flicker in his eyes implied that his unwillingness to give up had not diminished. Be it the Black Vatican, Ancient King, or the army of skeletons, Mo Fan would never accept their death sentence. He, Mo Fan, would live longer than anyone else, and he would trample everyone that tried to kill him under his feet. Chapter 681. Blood Skeleton Official. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. 49. The last soul essence was finally refined inside the Little Loach pendant as Mo Fan wished. The 49 stars of the lightning element emitted a dazzling brilliance and connected into a star pattern in Mo Fan's spiritual world. Mo Fan never thought he would level up 2 of his intermediate spells continuously in such a short period of time, nor did he think he would be able to kill more than 4,000 undead. The lightning spread across the area and formed an electric field with crazily dancing arcs. The scissors hand skeletons caught in the electric field were totally immobilized. However, it was just the natural effect of the lightning strike. When too many skeletons were caught in the electric field, the paralyzing effect of the lightning strike was not as effective. Mo Fan only managed to control the scissors hand skeletons that were closest to him, using them as walls to block the skeletons coming from behind. Thunderbolt! The star pattern was built in an instant, emitting a strong purple-black light under Mo Fan's feet. It seemed like the power of lightning strike had improved significantly. Lightning disaster! A huge storm cloud loomed over the place. The lightning struck the ground and forked into countless arcs. In the past, either exploding apex or yaksha would immediately crush their target and disintegrate any life form, a powerful but brief attack. However, not only did his lightning now possess the strength of exploding apex, it could also fork into countless arcs as it landed on the ground, spreading across the place like a spider web. The lightning arcs spread horizontally across the ground. Once they made contact with a skeleton, they would immediately pierce through it. The lightning was spreading wildly. A few arcs would pass by the same place simultaneously. As a result, as long as the skeleton stepped inside the range of the lightning, they would be shocked a few times by the current being conducted back and forth across the place. More lightning descended from the sky. One shattered a skeleton that was currently in the advancing period into pieces before spreading out on the ground wildly. A few dozen of the lightning arcs covered a distance of at least 30 meters. The lightning came and went in a flicker, yet it still formed a lightning disaster web able to pierce through everything. The lightning bolts were still falling from the sky. Its scale was comparable to a thunderbolt, wild strikes. Each lightning strike turned into a lightning disaster web on the ground. The area where Mo Fan was standing had completely turned into a forbidden ground of lightning. The long lightning chains interwoven with one another combined into a brilliant, intimidating sight. The skeletons were afraid of lightning. Their bones were sturdy, but extremely brittle. The shock from the lightning would instantly shatter them into pieces. The duration of the thunderbolt, lightning disaster was not long, but Mo Fan was astounded by its power. Puffs of smoke rose into the air as the white skeletons dropped to the ground, and the white rug of bones grew thicker. Without considering Little Flame Belle's ability to possess the 4th-tier Thunderbolt, lightning disaster turned out to be slightly stronger than the Fiery Fist, 9 dragons. On top of that, the lightning element was more effective against the skeletons, hence Mo Fan's single Thunderbolt, lightning disaster had killed almost 200 skeletons. Even though the Scissors Hand skeletons were densely packed together, giving Mo Fan the perfect opportunity to wipe them out, it was shocking that a single Thunderbolt, lightning disaster was able to kill them all. Again. Mo Fan did not stop there, as the army of skeletons never stopped advancing. The same stormy cloud appeared in the sky, with lightning descending like purple-black dragons splitting into wild serpents roaming across the ground, resulting in a new layer of bones around his feet. A shockwave rolled out. The scattering pieces of broken bones collided with one another, producing a sound similar to the splash of a wave. As a matter of fact, it sounded rather spooky. The broken bones fell in bits from the sky. Broken halves of skulls, fingers, ribs, breastbones, fibulas, and so on rained on down. The ashes of the dead lingered in the air, drifting into the air as soon as more remains landed on the piles of bones. An enormous leg landed from the sky onto a bunch of skeletons' heads, crushing their skulls as if they were as fragile as lime. Thud! Another leg stomped the ground, knocking the bones nearby into the air, producing a crisp noise when the bones hit one another. Thud! The remnants of some skeletons were crushed into ash. Mo Fan immediately turned around when the sound got closer and saw a skeleton that was entirely blood-red standing less than 300 meters away. The blood skeleton was enormous, with a height of over 50 meters. Mo Fan had to fully raise his head to see its whole body. Ed note, no he didn't. Not at 300 meters. And, if you think it's very strange he couldn't see something as tall as a grain elevator until it was basically 12 of its own steps away from him, when I can see a grain silo at 3 miles plus, oh, never mind. Chaos magic in the air, people. The crimson-red skeleton was called a blood skeleton. It normally implied that the skeleton had spent a long time absorbing and refining the essence of death. It was an aged skeleton official. Blood skeleton official. Mo Fan had killed too many of the skeletons, attracting the attention of the blood skeleton official. The army consisted of almost 10,000 skeletons. It was the size of a full pack, thus there had to be a commander-level creature leading them. Mo Fan had killed a few thousand servant-class skeletons and over 100 warrior-level skeletons. The blood skeleton official was able to end the fight as soon as it showed up, yet the cunning skeleton did not attack Mo Fan immediately. It arrived at the battlefield and stood there, looking down at the human that was surrounded by its people. More rows of skeletons were squeezing their way toward Mo Fan. He had yet to kill even half of the army. Demon creatures had always been cold-blooded, especially those with higher lineage. They would not hesitate to send their people and soldiers as cannon fodder. The undead were even colder. Its army of skeletons was simply some petty trash in its eyes. No matter how many were sacrificed and died, it did not feel any hint of pity. After all, it could have as many skeletons as it wished. The blood skeleton official was observing Mo Fan. It continued to send its soldiers to attack him, as it was planning to slap the human to death after he ran out of energy. Mo Fan glanced at the skeleton commander coldly. He could see the disdain and mockery in its bloodshot eyes. It waved its mighty hand, giving out commands. Soon, Mo Fan was encircled again by the tide of skeletons. Mo Fan initially wanted to use all he had to eliminate the skeleton commander, as its aura was relatively weak, but the skeleton did not give him any chance. He had killed over 5,000, yet there were still more than 5,000 left. On top of that, the blood skeleton official focused on him was also an impassable, huge mountain. Mo Fan had killed a significant number of skeletons. The bones under his feet had stacked up into a little hill, spreading out around him to a distance of a few hundred meters. Chapter 682. Mountain of Bones Under the Feet. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The old stairs were drenched from the rain, muddy footsteps were left over them as several people hurried their way down. Not only was the inner city completely surrounded by the undead army, it was also shrouded in the cold rain and darkness. The people were looking forward to sunlight, but in the meantime, they were afraid to look out and see. No one knew how much time had passed. The clock on the tower was purposely hidden. No one was willing to look at the death timer. A pair of fiery wings flew toward the clock tower unevenly. The figure under the wings almost missed the platform. Xuefeng and Yao Nan immediately went up and lent the person a hand. "Councilman Xuefeng, are you all right?" asked Xuefeng. "We lost." Zhu Meng had a grim look, and spoke with a deep, decrepit voice. "The mountain zombie, even you all failed to defeat it." Xuefeng glanced into the distance, yet he could not see anything in the dark. He could only hear an intimidating roar coming from the direction. Zhu Meng half knelt on the floor. The wound on his leg made it difficult for him to stand properly. The fiery wings on his back were torn. The lightning armor was destroyed beyond recognition. A potent councilman had turned into a defeated general, his eyes completely lacked the will to fight. How are they doing?" asked Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng was more concerned about Mo Fan and his crew. Many people had gone out to the battle, but only less than half managed to return in one piece. Zhu Meng witnessed the strongest magician in their troop, Commander Yao Ting, get crushed to death by the mountain zombie. Zhu Meng was in the last batch that made it back to the city. However, even he had no clue how many people had survived the battle against the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie was stronger than they had imagined. Even if the dark abyss was not shifting toward the inner city, the mountain zombie would still raze the city to the ground. "I'll help you over, you can take a look yourself." Xuefeng helped Zhu Meng over to the mirror. Zhu Meng was slightly confused. Yao Nan pointed at Xie Sang and explained to Zhu Meng about the wicked eye copper mirror. "Ha ha 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 tilde, you guys are ridiculous, placing all your hope on a bunch of kids." A burst of ear-piercing laughter came from above. Zhu Meng raised his head and glared at Great Deacon Hu Jin, or Mu He, who was still tied under the clock. Mu He was laughing wildly, like a devil who had enjoyed a feast of tears of sorrow. His evil, twisted face was filled with his deranged passion for the Black Vatican. In Mu He's eyes, death was nothing significant. He had waited so long for this festival. Once it came to an end, even if he died, it was only his flesh being destroyed. His soul would ascend to the Black Vatican's eternal courtyard for his contributions. He would soon enjoy things like the gods in heaven. Mu He had killed many people, including those that had died in Bo City. Their souls would also end up at the Black Vatican's eternal courtyard as his slaves. His contribution to the Black Vatican would make him a king in the eternal courtyard. The others would have to submit to him. There was no need for him to do anything. He was simply waiting for his death, as he would soon ascend to his reward. "This maniac, killing him isn't enough to vent my anger," snapped Yao Nan, glaring at Mu He. Zhu Meng totally ignored the guy. He shifted his attention to the wicked eye copper mirror. A bolt of purple-black lightning flashed across the wicked eye copper mirror, generating a giant web as arcs of lightning spread across the ground. In the middle of the lightning stood Mo Fan, who was like a lonely raft in a white storm, being tossed around by the strong currents. The hull was severely damaged, meaning that the raft would sink at any second. Zhu Meng's grim eyes were filled with shock upon seeing this. Did he kill all of those? Zhu Meng asked in a trembling voice. They ended up in the space of death, said Zhuo Feng. He killed so many, just by himself. The bones spread across the ground, forming a long carpet of white extending into the distance. On top of that, at the center of the carpet sprawled a hill of bones made up of the skulls, limbs, spines, ribs, breastbones, tibias, toes, and jaws of the skeletons. The bones were all messily piled up into a heaping white hill of bones, a macabre sight. Mo Fan was engulfed in flames as he stood above the mountain of bones. His precious black snake armor was severely damaged now. A fresh line of blood flowed down from the side of his head, across his face, and dripped to the ground. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even a soft breeze could easily blow him down from the mountain of bones. Any other magician would have closed their eyes and lunged into the pile of bones, seeking an eternal slumber. But Mo Fan was still standing, his eyes, although overwhelmed by fatigue, were forcing themselves to focus. Zhu Meng, it's good to see you back here. Several footsteps came from behind them. The other authorities who had gone to make preparations for the escape plan regrouped at the tower, including Han Ji and the mysterious man. Ling Shi, Chu Jiao, Lu Shu, Fei Jiao, and the others had recovered slightly. They were the main firepower for the escape plan. They would bring a small group of people an escape from the city. The mysterious man realized Zhu Meng's feelings when he saw him standing in front of the wicked eye copper mirror with a blank face. He walked up to Zhu Meng and patted his shoulder before sighing, "They have done a lot for us, and the city. Their names should be on the list of people whom we are escaping with, but we sent them to die in the imperial tomb that is over 2,000 years old. Yeah, Zhu Meng, gather yourself together. It's important to look forward." Fei Jiao walked up to comfort Zhu Meng, too. Being trapped by an army of skeletons, sigh. They are not dead yet. It took Zhu Meng a while to utter the words. Zhu Meng's words immediately stunned them. Not dead yet. That's impossible, it had been a long time since they left. Even advanced magicians would have died a few times in their situation, let alone a few intermediate magicians. Take a look yourselves, said Zhu Meng, pointing at the wicked eye copper mirror. The people quickly went up to the mirror and saw the mountain of bones that left Zhu Meng in astonishment. Mo Fan stood on the mountain of bones, flames burning on his hands. Countless skeletons were climbing up the mountain toward him, yet they were blasted into pieces by Mo Fan's fire. Anyone could tell that Mo Fan was already at his limit, yet when they saw the mountain of bones under his feet, their eyes began to tear up. He's not dead yet. He's actually not dead yet. The people had long given up on Mo Fan and the young magicians, their last glimpse of hope, yet to everyone's surprise, he was still alive in the space of death. The countless corpses and mountain of bones thoroughly portrayed the unyielding and proud spirit in his heart. Chapter 683. Paved into an Ocean. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why hasn't he given up? Elder Lingshi's eyes were wet. She could not believe how a tiny young magician was still alive in the space of death. The situation he was in was grimmer than the inner city. The inner city was at least a lonely island surrounded by the Black Ocean. Meanwhile, he was not even the size of a leaf floating on the ocean. Should we really run away? Zhu Meng asked after a while. Was there really a point to running away? Could they even run away from the calamity? They were all currently in a space of death, too. If the determination of a young magician alone was enough to stack up a mountain of bones, what price would their enemies have to pay to destroy the entire city? Despair, they were all in despair, then they should continue to fight in despair. If they could not fight their way to dawn, they would die trying in the endless darkness. Zhu Meng did not feel like running, especially after seeing the scene in the mirror. But something must be left behind. Otherwise, we will all be doomed, said Chu Jiao. If something must be left behind, let it be this. Zhu Meng pointed at the wicked eye copper mirror at the mountain of bones under Mo Fan's feet. If the city was really going to disappear from the world forever, what they should leave behind was not a few magicians and leaders who were struggling to stay alive while at death's door, but their unyielding spirit. Be it the Black Vatican, or the kingdom that had returned to stir chaos after 2,000 years, both had come to destroy the city, but they would make them pay 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times the price. They could not let the Black Vatican prevail so easily. The carefully planned disaster would leave the whole world in fear. It would provoke cowardly people to submit to evil. They must let the whole world understand that even if the city was wiped out, their determination to survive would stack the corpses of the undead into mountains and pave them into an ocean. That was what they were supposed to leave behind. Zhu Meng understood that some people among the authorities would insist on running away. With the strength of super magicians, they did have a chance to escape by working together. Zhu Meng did not want to run away. He had never wanted to run away from the start, and after seeing that Mo Fan was still alive despite the circumstances, he did not have the slightest intention to escape. "I'll stay too," a voice came from the stairs. Du Xiao was soaked in blood. A cape was draped over his shoulders. One of his arms fell to the side, his palm covered in fresh blood. As for the other arm, it was empty. His other arm was missing. "Boss!" Yao Nan shivered when he saw Du Xiao. Du Xiao had returned, but he had left one of his arms out there. His hair was covered in blood. If he had not spoken, the others would have trouble recognizing him as the senior hunter, Du Xiao. "Stop trying to deceive yourself and the others. With just a few of us left, we can't even eliminate the mountain zombie." "How could we possibly continue the fight?" protested Elder Chu Jiao anxiously. He had proposed to run away with the minority. The people that were on the list were mainly the authority figures and the leaders in other areas. As for the civilians who were still praying in the rain, none of them were on the list. "Are you out of your mind? You're forfeiting the escape plan just because this kid is still alive? Humph, it's only a matter of time until he dies, too. Who would know what he has done in the space of death? It's just a few thousand skeletons. It doesn't matter how many skeletons he managed to kill. Our enemy is the Black Vatican, the mountain zombie, the dark abyss. Look at him. How many minutes more can he survive?" snapped Chu Jiao when he saw the others hesitating to reach a conclusion. "He's not dead yet, at least he's still alive," insisted Zhu Meng. Well, Chu Jiao uttered a hollow laugh. "I don't mind giving you all a few more minutes to reconsider it. I'll watch him die myself, just because of this kid. Do you know how ridiculous you guys are?" "Ha ha ha, Elder Chu Jiao, I totally agree with you. He's only the son of some truck driver that had to eat dust just to make a living. Meanwhile, you authorities and leaders are placing your hopes in him. This is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. If you ask me, I think you all should kneel before Master Salon right now. Once you're dead, you might still be appointed as the authorities in the Eternal Courtyard, helping Master Salon to rule the Eternal Courtyard." The maniac Mu He who was tied under the clock burst out laughing. "Shut the F***K up, snapped Chu Jiao impatiently, who waved his hand and fired a few ice bolts into Mu He's body. Blood poured out from the wounds where the ice bolts pierced through. However, the man was still laughing like a maniac, as if he could not sense the pain. "Do you know, that kid only managed to enroll into a magic high school because of my kind act. Look at you, placing your bet on a kid that only became a magician because of my kindness. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Mu He had gone totally nuts. As Mu He mentioned, Mo Fan only had the chance to enroll in a magic high school because of him. He too was shocked after seeing Mo Fan's current cultivation, yet the kid was still as insignificant as a cockroach in this disaster. No one could escape death when facing Master Salon. Crazy, this guy has gone crazy. Why can't we kill him now? It's only going to do him a favor. President, what shall we do? You make the call. Yeah, President, make the call for us. President Han Ji stood there. His empty eyes had sunken deep into their sockets. He had no idea what decision he should be making, or if there was any meaning in making a decision, since neither of them would not make any difference in the end. Han Ji placed his helpless gaze at the wicked eye copper mirror. Inside the mirror, Mo Fan looked overwhelmed by fatigue, just like everyone else. The skeletons were still climbing up the mountain of bones, while the blood skeleton official observing him was similar to the mountain zombie that they did not stand a chance against. Should they run, or fight? Should they save the minority, or leave behind their unyielding spirit? Han Ji did not know what decision to make, but Mo Fan had always been firm with his decision. Huge chunks of clattering bones rolled down from the mountain. The bones had stacked up so high that even Mo Fan's slightest movement would cause lots of bones to roll to the bottom. Thud! The hill of bones rattled. Thud! The carpet of bones trembled. The 50-meter-tall blood-red skeleton official finally ran out of patience. Its eyes glowed with a murderous light as it headed toward the hill of bones Mo Fan was standing on. Mo Fan's hands were trembling, not because of fear, but because he had reached his limit. His muscles were twitching and cramping from fatigue. He could not even clench his fist. He tried to wipe the blood on his face, but he ended up smearing it instead. "Now, it's your turn to raise your head just to look at me." His voice echoed across the place, like the cry of a beast. He used all his remaining might to clench his fist and throw a punch at the blood skeleton official's head. Chapter 684. Self-Awakening. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Meteorite Fist. 9 dragons. A fist engulfed in flames, and a corona that turned into dragons followed by a trail of flames. Mo Fan leapt into the air from the top of the mountain of bones and threw a punch at the blood skeleton official right in front of its face. The blood skeleton official was enormous. If Mo Fan's fist had not produced the fiery dragons, he was as tiny as a moth in the skeleton's eyes. The blood skeleton official was extremely cunning. Even when Mo Fan was at his limit, it was unwilling to attack aggressively. It raised its arms and crossed them in front of its face in a defensive posture, blocking the energy of the meteorite fist and the burning flames with its arms, preventing the attack from landing on its head. The meteorite fist, 9 dragons, was a fairly strong attack. The 50 meters tall blood skeleton official slid a far distance away from the momentum of the 9 fiery dragons. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's energy was depleted after throwing the punch. He lost his balance and fell straight down from the sky. He was diving from the sky with his head down and his limbs stiff. Bang! He slammed into the ground, knocking the bones into the air. Soon, his body was covered by the piles of bones around him. The last thing he saw was the broken bones that he knocked into the air falling back down onto him. For some reason, his vision began to turn blurry, and in it, the white bones had turned into sacred, noble feathers. The elegant feathers gradually clustered together into a pair of beating. Oh, he still owed her a pair of wings. The white bones landed on the ground, covering his face. More bones fell from the sky, covering Mo Fan's body. As the last piece of bone landed, the rug of bones fell silent. The sight of it was exceedingly spectacular. Fire element galaxy depleted. Lightning element nebula depleted. Summoning element nebula depleted. Shadow element nebula depleted. Mo Fan felt like he was roaming in his spiritual world. He was searching for the last glimmer of hope from the nebulas. His vast spiritual world was in total darkness. The whole place was completely still when the stars were no longer shining. Mo Fan did not like the sight of it. He started searching around. If the 4 nebulas were no longer shining, he had to travel further away to find another source of light. It did not matter what color it was, as long as there was light. He searched for a long time, and finally saw a hint of silver in the icy universe. The silver glow was very weak, yet it had a strong mysterious feeling. Mo Fan had never seen the color before, and immediately approached it. The silver light seemed extremely distant in the silent world, but Mo Fan did not give up. He continued to chase after the light. Finally, Mo Fan managed to find the source of the light. It was a tiny silver star roaming aimlessly in the world. The mysterious silver glow he saw was the trail it left behind. Mo Fan tried to grab the star, but it was hiding from him. Mo Fan reached his hand out in front of the star. After some time, it finally floated toward him. When the tiny silver star touched Mo Fan's palm, he suddenly felt like he had returned to his original place, his own spiritual world that consisted of his fire element galaxy, lightning element nebula, summoning element nebula and shadow element nebula. Most shockingly, he had brought the silver star back with him. It was not in his palm, but it had constructed a star dust in his spiritual world. It even brought 6 other silver stars along. The light was weak, the star dust was small, but they had their own spot now. Stardust? A silver-colored stardust? It was a kind of deep silver? Mo Fan somehow felt like he had gone back in time to when he placed his hand on the awakening stone many years ago. Time could not flow back. It simply meant that he was having the same feeling from a specific moment. Awakening? Was this the awakening a new element? He recalled that the books did mention that apart from using an awakening stone to awaken the stardust of a new element, there was a chance of self-awakening too. He remembered that Mu Ningxue had gone through self-awakening too. She had awakened her outstanding ice element when she was only around 13. Mo Fan smiled wryly. He did not understand what God was thinking, letting him experience a self-awakening when his life was approaching its end. Maybe the depletion of the energy of his other elements had given him the desire for more power. As such, during the self-awakening, he had further unleashed his potential. But what difference would it make? Mo Fan believed that the mysterious silver must belong to a powerful element, yet it was still a small star dust. It was nowhere enough for him to defeat his enemies. His double innate elements was in fact double elements awakening. If the silver star dust had appeared in his spiritual world, it meant that another element would soon appear too, just like his fire and lightning elements. Mo Fan knew it was meaningless, but he still had an urge to check out his 6th element. He kept searching and found the 6th element in a little corner. Unlike the silver, sacred element, the other element was a mix of evil red, obscure purple, strange lunar color, and a weird hint of black. If he had to describe the mix of colors, it would be blood black. It was not the same, pure blackness of the shadow element, but the combination of black and the moon, while its red was the combination of red and purple. Blood black color. Mo Fan could identify the color of every element. He knew what the silver element was, but he had never seen the blood black element. Its color was similar to the color of pouring fresh blood into black ink. The 6th element. What exactly was his 6th element? Why wasn't there any star or star dust? It was simply hiding in the corner of his spiritual world. Instead of saying that it was freshly awakened, it felt more like it had existed for quite some time. Thud. 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 It was the sound of his heartbeat. It sounded crisp and clear. When he fell from the sky, his heartbeat had slowed down. It could no longer supply enough fresh blood to his body, meaning that his body would die soon. But when the blood black appeared, his heart beat fiercely. Although it was not beating at a high frequency, it was beating stronger. A powerful liquid flowed out from his heart and was carried to each of his limbs. It was fresh blood. But for some reason, its color was the same eerie blood black. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. It was violence, savagery, the urge to tear the whole world apart. Chapter 685. The Return of the Demon Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you satisfied now? Chu Jio pointed at the pile of bones and mocked them. The man was already dead. If it weren't for the wicked eye copper mirror, who would even know that he was lying in the pile of bones? Who would know how many skeletons he had killed? It was all meaningless. Everyone was watching the wicked eye copper mirror. They saw Mo Fan falling from the sky, they saw him buried under the bones, they saw the commander-level blood skeleton official approaching him. Obviously, the blood skeleton official would not let Mo Fan just fall into an eternal slumber like that. It was going to crush him into pieces with a stomp. He had asked for it after trying to fight back fiercely, yet the outcome was no different than if he had given up at the start. Running away was the only choice left for the city. They should stop wasting their time trying to leave their ridiculous spirit behind. No one would even pity their spirit. Staying alive was more practical. Even if they abandoned the civilians, at least they were still alive. It was unnecessary to follow moral principles in front of utter destruction. The pile of bones was shaking. The sound of loud footsteps came from the wicked eye copper mirror. Zhu Meng, Du Xiao, Yao Nan, Zafeng, Ling Shi, Han Ji, and the others did not shift their gaze. They were staring at the wicked eye copper mirror, watching the 50 meters tall blood skeleton official stomping towards the fallen Mo Fan's location. The whole place was filled with skeletons. The only living flesh was Mo Fan. As such, his fresh blood would surely flow out from the white bones. Its red would be heartbreaking, but worth respecting. We're running out of time, Ling Shi was about to say something more when she suddenly saw the bones being hurled into the air in the wicked eye copper mirror. Inside the wicked eye copper mirror, white broken bones were scattering through the sky. The people who were watching the place from their top-down view had no clue what had just happened. They saw a huge explosion of light that dyed the sky of the space of death an eerie blood-black color. It felt like a wicked crescent had appeared in the sky, hinting at the arrival of something. "What's going on?" blurted out Zhu Meng. "No idea, it seems like some force has risen into the sky." "Even the wicked eye copper mirror is shaking from the impact," said Yao Nan, whose eyes never left the scene on mirror. The image was shaking about. When the bones finally fell to the ground like snowflakes, they barely discovered the source of the blood-black light. It had come from the location where the blood skeleton official had stomped down with its foot, where Mo Fan was buried. The wicked eye copper mirror was like an eye watching over the space of death. To everyone's surprise, the presence created by the strange glow was strong enough to leave a crack on the wicked eye copper mirror. What is that?" Visible from the cracked copper mirror, an eerie figure engulfed in flames was standing in the blinding light. The thing was a human-shaped figure, yet it was wearing a robe burning with hellish flames. The blood-black tongues of fire continuously transformed into feathers drifting in the wind. The feathers were not sacred. They were covered in an evil presence, more like the feathers that had fallen from a devil's wings. Once they flew a distance, the evil fiery feathers would simply disperse in the air. The blinding glow was under the blood skeleton official's foot. The feathers were fully spread across the figure, circled by purple lightning that was flickering wildly, covering its body, shoulders, arms, and legs like chains imbued with enormous power. What just happened? What kind of monster is that? Where's Mo Fan? Why can't I see Mo Fan? The human-figured monster had long, stiff hair dangling on his back. His hands were long, with sharp claws. His arms were encapsulated by lightning chains, crackling madly. His face and body were covered in blood-black runes, which looked like they were sealing an even scarier soul within them. It would simply bring doom upon the place once it was unleashed. It feels like the thing is Mo Fan," blurted out Du Xiao in astonishment when he recalled something. Yao Nan and Du Xiao exchanged glances with one another. They were quite familiar with the appearance of this monster. In the past, they had captured a test subject that had run away from the military. "What did you just say?" "That's Mo Fan," asked the mysterious man. "How can a human turn into something like that?" The fiery glow rose and rammed into the blood skeleton official. The blood skeleton official did not even have the chance to land its foot when it was knocked away by a strong impact. Its 50 meters tall body slid backward before finally coming to a stop after some time. The blood skeleton official was rotating its eyes as it stared in confusion at the human who had suddenly unleashed such enormous power. A penetrating roar rose, one that would even cause a person's soul to shiver. It was like the voice of the devils from the netherworld. The roar had come from Mo Fan's throat, from the demon that was trapped inside the human's flesh for a long time. Mo Fan vanished from his spot, together with the blinding glow that was covering him. Less than a meter away from the swaying blood skeleton official's face, weird fiery feathers appeared out of nowhere and burned into ash. A ghastly figure walked out from the gap that was burned apart by the feathers. As it clenched its fists, a long and thick bolt of lightning flashed across the sky close to the figure. The creature flung its lightning arms forward. More lightning began to spread into the surroundings with a flash, reaching a distance of over a kilometer away. The lightning bolt followed the direction the fist was thrown to. The blood skeleton official crossed its arms again to defend itself, but the damage from the lightning was far stronger than the meteorite fist. It immediately penetrated the skeleton's arms. The skull behind the arms was struck by the lightning, which pierced through it and continued another few hundred meters into the distance. The skull was blasted open. The undead crystal that was hidden inside it was broken into pieces, too. The enormous skeleton's body stiffened and slowly fell backward. Mo Fan landed together with the falling skeleton, stepping on the skeleton official's chest with his bare feet. The scorching lightning was still circling his arms. Sharp fangs grew out from his upper jaw outside his mouth. His face was covered by runes, like a demon's mask. His pupils were spinning with different lights, looking completely alien. They had a uniquely icy and murderous aura. His chest, similarly covered in runes, was pulsing, as if an endless raging energy was about to burst out from it. Mo Fan slowly raised his hands and looked at the claws where his nails were supposed to be. He studied the runes on the back of his hands before glancing at the head and undead crystal of the blood skeleton official that he had blasted into pieces. The sixth element, so this is my sixth element, murmured Mo Fan in a deeply changed voice. He initially thought his body was already cleared of the demon blood, but it turned out that it had been hiding in his body, waiting for the day to return when he could finally awaken new elements. Chapter 686. Wolf Soul Shadow, Harvest. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. This, Gelder Chugio was stammering. He could not even find the words after some time. The thing standing inside the wicked eye copper mirror was not Mo Fan. It was clearly a demon from hell with Mo Fan's face. That's a commander-level skeleton. A single punch. That guy was not human. How could a human possibly possess such tremendous strength? The group of powerful figures was stunned. They did not expect Mo Fan, who was like a lamp that had run out of fuel, to undergo such a shocking transformation. The commander-level skeleton that was in such a domineering position was blasted to pieces by a single punch. "Is he the one that was rumored to survive the demon experiment in the rumors?" exclaimed Yao Nan after he suddenly recalled something. Yao Nan and Du Xiao were helping the military to clean up their mess, and so they did learn a thing or two about the demon experiment. Not long after, they heard a bunch of battle mages were sentenced to death for massacring innocent people for the sake of the demon experiment. Yao Nan and Du Xiao only knew that people were kidnapped as test subjects for the demon experiment, and there were rumors about someone surviving it. However, they never thought the person was Mo Fan. Du Xiao and Yao Nan had witnessed the extraordinary strength of the demon element. As such, they immediately recalled the experiment that was prohibited by the magic associations of all 5 continents after seeing Mo Fan's transformation. Wasn't the demon element banned? What are you saying? What demon element? Du Xiao, are you sure about that? Maybe it's some other power that Mo Fan was hiding which we are unaware of. Du Xiao fell silent. The truth was, he was only making the call from Mo Fan's appearance. If it was truly the demon element, the way that Mo Fan behaved was still significantly different than what he had heard about the frightful experiment. The failed test subjects that Du Xiao and Yao Nan came into contact with all had ghastly appearances, looking scarier than the majority of demon creatures. Some even turned into killing monsters without intelligence. On the other hand, despite the devilish and intimidating aura that Mo Fan had, he did not seem to have lost his mind. Assuming that it's some power hiding in his body, do you think it's enough to turn the tables around? Stop wasting your time on this insignificant kid. Chu Jia was at his limit. Who cared if he was a demon or not? He was just a mutated magician. He knew there was something wrong about the kid all along, yet they had sacrificed so many lives just to escort him and his group to the dark abyss. "I'm afraid you are unfamiliar with this demon element," Commander Lu Shu spoke. As an authority from the military, Lu Shu was the perfect person to comment on the dreadful rumors about the demon element. Is it necessary to understand it? Take a look at the situation we are in, Yel Chu Jio. A bunch of hopeless people, they are all out of their mind. I don't care if you want to die, but I don't. If you think he can escape from the space of death, feel free to stay here and wait as long as you want. Your ignorance is the reason why the city ended up in this situation. Screw your unyielding characters, you will be buried together with those useless trash that only know how to cry, cursed Chujio. The real character of a person was easily exposed when they were forced into a corner. Chujio had totally spilled the thoughts in his heart. Chujio left impatiently, leaving the hesitant crowd behind. Chujio departed with a few other people who wanted to survive too, including some of the authorities. There was no way they would waste their precious lives on a little magician. Demon element? The real demons were the Black Vatican Salon, and the highest ruler of the undead army, the mountain zombie. This little magician was no demon, he was mostly a demon slave. Sacrificing so many lives just to escort the group of young magicians to the dark abyss was the stupidest decision they had ever made. Chujio is leaving with a bunch of people. Lingxi is leaving with him, too, said Zwafeng. The flame-circling demon Mo Fan continuously transformed into devilish, bright fiery feathers, disappearing once they spread into the air. He lifted his gaze and looked at the remaining skeletons in his surroundings. There were around 4,000 of them. Even after losing their leader, the skeletons continued to move in his direction. These brainless creatures had no clue what they were facing. The soul shadow attaching to his back looked like a wolf demon standing upright. When Mo Fan pointed his long finger forward, the wolf shadow impatiently separated from his figure and split into countless pitch-black soul shadows. The wolf shadows lunged forward like gusts of wind. Their lengthy shadow claws swept in all directions from where Mo Fan was standing, the quick movement of the claws through the air producing shrill cutting shrieks. The wolves were invisible, only the flickers of the invisibly fast claws could be seen. The skeletons at the front went down first, followed by the army of skeletons behind. The black soul shadows were not only massacring the undead, they were harvesting. The skeletons were treated like crops. A single slash would eliminate hundreds, or even up to 1,000 skeletons in an instant. It all happened in just a few seconds. The coverage of the soul shadow's attacks was quite broad. The skeletons around 800 meters away who had yet to mentally prepare themselves were torn apart, too. Their white bones once again fell to the ground and combined into a lengthy carpet. Mo Fan remained in place. The only thing moving was his finger, commanding the shadow wolves. It was not his first time controlling the powerful shadow wolves. The great massacre that took place at Dongting Lake was the work of his savage shadow wolves. Both the servant-class skeletons and the warrior-level skeletons were torn to pieces by a single slash. The claws were as quick as a black gust. It did not matter how many skeletons were left. When Mo Fan only had 4 elements, the wolf soul shadow attached to him had eliminated 10,000 giant lizards with ease. Now, it had grown much stronger than before. This number of skeletons was nowhere enough for it to sharpen its claws. Every skeleton that was standing just a moment ago had fallen to the ground. The wolf soul shadow proceeded to break the bigger bones into smaller pieces, as if it had yet to fully enjoy itself, forcing the skeletons whose undead crystals were already destroyed to experience death again. Come back. Mo Fan took a few steps forward, the carpet of bones clattering. The shadow wolves sprinted back to Mo Fan from all directions and reattached themselves to Mo Fan's back in their soul shadow form. Although it had not fully vented its desire to kill, it did not dare to disobey its master's order. Amid the clattering of the bones, Demon Mo Fan raised his head and looked into the empty sky. Suddenly, a strange ripple appeared in the direction he was staring at. A silver dot slowly expanded into a spinning vortex. How annoying! Demon Mo Fan harumphed and decisively moved toward the silver vortex that was bigger than the ones before it. Chapter 687. Fighting the Mountain Zombie, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The space of death was never meant to spare the lives of those inside it. There was simply no end to the silver vortexes. The third silver vortex was bigger than the 2 before, it looked like a silver gap was just torn apart in the sky. One side of the gap was the space of death, the other side was outside the inner city. As soon as the gate was opened, more undead fell from the sky. The bigger the gap, the higher the number of undead that fell into the space, including those the size of a building. Mo-Fan. When Mo-Fan was staring at the silver vortex, Liu Yu's voice appeared from not far away. However, even Liu Yu could not believe her eyes. Was this man with long silver hair and a body covered in demonic runes really the Mo-Fan she knew? The exit is there. Mo-Fan did not have any expression. He pointed in a direction. Oh, okay. Liu Yu glanced into the distance and saw a silver door. However, between them was the silver vortex, from which countless undead were falling into this space. I'll stop them. Head for the exit, said Demon Mo-Fan. Stop them? How are you going to? Demon Mo-Fan had already disappeared from in front of Liu Yu's eyes before she could finish her sentence. Raising her head once again, she was shocked to see that Mo-Fan was riding a wave of flames up toward the silver vortex in the sky. It was only possible to determine the size of the silver vortex by comparison. The wave of flames that Mo-Fan produced was already a few tens of meters wide, and yet when he approached the silver vortex, the flames were only a tiny little red dot. Let's go! Su Xiaoluo reminded Liu Yu. Liu Yu nodded. Liu Yu had fought her way back while the blood skeleton official was approaching Mo-Fan. The direction they had headed into turned out to be a dead end. However, when she made it back, Mo-Fan was already covered by the ocean of skeletons. However, not long after, Liu Yu had witnessed an unbelievable scene. For some reason, when Mo-Fan transformed into his demon form, Liu Yu's blood began to boil as if it was responding to some call. Could this be the reason why my strength greatly surpasses others from the blood tribe? Liu Yu glanced backward while she was running. She had become a blood tribe member after drinking Mo-Fan's blood. Instead of being as weak as the usual rookies in the blood tribe, she ended up with a potential that was even greater than those possessed by the seniors in the blood tribe. Was it because of the demon blood that was flowing in Mo-Fan's body? If so, instead of referring to Mo-Fan as her senior, this demon Mo-Fan was her true master. A rumble came from the sky. A stunning, blazing light burst out from Mo-Fan, almost covering the width of the silver vortex. The zombies, phantoms, and skeletons falling from the sky were set aflame, as if they had fallen into a burning ocean. The burning corpses spread across the sky. They had pretty much turned into ash before they landed on the ground. When Liu Yu, Su Xiaoluo, and Swift Star Wolf were passing through the land covered in ash, they did not see a single undead moving. They soon arrived in front of the silver mirror. Liu Yu was going to ask Mo-Fan to leave with them when she discovered the mirror shaking vigorously. The surface of the mirror was twisting. I'll find another exit. Mo-Fan transmitted his voice into Liu Yu's heart, as if he could read her mind. Liu Yu knew they were simply Mo-Fan's burdens if they stayed any longer. Their priority now was to leave the space of death and find their way to the altar. Otherwise, everything they had done until now would be in vain. She did not hesitate any longer. She dashed into the silver mirror together with Su Xiaoluo and the unconscious Zhong Xiaohu. The undead army in the silver vortex was massive. It looked like a fog from afar, but each of the dust particles was an undead creature. The size of the army could simply destroy the space by trampling it. Mo-Fan could not leave with the others. He had sensed that the silver vortex was not only teleporting more undead into the space, it was also producing a strong turbulent flow of space to destroy the space of death. It was meaningless to kill more undead if the space of death was about to collapse. The third silver vortex was bringing destruction upon the place, including the bridge leading to the altar. If Mo-Fan left with the others, the bridge that would lead them to the space where the altar was would collapse together with the space of death. They would never make it to the Blood Emperor throne. It was difficult to stop the destruction of the silver vortex, but he could ease the burden of the space by eliminating the undead. Mo-Fan had to wipe out the army of undead. He would have to kill every single undead that the vortex had teleported to the space until Liu Yu and the others left the space of death through the bridge. The undead were falling from the sky like a storm. The flames were no longer strong enough to burn all the undead into ash instantly. Mo Fan returned to the ground, but he soon propelled himself into the sky once again. This time, there were not just flames, there was lightning flickering around him, too. The wild lightning formed a web of lightning bolts that seemed to have their own consciousness. Whenever an undead fell from the sky, they would swiftly pierce through its body. The undead was either turned into fine powder or burned ash. It was unclear how many undead were killed after being drawn in by the silver vortex. Even those that survived could not last more than a few minutes. The endless lightning and fire were so strong that the gravitational force was completely twisted. The powder and ash were no longer falling downward, but were rising due to the heat energy from Mo Fan's fiery waves. The space full of lightning and fire that Demon Mo Fan had constructed left the group of authorities surrounding the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror in silence. As Du Xiao mentioned, the power of the demon element had exceeded their imagination. The undead army was made up of over 10,000 undead, yet they were annihilated while they were still falling from the sky. Was the man really the same person that had just broken through to the advanced level? President, one of the Imperial magicians came in yelling at the top of his lungs. The group was still overwhelmed by the astonishment at witnessing the demon element. They even filtered out the Imperial magician's voice. What's wrong? It took President Han Ji some time to react. God bless the ancient capital, a silver vortex has appeared close to the mountain zombie. It seems like the mountain zombie is being dragged into it, shouted the Imperial magician excitedly. What did you just say? Screamed Han Ji. The group immediately collected their thoughts and glanced outside the city. The sky had started to light up. The mountain zombie outside the golden barrier was obviously shorter. After taking a closer look, it turned out that its feet and calves had already been sucked into the enormous silver vortex. Zhu Meng immediately shifted his attention back to the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror. When he saw a pair of enormous feet dangling from the silver vortex, his face turned extremely pale. Chapter 688. Fighting the Mountain Zombie, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was like an enormous titan had carefully stepped through the sky curtain of the mundane world, its legs dangling from the sky. Mo Fan instantly saw the astonishing legs when he raised his head. When the legs landed on the ground, the whole space shook vigorously, cracks began to extend across the air, the sky, and the ground like a broken mirror. Slowly, the lower body of the mountain zombie was fully drawn into the silver vortex. Its body was circled with pure black lightning, further increasing the burden of the space, which had already crossed its limit. Several black holes appeared in the space out of nowhere and gradually combined into a huge storm of black holes. The storm appeared in different spots. They would expand continuously and suck everything into the black holes. Once the space was fully occupied by the storm, it would mean the space was completely destroyed. Mo Fan glanced at the silver mirror. He had no idea whether Liu Yu and the others had reached the blood altar. The space of death had gone out of control. He had to leave the place at once. Leaving through the mirror was no longer possible. The bridge of death was most likely torn apart. The only exit was through the silver vortex that had brought disaster upon this place. If it was only Mo Fan's first demon awakening, he would not dare to enter the turbulent flow of space. The strong winds would easily tear his sturdy flesh into pieces in seconds. However, not only was his second demon awakening stronger, he had also gained control of a new power, the space element. The silver stardust was the space element. The silver vortex was the only way out. Even though the power of his space element was just a little sprout, he had to try by utilizing all his potential. Mo Fan landed heavily on the ground. His body sank down, like a muscular wolf demon accumulating its strength. Mo Fan propelled himself into the sky like a burning arrow. His speed of ascent was shocking, like a meteorite flying in the opposite direction. His surroundings were full of undead falling down from the sky. The burning arrow that Mo Fan turned into simply pierced through every obstacle and gradually approached the edge of the vortex. The silver vortex outside the city was a powerful spinning top, dragging any life form nearby into it. However, the silver vortex in the space of death was completely the opposite. Mo Fan could feel a strong force pushing him back down to the ground. The strength of the absorbing force was the same as the pressure Mo Fan was feeling. The eyes of Demon Mo Fan had already changed colors, and a deep glow shone from his silver pupils. As Mo Fan's body was covered by a layer of silver light, he sensed the pressure diminishing while he was soaring into the sky. However, the thing that would stop him was not the pressure from the silver vortex, but the mountain zombie, half of whose body had entered the space of death. There were not many undead of such an enormous size. Mo Fan knew what the creature whose body was dangling from the silver vortex was. Mo Fan quickly flew into the silver vortex, before the undead creature that was over 1,000 years old noticed his presence. The mountain zombie slowly lowered its head. To it, the silver vortex was only a rather deep pond. It could not care less about which space the silver vortex had dragged it into. The mountain zombie seemed to have run out of patience. Its body suddenly unleashed a black energy, gathering the power of lightning on its feet. The mountain zombie jumped even though its feet were dangling in the air in the space of death. The fragile sky immediately cracked as the black lightning spread across the place wildly. The energy was forced into the tiny space of death, resulting in more cracks that morphed wildly into destructive storms. Not only did the stomp speed up the destruction of the space of death, it also allowed the mountain zombie to jump out from the silver vortex. The creature pulled its lower body out of the silver vortex. It looked like the gargantuan millennia-old undead had simply stepped out of a little swamp which did not affect it by much. The people in the inner city who thought the ancient capital was saved by the heavens were dumbfounded. They initially thought the silver vortex would drag the mountain zombie away, just like the other undead. To their surprise, the mountain zombie simply shattered the silver vortex with a terrifying stomp. If they had known that the space that the silver vortex was connected to was also destroyed by the stomp, it was difficult to imagine what expressions the people would have now. The mountain zombie raised its head. Its face was almost touching the clouds. The sea of clouds shrouding the sky instantly dispersed when the creature uttered an angry roar. However, the clear sky was soon covered by the foul breath coming out from the creature's throat, gradually turning into an extremely filthy cloud. The filthy cloud shrouded the sky. The mountain zombie seemed to have run out of patience. Its hate-filled eyes were glaring at the inner city's golden barrier. The creature was able to see the entirety of the city at its height. It began to approach the inner city with steps that made the ground tremble. As the mountain zombie drew closer, the people could see a huge mountain standing right in front of the city. It had a spooky face, with a huge, eerie grin, north of the inner city. It was almost dawn. The sky was faintly lit up. The place was no longer covered in total darkness. The people hiding in the inner city could already see the situation outside the city. They initially thought the faint light at dawn would bring them some comfort, yet what awaiting them was not the rising sun, but the huge, spooky face of a zombie. Its face was staring down at the millions of petty lives in the city, like some life form of higher civilization inspecting the livestock it was raising. Its arrogant gaze alone brought a great sense of despair to the people. It was not a physical pressure applied to the tiny humans, but one that was able to crush their souls. Tiny, they were simply too tiny. It felt like this terrifying god of death could easily annihilate the people of the city with a single breath, even if they were all hugging together. Could the golden barrier protect them? Would the magicians that mankind was proud of really stand a chance against it? I heard that Commander Yao Ting was killed by that creature. So that thing is the ruler of the undead that is responsible for this calamity. Are we going to die? Are we still going to die here in the end? Panic swept through the crowd. Everything they had gone through was nothing compared to the encounter with the mountain zombie. The fortress protecting the humans was just a little model in front of the creature. Chapter 689. Fighting the Mountain Zombie, Part 3. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's going to attack the barrier. Imperial magicians, Imperial magicians. The Imperial magicians are fighting it. Oh, "My God!" screamed a woman among the crowd. Her eyes almost popped out from the sockets in fear. She had just witnessed the mountain zombie slap an Imperial magician in a purple outfit to death against the golden barrier. Blood and flesh splattered on the barrier. The liquid split into a few lines and flowed down from the barrier. The people had just placed their hope in the Imperial magicians, but the Imperial magician was simply smacked to death like a fly. That was an Imperial magician with magical armor. The defensive equipment was completely useless. He did not even have the chance to use the magic he had been practicing for decades. He had died within the blink of an eye. The people did not even see his face clearly, nor did they know his name. His death was utterly meaningless. If even an Imperial magician had died like cannon fodder, what would happen to the commoners like them? The number of casualties immediately stacked up with a single wave of the creature's arm. The mountain zombie had launched its attack. The enormous cloud above its head was granting it a formidable strength. The golden barrier shook hard when the mountain zombie fired black lightning rays at it. The inner city was experiencing a terrifying earthquake. "Can someone stop it? Anyone, please come and stop it," Juming stared at the terrifying creature with a blank face among the crowd. 7 super magicians fought the creature, yet they are either dead or injured now. Even the strongest Imperial magician, Lu Huan, died with the Nether Bone Ruler. This mountain zombie is stronger than the Nether Bone Ruler. The barrier can't last any longer. Every attack from the mountain zombie would produce a powerful wind that could easily devour the entire city, hitting the barrier that was on the verge of collapsing. The zombies and corpse generals even climbed onto the golden barrier, tearing at it with their horrifying faces. Endless numbers of claws were scratching at the last line of defense for the humans. Not very long ago, they had witnessed the undead overrunning their homes, the streets and buildings they were familiar with. They thought they could survive the purple alert calamity once they made it to the inner city, but the zombies still managed to climb onto the barrier. The zombies stacked up into ladders as they climbed the walls and onto the golden barrier protecting the city. The barrier burned them. The zombies festered as soon as they made contact with the barrier, yet the undead did not seem too bothered by it. They continued to climb despite the burns. There were so many of them that they completely blocked the light of dawn shining upon the city. Many people in the city fainted after witnessing the horrifying scene. They almost went crazy when they realized that the rain pouring onto their faces had passed through the zombies first. The mountain zombie attacked with its full might. A faint crack appeared on the golden barrier. The faint crack suddenly became the weakest point of the barrier. The zombies did not understand the principles of the formations constructed by humans, but they could tell the spot where the burning effect was weaker. As a result, piles of zombies immediately gathered where the crack was. The zombies kept on biting and tearing at the weak spots. A wisp of poisonous mist was already leaking into the barrier from the cracks. The zombies were stacked up in piles, and the golden barrier was not very high either. The people could clearly see the disgusting faces of the zombies. They began to flee in panic, fearing that the zombies would fall right onto them at any second. "Don't panic, everyone, calm down. The barrier won't break so easily. Stand your ground, stay where you are." The magicians tried to calm the crowd, yet their voices were no match for the fear implanted in the hearts of the people by the zombies. The inner city was in total chaos. Fiery feathers scattered and fell from the sky onto the zombies that were on the golden barrier. Suddenly, the feathers erupted into huge flames and lit off like a burning forest. Every feather was set aflame simultaneously. The golden barrier immediately turned into an ocean of flames, burning the zombies fiercely. The zombies were not burned into black charcoal. They were turned into ashes straight away. The high-temperature flames covered half of the golden barrier and instantly burned more than half of the zombies that were on the golden barrier. The flames were burning right above the inner city. Everyone could feel the heat coming from the fire as they raised their heads. The light produced by the fire and the boiling rain poured down on the crowded inner city. The mountain zombie glared at the flames that had appeared out of nowhere. It turned its head around, trying to find the villain that had set its minions on fire. It finally discovered a figure with different auras close to the silver vortex. The guy was tiny like a human, but the mountain zombie remembered him. When the mountain zombie trampled the space under the silver vortex, it saw the same figure flying out from there. A strong gust of wind that grew rapidly into a storm swept in the direction of the mountain zombie. Normally, the mountain zombie would not be bothered by the presence of any other creatures, as any presence was too insignificant compared to its own. However, it had sensed a dangerous energy concealed inside the tiny figure. The mountain zombie squinted. Its bloodshot eyes suddenly emitted two blood-red death rays. The death rays were fired right at Mofan's position. The rays immediately left two enormous holes in the area covered in debris. Not only did the death rays penetrate the debris, they continued to drill the ground and produce two bottomless pits. The death rays were supposedly locked onto Demon Mofan, but he had long vanished from the place. All that was left was an afterimage. Raging in his heart, Demon Mofan, who had moved to a different spot, raised his head and glanced at the immovable mountain zombie. With a simple wave of his hand, the wolf soul shadow draped over his back like a cape suddenly disappeared. An enormous black claw descended from the sky without a sign, landing on the army of zombies. The zombies were on standby, waiting for their turn to climb onto the golden barrier. However, when the enormous shadow claw landed on them, blood splattered across the sky. It was unclear how many zombies were killed horribly by it. The shadow claw attacked once again. Another formation of zombies was smashed into minced meat. The enormous shadow claw attacked repeatedly, leaving the battle mages on the walls of the inner city in awe. They could barely see an enormous wolf shadow in the mist. It was stomping through the fragile mundane world like a wolf demon in the midst of a catastrophe. Each stomp would smash thousands of undead into mincemeat and send them flying. Chapter 690. The Brawl Above the Inner City. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mountain zombie was totally infuriated. It seemed to be treating its minions more kindly than any other undead. When it saw the minuscule figure killing its army of zombies, it immediately raised its arm and flung it down through the clouds with great power. The inner city rocked. The mountain zombie's arm came down like a godly hammer from heaven. The whole area trembled from the impact, as the whole street was smashed into pieces, including the buildings and the road paved with cement. The street was at least a kilometer long, yet the force exerted by the arm instantly razed everything along it to the ground. Its strength was simply too shocking. In the middle of the street that had been crushed into dust, a small human-sized figure slowly rose to its feet, as if it was perfectly unharmed. Purple-black lightning circled around Demon Mofan like he was mad. Demon Mofan wiped the blood from his lips. Pupils that gradually turned purple exchanged glances with the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie bent down and stared down at the sunken ground it had created. However, all it saw was a pair of cold eyes staring back at it. He was not dead. The minuscule human was not dead. Not many creatures in the world could survive a swing of its arm. Fierce lightning descended from the sky, tearing a gap between heaven and earth, connecting the sky and the ground. The purple-black lightning landed right on Demon Mofan. Instead of a lightning strike, the force of the lightning poured over his demonic, majestic body. Demon Mofan stood in the lightning with his arms spread wide, as if he was receiving a baptism. With a deafening roar, the lightning turned into dozens of purple-black dragons flying within a few hundred meters around Demon Mofan. Half bending his knees, Demon Mofan, circled by the lightning dragons, turned himself into an evil bow on the verge of firing. Demon Mofan launched himself into the sky again. The lightning dragons could not match his speed and were following behind him, leaving a long trail of lightning. His fist flickered with lightning. The runes covering Demon Mofan's body emitted a brilliant, blood-black glow, as the dangerous energy concealed inside his demonic body was fully unleashed. The punch was thrown right at the mountain zombie's collarbone, where an obvious wound was visible. The strength of the demon punch was remarkable, and together with the lightning dragons following right behind it, the combination of attacks left a huge hole on the mountain zombie's collarbone. Initially, the wound was the size of a needle. However, when the lightning dragon struck the same spot, the wound suddenly became clear and deep. One could even see the bones inside. The mountain zombie took a few steps backward. Each step alone covered a few hundred meters. It slowly lowered its head and discovered that the wound on its collarbone was festering from the lightning punch. Fresh blood poured down like a waterfall from it. The mountain zombie was indeed injured when fighting the 7 human experts. However, none of them had left a huge hole that had caused it to bleed so freely. It clearly remembered that it had smashed the human who had left the tiny wound on its collarbone dead against a mountain. Is that Mo Fan? The authorities on the clock tower were dazzled. The wicked eye copper mirror had disappeared together with the space of death. They initially thought Demon Mo Fan was crushed when the space collapsed. However, they did not expect Demon Mo Fan to return to the outer city through the turbulent flow of space. On top of that, he had started a fight with the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie! They had sent 7 super magicians to fight the creature, but half of them were dead, while those who came back were too injured to continue fighting. Now Demon Mo Fan was fighting the mountain zombie in the ocean of zombies. He even managed to leave a huge hole along the throat of the mountain zombie. Before the astonished crowd, a human figure swept a long arc across the sky above the inner city and slammed hard onto the top of the golden barrier. The crowd raised their head and saw Mo Fan, his body covered in runes, rising to his feet. As he was standing up, an enormous palm covering the sky came down, aiming right at Mo Fan, who had fallen onto the golden barrier. The slap rocked the whole city. Even the barrier was on the verge of breaking. However, Demon Mo Fan had somehow made it to the other side, barely evading the mountain zombie's attack. The mountain zombie was completely infuriated. Its enormous body leapt into the air and landed on the golden barrier. The mountain zombie was stepping on the golden barrier, right above the crowd underneath. Many people in the inner city lost consciousness upon seeing this. The people crowding the street suddenly fell to the ground. Only those with a stronger will raised their heads and stared at the intimidating sight with blank faces. It felt like their hearts would explode at any second. Holy crap! Isn't that Mo Fan? Zhao Kunsen pointed up. He could clearly see Mo Fan's rune-covered face at this angle. Are you out of your mind? How could he possibly be? Holy shit, he does look exactly like Mo Fan. Wang Sanpang was about to curse as he gathered his courage and glanced upward to take a closer look at the face. Despite the ghastly expression and savage aura, the face belonged to none other than Mo Fan. He had long silver hair and mysterious runes across his body. A wolf soul shadow was attached to his back. The truth was, apart from a face that those who were familiar with Mo Fan could recognize, the guy did not resemble Mo Fan at all. It was like a demon from the underworld that had taken control of Mo Fan's body to stir up chaos in their world. The mountain zombie seemed to have trouble defeating him. Where did he go? Asked Zhu Ming panickingly. I don't know, he's too fast. He just vanished within the blink of an eye, said Zhao Kunsen. Demon Mo Fan was extremely hot-tempered, yet it did not mean that he was not using his brain. The mountain zombie greatly surpassed the power of his demon form in terms of strength. He would only get himself killed by trying to defeat the creature with brute force. The best way now was to locate the wounds that the 7 super magicians had left on the creature's body. He had to utilize them to inflict serious damage on the mountain zombie. Chapter 691. Contract, Fire Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mountain zombie raised its head, glancing at the thick clouds floating above its head. It took a deep breath, sucking the clouds with rolling thunder into its lungs. The mountain zombie's chest gradually bloated. The air surrounding the creature became rarefied from the creature's single inhalation. The falling rain somehow slowed down. The tree swaying in the inner city became still. The clouds suddenly dispersed, yet it was far from a good omen. Mo Fan stood at the top of the golden barrier. When he sensed an overwhelming pressure lingering in the air, he subconsciously glanced down at the inner city. The streets, buildings, alleyways of the inner city were crowded with people of various ages. However, everyone's gazes were full of helplessness after the suffering they had gone through. It felt like apart from the golden barrier that served as the last line of defense, there was nothing they could place their hope in. Mo Fan looked at the golden barrier. The barrier was not as bright as before. Countless cracks were scattered across its surface. It was impossible to tell how many more attacks the barrier could take. Perhaps the next one would simply shatter it into pieces. Mo Fan could not allow the mountain zombie to attack the golden barrier. With its destructive power, the golden barrier would not last for long. Mo Fan clenched his teeth and sprang into the sky above the inner city. The cunning mountain zombie intended the fight to take place close to the inner city, as it was planning to kill him while simultaneously dealing serious damage to the inner city's barrier. The demon form did not provide Mo Fan with enough strength to take on the mountain zombie. However, Mo Fan had control over 6 elements in total. The calamity fire that the little flame Belle granted him was his real trump card. The mountain zombie's enormous eyes flickered with disdain when it saw Mo Fan escaping into the sky. It totally ignored Mo Fan. Its lungs had accumulated enough death gas to raise the inner city to the ground once it breathed out. The black wind of death would thoroughly destroy the golden barrier protecting the humans. The death wind in the creature's lungs had reached its limit. The mountain zombie leapt backward, landing less than a kilometer away from the northern gate. Its bloated chest shuddered, its throat and mouth turned into a cave of death, and that wild black wind surged out and blasted the barrier of the inner city. The black wind was extraordinarily powerful. It swept all the remains within 2 kilometers into the air. Even the undead army in front of it was caught up. The gust of death swept forward like thousands of sabers swinging wildly in the air. That son of a bitch! Just beneath the clouds, Mo Fan, who was floating high up in the sky, realized that the mountain zombie was ignoring his presence. Mo Fan had planned to distract the mountain zombie, to lift the burden from the inner city's barrier. To his surprise, the mountain zombie had never treated him seriously. Demon Mo Fan was already hot-tempered to begin with. When he saw the mountain zombie recklessly breathing out the gust of wind to destroy the barrier, he immediately accumulated all the power of his fire element to draw in the fire element particles within a few kilometers. Element particles were extremely tiny, close to 1,000 times smaller than a dust particle. It was impossible to see them with naked eyes. However, when anyone gathered the fire element particles of a huge space at a certain point, it resulted in a blinding red light. His contract with the flame Belle had granted him the ability to control the fire element at his will. The fire spirits flying in the sky were formed by thousands or tens of thousands of tiny fire element particles. They had turned into red light dots, then into a fiery flare. When all the element particles accumulated around Mo Fan, it immediately burned Mo Fan's flesh to ashes. In the raging flames, the silhouette of a new body arose. The flames first forged the main body, followed by the limbs and the head. The rising flames simply attached to his head as burning strands of hair. The wolf soul shadow had disappeared, replaced by an elegant, burning ring on his back. It looked like a pair of special, fiery wings were closed up. The appearance Mo Fan's demon element had taken at Jilin City was similar to demon creatures. The wolf soul shadow on his back, the hands that curled into claws, and the fangs poking out from his jaw. Shocking wolf runes had covered the muscles on his body, while his hair was long and silver. The main reason for his appearance was because Mo Fan's only summoned beast was the Swift Star Wolf. The magicians involved in the demon experiment were inclined to take the appearance of their summoned beasts. However, the Swift Star Wolf was not Mo Fan's real contracted beast, the flame Belle was. She was a unique, blessed creature, born on the mountain of the burning valley between the stars. When Mo Fan withdrew the wolf soul shadow, the real force that was bound to his soul took control. As such, his previous savage body was burned into ashes, replaced by the transparent, crystal-like appearance of the fiery sorceress, with flames engulfing him. The little flame Belle was too young after all. She had yet to master the capabilities that the fiery sorceress possessed. However, the demon element was like a trade between Mo Fan and the devil. It was granting him temporary, formidable power at the cost of burning his life. Currently, Mo Fan was like an enormous fireball dangling under the grey clouds. His brilliance totally resembled a blazing sun. The light of the flames lit up the spacious sky, leaving a huge trail of flames between the dull mist among the clouds. The brilliance poured down onto the inner city over a huge area. The raindrops completely evaporated into white gas under the high temperature. The flames poured down, aiming right at the mountain zombie that was breathing out the wind of death. The mountain zombie was still leaning forward. When it sensed the formidable energy descending on it, it did not have enough time to act due to the black gas filling up its lungs. The enormous fireball was like a falling meteor. It slammed fiercely into the mountain zombie. The enormous zombie could not withstand the impact. It was knocked flying by the overwhelming impact. A great ocean of flames swept the outer city. The spectacular sight was suffocating. The people vaguely saw a demonic figure standing right in the middle of the flames that were pouring down from the sky. It was stepping on thousands of corpses from the army of zombies, burned into ashes in an instant. Chapter 692. Throat, Weakness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A light as bright as the sun's brilliance shone down upon the grey inner city. The iciness and moisture were gone, the zombies scattered in the outer city had disappeared. Even the scariest mountain zombie was blasted a few kilometers away from the walls. The people were overwhelmed with astonishment and joy after the prolonged pressure was lifted. God bless the ancient capital. Heaven had heard their prayer. Finally, someone capable had stepped forward to face the mountain zombie. The flames on the ground rose into the air. The ocean of flames lasted for quite some time. Demon Mofan stood in the giant pit that he had created. The flames were circling him like countless wild phoenixes, forming a burning domain that even a corpse general would not dare to step into. The domain covered at least a kilometer around him. Many zombies were caught in the flames. Weak against fire to begin with, the army of undead that the mountain zombie had brought burned away quickly. The mountain zombie seemed to have suffered severe injuries. The 7 super magicians did leave quite a lot of wounds on it. After receiving the meteorite attack from Demon Mofan, its thick flesh began to fester. Were still burning on its body. The millennia-old zombie groaned in pain. Its eyes were glaring at Demon Mofan. Where did this little creature, who dared to stop the advance of the kingdom of undead, come from? The mountain zombie uttered a roar, but it did not launch its attack at Demon Mofan straight away. As the great ruler of the undead, it had countless corpse generals and corpse officials under its command. Even though they could not eliminate the monster that came out of nowhere, they could still buy it some time to recover from its injuries. A variety of weird-looking corpse officials immediately stepped forward. They mainly consisted of flesh-mound corpse officials. Their enormous size was equivalent to a big building. Their wide mouths seemed to be chewing something as they continuously spat out skeletons. After the flesh-mound corpse officials, the number of blood corpse officials was the highest. Similar to the blood skeletons, these dark red undead with skin as sturdy as steel were mostly commander-level creatures. Not only were their bones and flesh significantly stronger, even their blood possessed a formidable power. Within a few moments, a number of flesh-mound corpse officials and blood corpse officials gathered at the mountain zombie's feet with twisted expressions and fierce gazes. They completely ignored the burning flames and used their thick flesh to endure as they charged at Demon Mofan. The corpse officials were like heavy tanks as they charged forward, trampling down half of the fire domain surrounding Mofan. The first one to arrive in front of Mofan was a flesh-mound corpse official around 30 meters tall. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of fangs like stalactites, and lunged at him. Mofan was floating in the air like the fiery sorceress in the past. He controlled the fire waves and glided backward. Another giant mouth appeared in the direction he was gliding as soon as he dodged the flesh-mound corpse official's bite. The mouth completely devoured the flames engulfing Mofan. The flesh-mound corpse official's esophagus was extremely thick. It was able to crush anything and refine them into skeletons in its stomach, including fire, lightning, and ice. The skeletons that were capable of killing and chasing after their target were not only produced from bones. An abundant supply of energy of death had granted the skeletons life, and this energy came from the digestion of everything that the Flesh Mound Corpse official had eaten. The throat and stomach of the Flesh Mound Corpse official that ate Mofan were twitching. It had initiated the digestion process. However, the Flesh Mound Corpse official's body began to expand all of a sudden. It looked slightly bloated at the start, but when a fiery red surfaced on its skin, and it expanded to twice its original size. The ductility of the Flesh Mound Corpse official was fairly impressive, as its body could expand up to twice its actual size. It explained why it was able to hold almost 1,000 undead in its stomach. However, the creature's body continued to expand even faster. Its size was quickly 3 times its original size, making it look like a giant meat balloon. Bang! The body of the Flesh Mound Corpse official reached its limit and suddenly exploded. Its body parts broke into pieces and scattered across the place as raging flames burst out from its stomach. Amid the explosion, Demon Mofan, still engulfed in flames, leapt into the sky. He landed nimbly on a tall signal tower while holding something in his hand. He shoved the thing in his palm into his mouth. It was a black undead crystal, which Mofan bit into pieces and swallowed down. The Flesh Mound Corpse official's huge eyes fell to the ground among its disintegrated flesh. A moment ago, the creature was trying to digest Mofan, but now, its undead crystal was eaten by Mofan instead. The energy inside the undead crystal could be used by Mofan to replenish his depleting energy. Mofan gulped the undead crystal down without considering how filthy it was. He did not forget the enormous side effects of using the demon element. These undead crystals were effective at reducing them. Mofan had no intention to put them to waste. However, Mofan was slightly agitated. The demon element source of energy was his life and soul. If the cunning mountain zombie continued to send its corpse generals and corpse officials as cannon fodder, he would eventually die if the creature kept on dragging the fight longer. His first priority was to end the fight as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the soul remnants in the little loach pendant would be insufficient to sustain his life. While Mofan was thinking, a familiar voice came from behind him. Mofan, the mountain zombie's undead crystal is under his throat. Mofan turned around and discovered the person to be Councilman Zhu Meng. The man was among the 7 super magicians sent to fight the mountain zombie. The demon element was superb, yet it was not enough to let Mofan take on the mountain zombie by himself. Without the damage that the 7 super magicians had inflicted to the mountain zombie previously, it would be stronger than it was now. "We're here to help." The mysterious man was outside of the inner city. He was floating high up in the air with 3 pairs of winged wings. The lengthy wings granted him a rather imperious appearance when they were fully extended. Yao Ting and the others sacrificed their lives, but they also found the mountain zombie's vulnerability. The mountain zombie is an undead. It's meaningless to destroy its body parts. We have to destroy the undead crystal under its throat. President Han Ji showed up in a battle robe stained with blood. Despite the burning flames nearby, President Han Ji seemed perfectly unharmed from the high temperature, showing how extraordinary his cultivation was. "Leave the corpse officials to the Imperial magicians." Zhuofeng led the Imperial magicians and came out of the barrier too. The Imperial magicians had suffered great losses in the calamity. Their president, vice president, and captain had all died outside the city. The only reputable one left was Zhuofeng. Only a few tens of Imperial magicians in purple outfits were standing behind him, a great contrast to the numbers of the Imperial magicians at the start of the battle. However, without them, many people would not even have made it to the inner city. The mountain zombie that posed the highest threat to the city would not be the only one left of the 8 undead rulers. Chapter 693. Blood Emperor Throne, the Ancient King. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life began to collapse. The ancient jade used to construct the bridges fell into the deep abyss, before they were shattered into pieces by the black gust. There was only 1 bridge left, the one leading to the altar of the tomb. The altar was covered in pitch-black darkness on a platform that seemed to be floating in the dark for eternity. The altar had the shape of an ice cap. The stairs made of stones at the bottom were incredibly huge. Each stair was a few times taller than a human. It felt like the stairs were not meant to be climbed by humans, but built from some giant deities instead. From afar, red ribbons were dangling from the altar on the top corners of the stairs. However, after a closer look, they were no ribbons, but thick blood falling down the stairs like waterfalls. The top corners of the stairs were constructed in the shape of dragon heads. The waterfalls of blood were pouring out from the dragons' mouths from a great height. The loud rumbling of the blood falls echoed in the area. Zhong Xiaohu recalled the same dragon spitting out water on the rooftop of the museum in the inner city. However, the ones on the museum were designed as drains for the rain, a spectacular sight on rainy days. In comparison, the dragons here at the altar were fairly spooky. It was hard to tell if it was some kind of red liquid or real, flesh blood that was still flowing after over 2,000 years. As the group climbed the stairs, the size of the altar began to shrink. The path gradually turned narrower the higher they went. The width of the stairs was the same length as a person's long stride. I can see the top, the thing up there must be the Blood Emperor throne that Fang Jiyu mentioned. Su Xiaoluo wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her pale face was filled with a hint of joy. They had finally arrived at the Blood Emperor throne after going through untold hardships. Hopefully, they were still in time. With so many lives at stake, even though the altar floating in the endless darkness looked extremely terrifying, the group was determined to risk their lives, even if it meant going through mountains of daggers and sea of flames. Otherwise, the lives of millions of people in the city would become the sacrifices for the Black Vatican and Salon's festival. "We're here, we made it," Su Xiaoluo said to Zhong Xiaohu behind her in excitement, as she was the first to make it to the top. Zhong Xiaohu was tired as he made it to the top. He glanced at the top of the altar made of white jade and saw a huge jadeite at the center. The jadeite was red and transparent with rising edges. It looked a throne with countless swords stuck to it. The Blood Emperor throne. The person sitting on the Blood Emperor throne must be the ancient king, Ying Veng. Zhong Xiaohu took a deep breath and proceeded forward. There was indeed someone sitting on the Blood Emperor throne, but it was hard to tell if the person was alive or dead. He was wearing a black battle robe, obviously a historical artifact. However, it still had an icy glow, to the extent that Zhong Xiaohu could easily see his own timid reflection as he approached the throne. The person was sitting on the throne, supporting his jaw with a hand. His body was leaning sideways slightly. The shadows under the cap on his head barely concealed his face. However, the light produced by the fire on the altar revealed his lower jaw and the evil grin he was wearing. He seemed to be either taking a nap or in deep thought. Either way, he did not look like a dead person. Zhong Xiaohu's forehead was fully covered in sweat. He never thought an emperor who had died over 2,000 years ago would apply such great pressure to him. In Zhong Xiaohu's mind, the person could stand up at any second and stare right into his eyes with a gaze that would easily shatter his soul. By then, he would have trouble remaining standing. "I'm curious." Suddenly, the person sitting on the throne spoke. The voice gave Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Aryu, and Su Xiaoluo a fright. It felt like their scalps were on the verge of exploding. "How did you find a way out of the space of death?" the voice continued, as the person slowly raised his head. The light of the fire slowly chased the shadows concealing the person's face away, revealing a familiar face with 2 lines of white sideburns. His thick lips were dark purple, with purple runes spreading to his cheeks, granting him a very eerie appearance. How are you here?" Liu Aryu was the first to exclaim. They were definitely familiar with the face, as it belonged to Fang Jiyu, who had chosen to pick a bridge on his own. Zhong Xiaohu was stunned, too. He could not tell if the person was the ancient king, Ying Veng, or Fang Jiyu who had picked the right bridge, since his aura was totally different than before. "What's happening?" "Why are you sitting here?" said Zhong Xiaohu in disbelief. "Why can't I be sitting here?" Fang Jiyu laughed. "Where's the ancient king?" blurted out Su Xiaoluo. "I am the one you're looking for." "You're Fang Jiyu." "Not anymore, everything is as I have speculated." The real Ancient King has already passed away as time went by. All that was left was a battle robe that was attached to his corpse, and the Blood Emperor throne that can command the kingdom of Undead. Fang Jiyu rose to his feet. The armored robe he was wearing clanked loudly. "What do you mean?" asked Zhong Xiaohu. "The first person to reach here will inherit everything from the Ancient King. His white palace, and his kingdom of Undead that his hands raised. He had an endless supply of energy, an unmatchable wisdom." Fang Gu's voice with a hint of strange metallic sound echoed at the top of the altar. "Then what are you doing sitting there? Hurry up and chase the army of Undead and the mountain zombie away. Stop the dark abyss from drifting into the city," said Su Xiaoluo. Fang Jiyu burst out laughing when he heard Su Xiaoluo's words. His laughter sounded extremely weird. Even though the sound had come from his throat, it felt like something hiding under his skin was making the noise. "What are you laughing at?" snapped Su Xiaoluo. Zhong Xiaohu pulled Su Xiaoluo, signaling her to stand behind him. Su Xiaoluo immediately realized something when she saw his stern expression. She quickly stepped a few steps back. "How amusing! My soldiers, my generals, and my officials are taking back the city that's supposed to be mine. Why would I stop them?" Fang Gu's laughter sounded even spookier. Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Yu, and Su Xiaoluo were backing off slowly. They could no longer tell if it was Fang Jiyu wearing the battle robe, or the Ancient King, Yingveng, resurrected through Fang Gu's body. Either way, his ghastly appearance and his weird voice were implying that he was not friendly. "Is he Fang Jiyu or not?" whispered Su Xiaoluo. "I'm afraid not," said Liu Yu. Liu Yu could easily capture the scent of a living human. The truth was, she did not sense a living presence from Fang Jiyu. Fang Jiyu might have assumed that the Ancient King was dead. Once he wore the battle robe, he would inherit everything from the Ancient King. However, from his twisted expression, it turned out that Fang Jiyu was the one who had been inherited. Chapter 694. Evil Battle Robe. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "What do we do now?" whispered Su Xiaoluo. It took them great effort to come this far, yet to their surprise, Fang Jiyu had turned into something like this. He never had the intention to stop the calamity, or maybe he was wicked beyond redemption from the beginning. He was evil all along. "Blood, I need more blood." Fang Gu's eyes suddenly became hollow, as if the pupils were dug out. It felt like a ghost could come out from the sockets at any time. He rose to his feet. His movement seemed sluggish and stiff, yet his body was unleashing a wild stench of blood. His open mouth implied that he was planning to eat them alive. "He is turning into a zombie." Liu Yu swiftly backed off, dragging the other two with her. At the start, Fang Jiyu still had a faint human presence. From his words, it seemed like he still retained some of his memory, yet his smell now completely resembled that of a zombie. He was no longer a living human, but a monster who had rotted away after staying in the tomb for many years. Even his soul had turned into a greedy phantom. Fang Jiyu was dead, even his soul was replaced. All that was left was an empty shell that was no different than the zombies outside the tomb. Fang Jiyu, still in the battle robe, lunged forward, clenching his hands into long claws with blue nails. Su Xiaoluo was his first target. Fresh blood, more fresh blood was needed. In order to resurrect the Ancient King, more blood of his descendants was needed. The blood of Ancient King in the pure-blooded descendant, Su Xiaoluo, was exactly what he needed. "He still hasn't acquired the Ancient King's true power. Kill him," said Liu Yu. Fang Gu's aura was extremely evil, but it was not as overwhelming as they had imagined. Perhaps his body and soul were not what the Ancient King really wanted, so he had turned into a zombie-like puppet. Turning a living human into a zombie was an extremely terrifying black magic. When Liu Yu saw Fang Jiyu lunging at Su Xiaoluo, she immediately grabbed the zombified mage and slammed him to the ground. Liu Yu's hands turned into claws, too. She did not show any mercy. She stabbed the sharp claws of the blood tribe right into Fang Gu's heart. Initially, Liu Yu thought the battle robe had a strong defense. It was unlikely that her attack would inflict any damage to him. To her surprise, her claws easily penetrated the armor and came into contact with Fang Gu's rotting flesh, piercing through his heart with ease. The heart inside had already stopped beating, black liquid leaked out from the cut. Liu Yu immediately withdrew her hand and stared at Fang Jiyu with a confused look. How weak! This Fang Jiyu was extremely weak. The strength and defense he acquired after turning into a zombie were only comparable to a servant-class zombie. When Liu Yu saw Fang Jiyu fall to the ground twitching with a ghastly appearance, she somehow felt pity for him. Inheriting the ancient king's magic, gaining control of the kingdom of Undead? He did not even realize that his life was drained away by the battle robe until only an empty shell was left. Even his soul was gone. He was a real sacrifice for the ancient king's resurrection, one among many over the last 2,000 years. Fang Gu's black blood flowed out from his body, which gradually separated from the battle robe. A dried corpse fell to the ground. Even his hair had wilted like grass. Meanwhile, the black battle robe floated back to the Blood Emperor throne after absorbing Fang Gu's life force. Although no one was wearing the armor, it felt like someone alive was sitting in it, with a pair of crimson eyes under the cape staring right deep into their souls, able to see everything in their hearts. We shouldn't put on the robe, Liu Yu breathed out. It turned out that the threat was not Fang Jiyu, who was wearing the battle robe, but the battle robe with the evil aura itself. While the three were clueless about what to do, the altar suddenly shook. The black space began to twist, spiral, and bend at times, with gaps appearing out of nowhere. A strong wind was sweeping down from above them. Zhong Xiaohu raised his head and saw a huge black cloud made of zombies above him. They were flying around like a tornado while uttering groans and cries of agony. The altar is rotating. Does this mean the dark abyss is about to shift in space soon? Asked Liu Yu. Taking the time into consideration, dawn had already arrived. It was the last time the dark abyss would shift to somewhere else. Since the ancient king was planning to resurrect himself, the inner city was the most ideal place to go. Since he had become the highest ruler of the kingdom of Undead, he would surely not allow a living human to stay in his kingdom. Blood, Fang Jiyu was mentioning something about blood. Does that mean the ancient king's resurrection requires a huge amount of blood? Is he trying to turn the people in the inner city into sacrifices? Blurted out Su Xiaoluo as she thought of something. If the millions of people fell into the dark abyss, it would not just produce a pond of blood. It would be a sea of blood. Everyone there would be turned into a sacrifice. The Black Vatican must have learned the secret somehow and found a way to control the space shift of the dark abyss. Instead of describing the calamity as a festival of death, it was more correct to say that they were planning to resurrect the ancestor of the undead, who had died over 2,000 years ago, all along. The altar was shaking. The group could no longer stand easily. What do we do now? We're out of time. Liu Yu's mind went blank. Zhong Xiaohu climbed to his feet and glared at the strange battle robe on the throne. He had bitten his lips open. Zhong Xiaohu struggled to his feet and cast wind track to run to the battle robe on the throne. Don't do it, you're going to end up like Fang Jiyu, screamed Su Xiaoluo, who knew what Zhong Xiaohu was thinking. We don't have much time left to think about that. Zhong Xiaohu had no time to think. The place was shifting rapidly, they could not afford to waste a second more. Rushing up to the battle robe, Zhong Xiaohu immediately sensed a great power urging him to wear the battle robe. It felt like he could resolve everything once he put on the battle robe. He turned around, looking at Su Xiaoluo, as if he was trying to remember her face. In the following second, Zhong Xiaohu grabbed the battle robe. The battle robe was able to attach itself to a body. When someone touched it, it would reform and swiftly attach to the person's body. Zhong Xiaohu was slightly regretful when he made the decision. The thing was like a demon with its mouth wide open, waiting for him to fall into its mouth. Being regretful would not change anything. Zhong Xiaohu closed his eyes. He was only hoping that he had the chance to command the undead army before turning into a dried corpse like Fang Jiyu, even if it only lasted for an instant. However, when the battle robe was about to wrap around Zhong Xiaohu, a powerful hand grabbed him and tossed him away from the Blood Emperor throne. Zhong Xiaohu was thrown away. When he was spinning in the air, he saw a firm back. He was extremely familiar with the person's back. When he first joined the battle mages, it was this man, who was capable of fighting the Darkwing Wolf alone, that astonished him. Zhong Xiaohu fell to the ground. He yelled at the top of his lungs as his eyes began to tear. Chief Military Instructor. Chapter 695. Soul Shadow, Adult Phase Flame Belle. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Liu Aryu and Su Xiaoluo were stunned too. They had not noticed the man until he appeared just now. They could not tell if he had just arrived, or if he was already here for some time. He was extremely quick. He suddenly showed himself when Zhong Xiaohu was about to be wrapped up by the armor. He pulled Zhong Xiaohu out of the demon's throat with brute strength. However, the black battle robe was quite greedy. After losing the chance to use Zhong Xiaohu as a sacrifice, it uttered a wild screech and lunged at the man instead. The cape flew at the man's head like a little demon. No matter how hard the man was trying to pull it off, it was stuck onto his scalp. While the man was struggling with the cape, his legs, torso, and arms were covered by the battle robe. Each armor piece seemed to have its own consciousness. It was impossible to take them off once they were attached. Ugh. It felt like even the man's soul was being occupied by the battle robe. The man that saved Zhong Xiaohu let out a scream of agony. He's almost dug his fingers into his skin and tore himself in half. The scream echoed through the hall, leaving the three young adults shivering. Tears rolled down Zhong Xiaohu's cheeks when he witnessed the scene. He was supposed to be the one enduring the pain, but the man had taken his spot instead. His superior did not speak a single word, nor did he give him a single gaze. All Zhong Xiaohu could see was a determined back. Chief Military Instructor, Zhong Xiaohu wanted to go up to the man to share his pain, yet Liu Aryu would not allow him to do anything so stupid. Chief Military Instructor, is he Chief Military Instructor Shen Kong, that Yuan Mo Fan always mentioned? Liu Aryu grabbed onto Zhong Xiaohu tightly. The battle robe was scarier than they thought. It was entirely a black demon that would fiercely occupy the body of anyone that came into contact with it. If Zhong Xiaohu went up to it now, he would also turn into a meaningless sacrifice. Zhong Xiaohu never expected Shen Kong to be here, too. Even though he was full of doubts, he only felt like his heart was being shredded when he saw his chief military instructor being tortured by the demon. Do you really think you're that great? Come, eat my soul. Once you've eaten my soul, you'll die too. You should have gone to hell ages ago. Shen Kong's voice was incredibly weird, yet the words in his screams were obviously spoken with his own consciousness. He was not talking to Zhong Xiaohu, Liu Aryu, or Su Xiaoluo. The words were directed at the battle robe that was devouring him. Fang Jiyu had turned into a dried corpse, just a failed sacrifice. He had failed to gain anything from the battle robe. However, it felt like Shen Kong had something that the battle robe was scared of, giving his soul a chance to struggle. If you want my body, show me some sincerity. Shen Kong said himself, while trying his best to suppress something. The battle robe was now attached to Shen Kong's skin, yet he totally ignored the pain. Amazingly, he tore one of the pieces off, which also ripped a layer of his own skin off, splattering blood everywhere. The armor piece let out a ghastly screech. It tried to reattach itself to Shen Kong, yet the man violently kicked the armor piece covered in fresh blood away, before he burst out laughing like a madman. Either you obey me completely, or we'll die together. Eternal life? I'll now send you to eternal doom. Shen Kong tore another armor piece off his leg. Fresh blood poured out from the wound. Shen Kong was totally willing to harm himself to threaten the battle robe, and so managed to control the situation. The demon that was draining his soul finally halted. Su Xiaoluo, Zhong Xiaohu, and Liu Aryu were stunned. They had witnessed how Fang Jiyu had turned into a dried corpse. they assumed Zhong Kong, who had taken Zhong Xiaoho's spot, would end up the same way. To their surprise, he managed to suppress the evil battle Robe. Even so, Liu Yu could clearly sense that the man no longer had the presence of a living human. The inner city. A deep clock chime echoed in the inner city. The ancient clock at the center of the city was shaking from to some overwhelming force. As soon as the chime sounded, the people of the inner city somehow felt like it was a peaceful dawn as the old times. The truth was, many people had seen a fiery figure flying toward them. It had torn a gap on the golden barrier and was flying straight at the clock tower. It seemed to be the expert that was fighting the mountain zombie. Half of Mo Fan's body was stuck in the giant clock. He struggled out from the clock and fell to the platform of the tower, together with a bunch of debris. Mo Fan felt like his bones were on the verge of shattering. The mountain zombie's punch was simply too powerful. It had knocked Mo Fan flying for kilometers before slamming right into the clock tower at the center of the inner city. Luckily, he had struck the giant clock that was imbued with magic. If he had landed among the crowd, the impact would have taken many innocent lives. Mo Fan spat out the blood in his mouth. He turned around and saw the devoted deacon of the Black Vatican, Mu He. Mu He was looking at him too. His eyes almost popped out from the sockets. Is that Mo Fan? The person fighting the mountain zombie is Mo Fan. Demon Mo Fan was rather evil, too. When he saw Mu He hanging on the clock and staring at him in astonishment, his burning face immediately revealed a pair of fangs. What were you saying before, that I'm only playing an insignificant role in this festival? Mo Fan said to Mu He as he was recovering from his wounds. What exactly are you? Mu He was dumbfounded. Open your eyes and look carefully at how I'm going to ruin your festival. Mo Fan yelled. His demonic eyes emitted a brilliant flicker. Flames engulfed his body, while lightning dragons circled him. Two different types of power were surrounding his figure. Obviously, two types of power were nowhere enough. In the midst of the flames, a soul shadow slowly appeared. It was no longer a ferocious wolf shadow, but the silhouette of a glamorous fire demoness. Instead of a demoness, the shadow resembled a goddess born from the flames of creation. She was murmuring some ancient chants with her eyes closed, granting all her power to the person who had awakened her. This must be the appearance of little Flame Belle once she reaches the adult phase. Qin Nan mumbled to himself. Mo Fan had already sensed the incredible power and potential of a blessed creature like the Flame Belle just from the faint soul shadow. The fire demoness soul shadow did not fight for Mo Fan, but it granted him the blessing of fire, making the flames engulfing him burn fiercer. The flames rose into the air from the clock tower. The people in the inner city could see them clearly, let alone Mu He, who was only 10 meters away. Mu He's eyes widened. He could not believe what he was seeing. Chapter 696. Slaying the Mountain Zombie. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bang! A huge blast took place on the clock tower. The magnificent building almost collapsed from the force as Mo Fan, who had just slammed into it, kicked off it and shot out of the inner city like a brilliant ray of light, returning to the battlefield within the blink of an eye. The light shocked the mountain zombie. It was utterly relieved after getting rid of an annoying pest, yet to its surprise, the demon had returned in just a few seconds. What kind of body was that? A normal human would have died many times over by now, yet the guy was still charging toward him like he was unharmed. Cry of the Snow Mistress, Icy Rain of the Sorrowful World. President Han Ji finished channeling the third-tier super ice spell under the protection of the other experts. In the sky, the icy clouds combined into the glamorous figure of a sacred goddess. Her sorrowful tears turned into the most incredible piercingly cold snowstorm of the past 100 years. The air was frozen, the vast land was frozen, all living things were frozen. The icy rain covered a great distance, most of them landed on the mountain zombie, which swiftly turned into a layer of ice covering its body. The icy rain fell, and the snow stacked up into a mountain. The savage mountain zombie seemed to be suppressed by the icy rain of the sorrowful world. Its movement gradually turned stiff as more and more of its body was covered in ice. The clouds were frozen, the air was frozen, the ground was frozen. The mountain zombie standing tall was frozen, too. The process did not last for long. Under the throat, destroy its undead crystal. President Han Ji raised his pale face. His hair was white like snow, yet he still gathered his strength to say those words to Mo Fan, who was flying back to the battlefield. Mo Fan swept through the sky. The flames trailing him spread into an ocean of fire. He glanced at the frozen mountain zombie. He could tell that the creature was raising its arms, trying to protect the area under its throat, yet it was frozen by President Han Ji in the process. Cry of the Snow Mistress, icy rain of the sorrowful world. As expected of the man with the strongest cultivation among them, he had managed to suppress the mountain zombie at such a crucial moment. The mountain zombie was breaking into pieces. Cracks began to surface on the ice. Mo Fan knew it was his perfect chance. The flames engulfing him turned into purple-black lightning. Die! Mo Fan turned into a weapon covered in raging flames, a soul shadow, lightning, and runes as he pierced through the wound under the mountain zombie's throat. A formidable blood energy rose inside the mountain zombie's body, shattering the ice covering its body with brute force. However, the moment it broke free from the ice, the destructive light ray mixed with 4 different colors that Mo Fan had turned into pierced into it, right below the mountain zombie's throat. Its throat was already exposed after the attacks earlier. This time, it could no longer defend itself from the new attack that Mo Fan had executed with all his might. Mo Fan simply flew from the front of the mountain zombie to the back. After a brief moment of darkness, he exited from the back of the creature's neck together with a jet of blood under the light of dawn. The mountain zombie was trying to defend its weak point before it was frozen. After breaking free from the ice, it subconsciously grabbed its throat with its hands, yet it was completely useless. It was holding the front of its throat, yet fresh blood was jetting out from the back of its neck. As soon as Mo Fan landed on the ground, the rain of blood poured down from above and put out the flames and lightning engulfing him. The mountain zombie was swaying wildly. When the group thought it was about to collapse to the ground, the creature picked up a corpse official and squeezed it into the hole on its throat. The spray of blood was stopped instantly. The mountain zombie seemed to have earned its second chance at life. It knocked the people around it away with the blood energy and fled north. It's not dead yet. Han Ji, the mysterious man, Zhu Meng, and the others inhaled deeply. They were completely worn out from the battle, yet the mountain zombie was still alive after suffering such a deadly blow. The magician suddenly felt extremely decrepit. It's running away, we have to kill it, yelled Zhu Meng. Mo Fan dodged the mountain zombie's stomps. When he saw that the creature was fleeing into the north, he immediately switched the soul shadow on his back and chased after the creature by sprinting across the ground. The flame Belle soul shadow had granted Mo Fan the ability to control fire, while the wolf soul shadow gave Mo Fan strong close combat capabilities. Mo Fan was incredibly fast. He was sprinting through the ocean of undead like a werewolf. The undead army trying to stop him simply became his stepping stones. Mo Fan kicked the head of a flesh-mound corpse official with a great force and launched himself into the air, lunging at the mountain zombie that was running away. The mountain zombie was running away, yet the ocean of undead was still around. The cunning creature would surely command the undead army to continue the assault on the city. The mountain zombie had to die. In addition to Mo Fan, Councilman Zhu Meng, the mysterious man, Du Xiao, and Han Ji also chased after the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie was indeed severely injured, but the death of an undead like the mountain zombie at its level was an obscure concept. If they did not kill it thoroughly, it would recover in no time and come back again. Han Ji coughed heavily before saying to the group, "Kill it." Zhu Meng, the mysterious man, and Du Xiao nodded. Mo Fan did not carelessly venture forward when he saw the others chasing after the mountain zombie. He gathered the strength of the wolf soul shadow on his legs and kicked forward, launching a fast-moving shockwave in the shape of a black crescent at the mountain zombie. Zhu Meng did not hesitate further. The man whose energy was close to depletion simply took out his lightning spear. It emitted a blinding glow and flew in right behind Mo Fan's black crescent. The mysterious man and Du Xiao both cast a super light spell. It was the same enormous light sword that came down from the sky. This time, the mountain zombie had nowhere to run. The destructive spells flew toward mountain zombie simultaneously, leaving it with no escape. Its eyes were filled with a grim light. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook vigorously. A strange hole appeared behind the mountain zombie that was running away. It was like a black hole that was able to suck any kind of force into it. Mo Fan's Black Crescent, Zhu Meng's Lightning Spear, or the Demon Judgment Sword, the Hole of Chaos was sucking them all. Hole of Chaos, Han Ji was stunned. The others were dispirited too. All their attacks were sucked away by the Hole of Chaos that had appeared out of nowhere. They were so close to killing the mountain zombie. Such a terrifying strength, it just drew all our attacks away like that. The mysterious man's eyes flickered with astonishment. There's someone on the mountain zombie. Mo Fan's sharp eyes were immediately fixed onto the mountain zombie's head. Chapter 697. The Falling Tide of Undead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Careful, the Hole of Chaos might reflect our attacks with a stronger force, the mysterious man warned the group. We should be careful of the man standing on the mountain zombie, his aura. Han Ji lifted his gaze and stared at the man. As Han Ji mentioned, everyone here was an expert with sharp senses, and the man who had nullified all their attacks with a single spell had a formidable and mysterious aura, putting them on alert. They could smell danger from the man. Mo Fan was the closest to the mountain zombie. He was standing on the top of a signal tower, the bottom of which was destroyed. It was just tall enough for him to look at the man on the mountain zombie at the same height. The mountain zombie was no longer running. The all-powerful zombie seemed to be afraid of the man. Its body slowly knelt down with its head lowered. The group was completely dumbfounded upon seeing this. Making the mountain zombie drop to its knees? Who could the person be, strong enough to force the mountain zombie, one of the strongest ruler-level creatures, to kneel? No wonder even an expert like Han Ji was panicking. The mountain zombie turned around and carried the person toward the group. It seemed extremely willing to be the person's mount. As the creature approached them, the dim dawnlight and the rain pouring onto the creature highlighted the outline of a man wearing a black battle robe. His aura was piercingly cold and stern. He glanced at the group of magicians, before looking at the inner city with a swaying golden barrier in the distance. Ancient king. The mysterious man shuddered. His gaze suddenly turned blank. Even Han Ji was stunned. In the ancient drawings, the ancient king was indeed wearing a black battle robe when he passed away. The man's outfit perfectly resembled the emperor in the past. On top of that, even though the man was glancing down at the living humans, he did not have any living presence. His awakened, Zhu Meng said with a dispirited voice. The ancient king was awake. It was the end for everything. All living creatures would be turned into undead. The city that had survived over thousands of years would soon become an undead paradise. The mountain zombie came forward. The creature did not dare to unleash its previous overwhelming aura. It was not because of the severe injury under its throat, but it did not dare to act recklessly because of the man standing on it. Its feet stomped the ground heavily as it walked past the signal tower that Mo Fan was standing on, allowing Mo Fan to see the man's face clearly. He did not just see the side of his face. The man turned his head and stared right into Mo Fan's eyes. Chief Military Instructor, Mo Fan shivered. He could not believe what he saw. Zhong Kong. The face was none other than the Chief Military Instructor, Zhong Kong. Mo Fan felt his heart crumbling. He could not explain the scene he was seeing before him. Zhong Kong was staring at Mo Fan. Tall in his battle robe. It was hard to tell if he had recognized Mo Fan, or he was simply amused by Mo Fan's extraordinary demon presence. Suddenly, the man raised his hand. The Hole of Chaos that had absorbed everyone's attacks appeared in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan subconsciously thought the man was going to attack him. His figure tensed as he prepared to defend himself from whatever was going to happen. However, the whole of chaos did not spit out the destructive energy that it absorbed previously. It opened up like an eerie door of space. 3 figures were pushed out from the spinning vortex. Liu Yu, Zhong Xiaohu, Su Xiaoluo. Mo Fan instantly recognized the 3 people. He leapt forward and grabbed 2 of them with his hands and bit Zhong Xiaohu's collar with his teeth. Using the mountain zombie's shoulder as a stepping stone, Mo Fan jumped back to the signal tower while holding the 3 people. The 3 youngsters had fallen unconscious while passing through the chaos vortex. Mo Fan placed them on the tower and shifted his gaze back to the man. However, Zhong Kong, who seemed like a totally different person, no longer had eye contact with Mo Fan. He turned around, only showing his back to the group. As he turned around, the mountain zombie too turned and walked in the opposite direction of the city as if it was given some order. Thud! 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 Each step that the mountain zombie took would produce a huge blast. On top of that, a troop among the undead army would sink into the ground every time the mountain zombie took a step. The undead in the city north were the first to withdraw. The majority of the undead army had the ability to move underground. The ocean of undead disappeared into the ground in just a few minutes. Judging from the pattern, it seemed like the whole undead army was moving into the distance following after the mountain zombie, or more accurately, the undead were following the man standing atop the mountain zombie. The footsteps sounded further away with each step. Half of the undead were gone. The spectacular withdrawal even postponed the arrival of dawn when their mass covered the rising sun in the distance. A while later, a phantom ruler appeared in the south. The phantom ruler seemed like it had yet to fully enjoy itself. It opened its enormous wings that were similar to those of a bat. The creature beat its wings, gliding across the golden barrier and headed north. An army of phantoms followed right behind the phantom ruler like stormy clouds. When they flew past the inner city above the golden barrier, the whole inner city was immersed in darkness. A few moments later, the clouds formed by countless phantoms had flown into the distance, returning the dim sunlight to the countless people in the city, many of whom had fainted from fright. Finally, the army of skeletons withdrew like a fading tide. 2 of the 8 undead rulers, 4 of them, including the mountain zombie, were still alive, and led their armies into the distance. Not a single one dared to stay or pose a threat to the inner city any longer, even though the golden barrier could collapse at any second. The black ocean gradually disappeared into the north. The ruined city was illuminated by sunlight that was gradually turning brighter, exposing the collapsed buildings, the destroyed streets, the broken bridges, and the areas that were beyond recognition. Only the inner city was preserved, along with countless people and its intact buildings and structures that had survived the calamity. However, it felt like everyone was completely worn out. Even after the inner city was soaked in sunlight for quite some time, the whole place was still deadly quiet. It took the people a long time before they realized that the calamity was over. Chapter 698. The Most Admired Person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. We're alive, we're still alive. They are gone, the undead, not a single one left. We've won, we've won. The city was suddenly immersed in cheers. The dawnlight was fairly bright, but the grey clouds and rain remained, yet none of it mattered now. As long as the undead army was gone, the city would be safe, as they had all survived the calamity. The magicians on the wall fell to the ground feebly. The calamity had drained all their energy. They had all prepared to sacrifice their lives in the battle, yet they never thought they would actually survive until the end and witness the undead tide falling away. It was unbelievable, even they found it hard to believe what they had seen. It felt like the tide brought by a great storm was about to devour them, and it was obvious that the rain would continue to fall still, but the black tide suddenly fell away. The water level quickly dropped to their feet and withdrew from the little island they were on. Many people were lying on the ground looking up into the sky. The raindrops fell on their face felt rather hot, as they could not extinguish the excitement and joy in their hearts. The people were hugging one another. Cries of relief after surviving the calamity echoed in the city, regardless if they knew one another. The magicians outside the city were returning. Some stood still on the spacious ground covered in debris. It took them a while to collect their thoughts. Mo Fan was still standing on the slanting signal tower. His eyes were staring into the north. The runes covering his body had disappeared. The silver hair returned to his usual black. The wild lightning and fire were withdrawn deep into his soul. The fight had ended, thus it was time for the demon deep in his soul to go back to sleep. Otherwise, the young man would turn into an old man fairly quickly. Where are we? Zhong Xiaohu was the first to wake up, shaking his dizzy head heavily. He immediately saw Mo Fan sitting on the edge of the signal tower. His face was covered with joy, and he went up and hugged him, at a loss of words. Mo Fan had yet to recover from the cold-bloodedness of the demon element, but when he saw Zhong Xiaohu bursting into tears like his younger brother, he could not help but pat him on the head. After some time, Zhong Xiaohu finally calmed down. Seeing Mo Fan kept staring into the north, he asked, "Did you see him?" "He was always looking after us, right?" asked Mo Fan. There were still many things that they could not explain in the calamity, as it felt like someone was opposing the Black Vatican behind the scenes too. However, Mo Fan did not have the chance to see him until the very last moment. He has always been looking after us." Zhong Xiaohu turned around glancing at the city that was immersed in cheers, and the people that were surrounding Han Ji, Zhu Meng, Du Xiao, and the mysterious man as they returned to the city. The truth was, Han Ji, Zhu Meng, Du Xiao and the mysterious man had never seen Zhong Kong before, so they did not recognize him. "Is he considered dead?" asked Mo Fan. The moment when Zhong Kong turned around, Mo Fan suddenly felt the air around him to turn sour. Even his throat was stuck, he could not find the words even when there were many things he wanted to say. Mo Fan could easily guess what had happened at the altar without Zhong Xiaohu's explanation. However, was he really gone like that? Was the man who he respected the most still alive? Was that the ancient king, or Zhong Kong? For some reason, Mo Fan's thoughts were filled with the past. He remembered the extremely difficult mission that the chief military instructor gave them during the training. He remembered how he was shamelessly trying to become Mo Fan's sworn brother at the Mu family's villa. The scene he would never forget, when he led his subordinates to fight the Dark-Winged Wolf. During the incident at Jilin City, he had traveled a great distance to save him too. He was their instructor at their training, but he was more like a mentor on the path of becoming a magician. He did not teach him a single spell, but he had used his actions to teach him how to become a reliable man. The good thing is, we didn't let him down in this battle against the Black Vatican, Mo Fan sighed. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Zhong Xiaohu nodded heavily. They were chief military instructor Zhong Kong's students, and they would always be. The city might have no clue who the person who had driven the undead army away was, but they would forever remember him. Meanwhile, the Black Vatican had carefully planned their conspiracy, yet they never expected that the commander of Bo City that they had completely disregarded would be the one disrupting their festival. Test run? The unforgivable sin the Black Vatican had committed in Bo City had trained people like Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Xu Jiaoting, and Zhong Kong, who would give all they had to fight against the Black Vatican, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The Black Vatican had brought fear and death to the world, yet to those that had survived the calamities, all they had sown was an inextinguishable fury in their hearts. A little Bo City had already trained so many people, let alone the ancient capital that had existed for thousands of years. Many brave ones among the survivors would step forward. The wild ambition of the Black Vatican to bring chaos upon the world would not stand a chance against the determination of the people who wanted to eradicate the evil organization. The seeds had been planted, watered with the sad tears of those who had lost their loved ones. They would surely blossom one day. On the clock tower, Great Deacon Hu Jin still could not believe what had just happened as he hung there in the rain. The whole city was celebrating, only he looked worse than a dead man. The festival was gone, implying that he would no longer be sent to paradise. His soul would fall into the burning pot together with the dark beast monsters and become an ugly slave for the rest of his life. Ta, 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 ta. It was the sound of heels hitting the concrete. The clock tower was now empty. He did not dare to breathe when he heard the footsteps. However, it seemed like there were two people walking up the stairs. "Why did you call me here?" said a woman. "I believe there's no one here. I thought we were both going to die either way. There's something I have wanted to tell you since a long time ago. About 10 years ago, when we first met here, you were still a hunter master. I know, I'm not worthy of you. I'm still an ordinary imperial magician after 10 years, but for the past 10 years, you've always been the most perfect woman in my heart," said a man. "Is that all you have to say?" The woman's voice sounded rather cold. "Yeah, I'm not hoping that you would accept me, but I still wanted to tell you my feelings," said the man firmly. "Normally, I would accept everyone who's willing to submit to me, but unfortunately, you've spoken this nonsense to me when I'm in my worst mood. I won't accept your feelings, but I don't mind accepting your heart," said the woman. "What did you say?" The man's voice turned into a painful scream in the middle of her words. The clock tower suddenly fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Chapter 699. Mo-Fan, the Precious Gem. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Muhi was hanging at the same spot, his face completely twisted. Not long after, he heard the same sound of heels tapping on the bricks. Each felt like a sharp blade was stabbing his heart as they came closer. Senior Salon. Muhi wanted to kneel on the ground, but he was unable to do so. The woman's right hand was dripping with blood and holding a fresh human heart. It was extremely horrifying. She lifted her cold gaze, staring at Great Deacon Hujin hanging before her. Muhi felt like the cold gaze had simply shattered his soul. "You helped that kid to enroll in a magic school?" Yes, no. No. Muhi was at a loss for words. "You've brought up such a monstrous enemy for our Vatican, who even ruined my festival. I should be thankful to you." "No, don't, please don't, no." "Ah." An utterly forlorn cry echoed from the ancient clock tower, like someone's soul was being torn into pieces. The cry lingered in the air for some time. Meanwhile, the people below the clock tower was cheering and celebrating. It looked like a fairly exciting festival was happening. When the tide of undead fell away, backup and support finally arrived. Countless helicopters were circling in the sky, bringing supplies to the city. Construction crews came in bulk and started rebuilding. However, in order to prevent the undead from attacking again, they first built temporary places within 3 kilometers of the city walls to settle the people. The rain finally stopped on the third day. The survivors were settled in the temporary buildings enclosed by tall walls, making them at least look safer on the surface. Unlike Bow City, the city had coexisted with the undead for a long time. It was rich with resources, and it had existed for thousands of years. Even the greatest storm had failed to destroy it. The city would only be rebuilt after it was torn down, as most people were unwilling to abandon their property. The reconstruction of the city did not take as long as the people had expected, since half of the rebuilding was done by machinery, while the builders were in charge of the bridges, roads, streets, and buildings. Each building would only require a few earth magicians. The areas within 3 kilometers from the inner city were rebuilt first. They would slowly expand out from there. As long as the heart was still there, the ancient capital would slowly rejuvenate. Humans were not as fragile as they had imagined. Despite the sorrow they had been through, those who survived still had to keep moving forward. The meeting room in the bell tower. Some fruit that was just brought to the city was placed on the meeting table. They looked fairly juicy. They must have been sent here via air transport from the south. Not many people were seated at the meeting table, but they included Du Xiao, Zhu Meng, Han Ji, the mysterious man, and Yao Nan. "I've looked many places, but I still can't find Mo-Fan," said the mysterious man. "The guy doesn't seem like a kid who is unwilling to leave his name behind after doing a good deed," teased Zhu Meng. "It's all thanks to him. Who would have thought, the demon element, TSK, he must be the only person who can support the demon element. I've called you all here to discuss what we're going to do with Mo-Fan," said Han Ji. "The demon element is banned by the magic associations of the 5 continents. I've asked Mofan, he doesn't want to be the white mouse, so I guess we'll try our best to conceal the truth, Xu Meng expressed his thoughts. A superior from the military has contacted me. He told me that demon Mofan was the deathbringer of Dongting Lake that once stirred up great chaos in Bai City, said the mysterious man. Which superior? Asked Xu Meng immediately. Must be the one in charge of the southern military district. He told us that it's best not to let the magic associations of the 5 continents know about Mofan, said the mysterious man. Mofan wants us to keep it a secret, and the military and the magic association have no intention to make it public either. But regarding the Hunter Union, Du Xiao, can you stop Chu Jiao and the others from spreading it? Asked Xu Meng. Du Xiao shook his head. He was a senior hunter, but the elders were higher ranked than him. He had no way of sealing their mouths. Don't worry about the Hunter Union. Some old man must know about it, and Mofan is working in his shop. With his help, the information won't spread to somewhere it's not supposed to, said Yao Nan. I almost forgot about that. Yao Nan, I'll let you contact the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, said Du Xiao. All right, the military, Hunter Union, and Magic Association should be able to keep it a secret. After all, only a few of us have seen him using the demon element. We should be fine. As for Mofan's friends, they won't have any problem keeping it a secret, either, Hanji nodded. By the way, Salon must have learned about the demon element too, will he possibly, blurted out the mysterious man as a thought crossed his mind. Salon must be trying his best to leave our country now. He was too exposed this time. The Enforcement Union will be uprooting all his remaining underlings. The highest ranks of the Enforcement Union is going to hunt him down. Do you think he has time to waste on Mofan? Han Ji smiled. That guy tried to destroy the ancient capital by relying on the ancient king's kingdom of Undead to crown himself the god of death. I bet he's running away like a dog now. Once we find out all the blue deacons and uproot those that are hiding, in half a month, Salon will just be a general without an army. By the way, Mofan is truly the Black Vatican's nemesis. They failed to acquire the underground holy spring from Bo City because of Mofan, and at the Magic City, they were still trying to steal the underground holy spring, but they completely lost everything there. This time, Mofan has disrupted their festival too, giving us the chance to get rid of the Black Vatican's influence in the country. Splendid! Xu Meng burst out laughing. Yeah, the kid is our secret weapon against the Black Vatican. His demon element is already this impressive at his current level. Once his cultivation improves further, he can simply infiltrate the Black Vatican's main headquarters and erase them from the world, said the mysterious man excitedly. The Black Vatican was basically the world's biggest malignant tumor. Many people would burst into tears the day it was finally removed. Then we should take good care of this gem, Han Ji smiled too. Should we provide assistance so that it's easier for him to grow? No, that's not a smart choice. If we help him, his cultivation might stop at the advanced level. I believe you all know that we didn't reach our level by living like a prince, nor is it because we are under outstanding protection. Du Xiao immediately disagreed with the suggestion. The people that attended the meeting had more than enough resources to train Mofan into an expert, yet it would only spoil him. Mofan was a gem that had grown in the wild. They should just let him be. Every strong magician had walked the path on their own. But we can't just let him be without keeping an eye on him. Han Ji was not so carefree. I have a good idea, Xu Meng laughed. Chapter 700. Secluded Cultivation in Mount Hua. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Over 130 kilometers away from the ancient capital, a steep mountain stood tall with a formidable aura. People could feel a great pressure standing at the foot of it. The areas in the south were densely populated and had lots of mountains that were connected together by a relatively flat mountain range. In comparison, the mountains here were all towering and steep, resulting in a totally different atmosphere. The calamity of the ancient capital did not spread to Mount Hua. The only unfortunate thing was the cable car had stopped operating. Mo Fan had wondered if the famous 5 sacred mountains of Taoism were crawling with demon creatures in this world, but it turned out that they were still famous sightseeing attractions. Apart from a small number of workers, Mo Fan basically had all of Mount Hua to himself. It did not matter if the cable car was not working. Mo Fan's Swift Star Wolf was outstanding at climbing mountains and crossing ridges. The creature was able to sprint at its full speed even when both sides of the path consisted of steep cliffs. It was extremely thrilling. The paths on the mountains were narrow, with limited footholds, and perfectly straight cliffs leading to bottomless abyss on both sides. Whenever the wind swept past, it felt like they could fall from the cliffs at any second. The Swift Star Wolf seemed to be enjoying the thrill of sprinting on the steep cliffs. He leapt from the steps straight to the top of a ridge the size of a table. He stood above the clouds and scanned his surroundings. Green vines and pine trees were dangling from the mountain walls. As the Swift Star Wolf landed on the peak, pieces of rock dropped from the cliff into an endless fall. A perfect place to cultivate and become an immortal. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and discovered a temple among the steep cliffs. As he thought, his cultivation declined after using the power of Demon Element. Almost every element had dropped a level, leaving Mo Fan with tearless sobs. He had deranked twice in the intermediate level. Luckily, he managed to collect an enormous supply of soul remnants and soul essences when he was annihilating the undead army. The demon that had granted him power had come to demand souls from him. These soul remnants and soul essences were all given to it as sacrifices. At least he did not end up a caveman like before, when he was still at Dongting Lake, killing mindlessly while living in the wild. To explain it scientifically, it was simply returning what he had borrowed. The enormous power that Mo Fan obtained after breaking through to the advanced level was similar to a huge loan he had borrowed from the bank. He was still obligated to pay the money back after he spent all of it. Therefore, the soul remnants and soul essences that the little loach pendant collected from the undead he slaughtered were all used to pay back the loan. It was impossible to rely on the demon element to save up soul essences. Lucky for him, there were countless undead for him to kill. Otherwise, he would have had to live like a caveman for a while to pay back the loan, or the demon bank would take away his lifespan as the penalty. Mo Fan was well prepared this time, so the side effects were not as troublesome, although he was about to go crazy after learning that his cultivation had deteriorated again. Han Ji had granted Mo Fan some resources so he could recover his cultivation in the shortest time possible, hence why Mo Fan was sent here to Mount Hua, just so he could focus on his cultivation without being distracted by matters of the mundane world. It would not take him much time to get his cultivation back if he was diligent. The only fortunate thing was, his fire galaxy was still there. It did not degrade back into the fire nebula because his rank dropped. However, the fire galaxy looked extremely dim, like a pool of dead water. Han Ji told Mo Fan that it was still possible to recover the advanced fire galaxy if he cultivated in time. In order to prevent himself from falling back to the intermediate level, Mo Fan had decided to go all out to recover his cultivation. Ling, Tilda. Little flame Belle lay on Mo Fan's head. She seemed to be enjoying the spectacular scenery around her. She did not forget the dreadful experience in the space of death. As such, she had expressed her determination to work harder and become a good daughter that could defeat all the bad guys for her daddy. Mo Fan chuckled when he heard the solemn vow made by Little Flame Belle. He suddenly recalled the fiery sorcerer soul shadow he saw when he demonized and immediately had great anticipation. He could not wait to see Little Flame Belle's formidable power when she reached the adult phase. Let's work hard together. Awoo Tilda? Swift Star Wolf cleared his throat and howled just to remind the two of his presence. The creature's loud call echoed among the steep cliffs of Mount Hua. After Mo Fan went into seclusion, the ancient capital had finished reconstructing. In the past thousands of years, there would be undead roaming outside the ancient capital at night. Only magicians that were strong enough were capable of moving outside at night. But after the calamity, not a single undead was seen within a few hundred kilometers of the city. It was not that the undead had completely disappeared, but they simply stayed in their catacombs and tombs obediently, and remained indoors. Many factions were greatly astounded by the phenomenon. In the past, the undead of the ancient capital too had behaved well and remained in their own territory. However, after a certain dynasty, the undead started leaving their territory to infringe on human lands. They were being restricted. The resurrection of the ancient king was supposed to be a disaster, yet to everyone's surprise, it felt like the undead were now under his control, forced to abide by his rules. It was definitely good news for the ancient capital. The place was famous because of the undead, but if the undead were completely wiped out, many businesses that relied on the undead would come to a halt and destroy the economy. However, if the undead went out of control, it would place the city in grave danger. As long as the order was maintained, in which the undead and humans remained in their respective areas, it would bring perfect balance and real peace to the ancient capital. After all, with the undead around, the demon creatures of the Qinling Mountains would not dare to infiltrate their lands. The ancient capital returned to its old bustling life. Time flowed faster when life was busier. Spring came after the snowy season. The ancient capital was restored to its initial appearance before the new year. The lives that were lost were remembered with an empty wine cup. The people moved forward to celebrate the hard-earned new year. Such a pity, Mo Fan is still training hard in the temple on Mount Hua in the snow. I bet he won't leave until he recovers his cultivation. Let's use this empty cup to represent him, everyone, cheers, said Wang Sanpang with high spirits. Ha ha ha, I never expected to spend my New Year's here. Either way, it's great to be alive, said Zhong Xiaohu. Yeah, how lucky are we to survive two great calamities, agreed Zhao Kunsen. Let's give Mo Fan a toast, come. Hey, put Mo Fan's picture on your iPad and set it straight. That's right, let's send him our regards. Should we light up 3 incense sticks, too? Put his photo on grayscale.